A flickering streetlight. The constant sound of rain hitting the pavement. Reminder of the dull job Jack had had for months. Checking his watch, he saw that it was only 11:34 p.m. on his graveyard shift. Jack yawned as he stretched his arms and heard a noise. Jack jumped out of his seat, spilling his coffee over his desk. Fuck. He opened the window to see who it was. Jack, pay attention, a young man in a sports car said. Open the gate, my girlfriend is waiting. Yes, sir, right away, sir, Jack said politely. The gate opened and he slammed on his gas, leaving skid marks on the ground. Another boring night, he thought as the door opened. Hey Jack, Dave giving you a hard time again. Hey Carl, yeah, just the glorious life of nighttime security for the airport. A large flash of light blinded their vision, followed by a loud series of crackles that came through as lightning struck down on the ground. A loud screech was heard right after the lightning struck the ground. A guardrail broke above them as a truck fell down on the security checkpoint. Wow, this is how I go. Bang, followed by a large explosion as Jack, Carl, and Truck Kun met their end. There was darkness and then light. Jack felt strange. He couldn't move his limbs, nor could he speak. He couldn't even open his eyes properly. He could barely hear any noise, like being trapped down in a well. Lady Genevieve, it's a miracle, you've finally given birth to a boy. Loud applause and laughter followed. The sound of footsteps could be heard as Jack felt his body lifting from the air. A miracle, truly a miracle from the gods, whispered the midwife. Jack opened his eyes and this time he could see, though his vision was slightly blurry. He could see about a dozen blurred figures. A couple of squeals came out as he heard more voices. Mother, we finally have a baby brother. A voice squealed as she jumped up and down, but it was only after some seconds of him maintaining his silence that the midwife frowned. Strange. The boy's not crying. Strangely, Jack could understand what everyone was saying, but he wasn't interested in anything they had to say. His body felt tiny, soft, and helpless. His head felt too big. His legs were too weak to move, and his vision was still unfocused but slowly getting clearer. He tried to open his mouth to maybe say, "Leave me alone, please," but all he managed was "Is something wrong with him?" Lady Genevieve asked with a tense voice. Not sure yet. Sometimes newborns take a little longer. I'll get him crying. Just a moment. Jack could see the midwife and started to freak out. Wait, stop, don't touch me there. Sharp pain touched his rear as he felt his butt getting slapped. This wasn't a casual slap. She had pulled her hand back as she let her hand hit Jack's butt. It left a mark and turned his butt red. But the only thing that came out was a large wah. As he tried to talk, his cry echoed through the room as people started to rejoice that he was okay. Mother, father will be so thrilled when he returns. What is going on and why does my belly hurt? The pain lingered on him for a moment before his brain finally caught up with the sensations. There it is, the midwife said as she lifted him high in the air. He's just. Before she could say anything else, everyone gasped. Oh, that feels so good. The midwife got a mouthful of pee as she screamed. Oh, I think I peed in her mouth. I got him, said a servant. Get yourself cleaned up. The servant wrapped up the new baby and took him to get cleaned. All right, I just spilled my coffee and now I'm surrounded by people I do not know. Time blurred after that. People left gifts and prayers for the new baby born into the Kaiser family. I'm so sleepy, I can't stay awake for long. Jack passed out shortly after, over the next few months. Jack confirmed he had been reborn into a new world, people dressed in long robes or wore tunics. Jack noticed people read books more than anything, and they always talked about strengthening their mana. There were no light switches, cars or phones. He watched as people snapped their fingers and lit a fireplace. How servants placed their hand over a bucket and filled it after a couple of seconds. Magic, this is crazy. I have read plenty of fantasy books and history books before, but I'm in it now. Weeks turned into months, months turned into years, and the next thing Jack knew he was already 5 years old and on a hunting expo with his father Alaric. My boy, we're going to hunt for dinner. My first hunting expedition. As Jack Kaiser, he thought to himself. Yes, father, what are we hunting? 3 horned deer. One of them will have enough meat for the whole family. This is exciting. My first father-son outing in this life. After 20 minutes of walking through the forest, they stumbled upon the 3-horned deer. It stopped upon drinking water when it heard a branch break. Alaric put his hand in front of Jack to stop him from going anywhere. In the next moment, Alaric drew his sword. The deer ran away and Alaric swung his sword, cutting an arrow in half. Stay behind me, Jack. In the next moment, 6 hooded figures emerged from the trees. Bandits, Alaric growled, positioning himself between Jack and the attackers. What do you want? Just the boy, the lead figure called out, his voice muffled by his hood. Hand him over, and you can walk away. Never. Alaric's grip tightened on his sword. Jack's heart pounded. Why do they want me? I'm just a 5-year-old. The bandits spread out in a semicircle. Alaric was skilled, but 6 against 1 was terrible odds. They scattered but immediately regrouped. 2 rushed Alaric from the left while another flanked from the right side. The sound of steel echoed in the air. Steel clashed against steel as Alaric parried desperately, one by one. Bodies hit the floor. In the next moment, Alaric's sword began to take on a dark hue. Whoa, his sword is really dark. You're strong, the lead bandit admitted. But you can't protect the boy and fight all of us. The archer took aim not at Alaric but directly at Jack. He shot the arrow and it flew through the air as it caught on fire. Alaric swung his sword and a wave of dark mana flew through the sky as trees hit the ground and the arrow got smashed to pieces. I need to get out of here. This is crazy. Jack tried to run, but his small legs weren't fast enough. Jack felt something in his back. Pain exploded in his back. A dagger had pierced him in the back. No, Alaric shouted. Alaric's eyes were full of rage. The sky got dark, and the bandits looked up. A massive wave of darkness tore through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. The remaining bandits didn't even have time to scream. Jack, stay with me. The dagger was still embedded in his back, blood pooling beneath him. Jack's breathing was shallow, his face pale. Hold on, son, I'm getting you home. What's happening to me? I died just to get killed before I could do anything. Laughter echoed through the Kaiser mansion, and the sound of harps could be heard in the ballroom. It was a day of celebration, for it was about to be Jack's 6th birthday. Not just his birthday, but an important event for every child. In this world, talent determines everything. Being born into a wealthy family like that Kaiser's guaranteed a high talent for magical and martial arts. The Kaiser family is the strongest noble family in Elysium. Jack is one of 4 children, the youngest, but also the first male heir to Alaric and Genevieve Kaiser. Their children are named Octavia, Annabelle, Celeste, and Jack. The Kaiser family is known for its dual or triple affinities. Even some magic swordsmen through its lines. The key to harnessing this power is talent. Talent and affinities are measured by an ancient ritual called the Sacred Communion. It's a ritual every child goes through at the age of 6. Through the ritual, one's talent could be measured from rank F to rank SSS. Each rank gave the perspective of reaching a certain rank through training, determination, and blessings. The Sacred Communion was special. One would go to a holy site and commune with the gods to determine who they are and what they will become. A god would answer based on your beliefs and bestow a blessing if deemed worthy. If one was worthy, a blessing would be tantamount to be considered a chosen one. Chosen ones are destined for greatness and are taken in by the kingdom if they are from lowly birth. If from a duke, marquess, count, viscount, or baron, they would be given provisions to enhance their training because they would become key figures in a kingdom's future. Mother, Annabelle asked. Tonight's the ceremony. Do you think Jack will be as strong as father? A voice cut into the conversation. Of course he will. Celeste said. Every firstborn son of the Kaiser family has had a dual affinity with dark magic. Girls, settle down. Whatever he is, I'm sure he'll do just fine. Genevieve said. Octavia put her book down, dual casting magic. He's a curious boy who does what he's asked and is obsessed with books. He'll pick it up rather quickly, I say. Whether he has a triple affinity like father is undetermined. She continued. Jack was an avid reader of history books. From the age of 3, he was able to read and write, and was considered advanced for his age. Alaric even betrothed Jack to his good friend Cassius Sunblade's daughter. She was 5 years old as well. Today was the day when the nobles would travel to the holy site at night and the sacred communion would begin. Just as the ladies were beginning to guess what Jack would have, a loud noise came from the front gates. The front doors were kicked off the hinges and slammed into the wall. When the ladies went to see what caused the commotion, they saw Jack. All eyes focused on Jack and the knife still lodged into his back, bloody and bleeding as his father put him on the floor. Get me the healers now, Alaric called out. Genevieve yelled in horror. No, not my baby, followed by whimpering and crying. 2 healers came running down a hallway with bread still in their mouth. Heal, the priest said. Heal. Heal. Hi, heal, my love, what happened? You're hurt. I'm fine, just make sure he gets healed. I was ambushed by some mercenaries in the forest. One of them had concealment magic and stabbed Jack in the back. I lost it and destroyed a huge portion of the forest. The villagers will be upset that I destroyed good hunting grounds. Send the guards out to the forest. I need to figure out who sent them. Yes, sir. Guards answered him quickly as they rushed out into the forest to retrieve the bodies. By the time the guards reached the forest where the destruction had taken place, there were piles of blood and weapons, but no bodies were anywhere to be seen in sight. Is this it? I lived a pathetic life, died from a truck, all to be stabbed in the back as a child. Well, I can say I didn't see this coming at all. Jack opened his eyes, but they were heavy. He noticed he was in his room, with his whole family around his bed, along with servants, healers, and guards. His arms and legs felt heavy and he tried to sit up. He coughed up some blood and fell back into his bed. Oh, this really hurts. Let's not do that again. I was stabbed. It was not a dream. Jack, baby, lay down and try not to move. You were badly injured, Lady Genevieve said. But the ceremony, mother. It's tonight we have to go. Octavia pushed her small fingers onto Jack's head. Don't be stupid, you're injured. You can just take it another time. No one would object anyways. Where is my father? He's outside. He's very angry right now at himself. It's not even the afternoon yet and the whole sky is dark. Annabelle cut in. This is supposed to be my day. I'm supposed to learn what I will become today, whether I will chuck fireballs or strike lightning bolts in the dungeons. We'll have plenty of time for that later, just rest, Celeste said. Jack looked around, and even though everyone was concerned, he could tell something was wrong. The servants and healers looked worried. His sisters gossiped to each other and his mother just continued to cry. Something was clearly wrong, and Jack didn't understand what. My head feels heavy, Jack said as the room began to spin recklessly. In the next moment Jack passed out. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, his arms rolled off the bed, and screaming could be heard. To Jack, the world had just spun so fast he had to close his eyes. To everyone else it looked like the firstborn son was dying. Jack opened his eyes and saw how dark his room was. Lit by a few candles in the room, he tried to sit up and almost collapsed because it was so difficult. He stared at his hands, then his legs, then touched his chest and face. What is going on? I'm not on Earth. So why are my arms and legs so long? Jack got up and stumbled to the ground. This is harder than I thought it would be to walk. I guess this is what happens when you get stabbed. Jack reached a mirror and saw himself. He was drastically older. Wait, how old am I? Jack was puzzled. One day he was a small child hunting with his father. Next he was 6 feet tall with weak limbs and health. The door creaked as a servant came in with some water and what looked like soup of some kind. She dropped everything and shrieked. Young master, you're awake. I must get your parents at once. Wait, how old am I? Young master, it's your 16th birthday tomorrow. I've been asleep for 10 years. I thought I took a nap. Out of nowhere, a transparent soft yellow screen suddenly appeared before him, almost making him jump up in surprise. Young master, are you okay? The servant asked. Yes, I'm quite fine. I'm just a little caught off guard. Yes, I'll get something to clean the mess and come back with your parents' Noble System online host compatibility. 99.2% Jack Kaiser, Level 1, 0/100 skill trees locked until affinity is confirmed. All stats are reduced until your body recovers its strength. Quest 1, learn who tried to kill you. Reward. Quest 2, commune with a god. Reward. 100 EXP. Quest 3, conquer a dungeon floor. Reward 500 EXP. 2 reputation points. Quest 4, help a citizen in need. Reward 25 EXP, 10 reputation points. Reward 10 EXP, 1 stat point, 10 skill points. Penalty, -1 to all stat points. What is this? So if I do these exercises I will be rewarded. There is even a penalty. Jack did a squat and said status. Jack looked in the mirror and saw his face. He had medium-length straight white hair. It went just past his ears. Golden eyes that glowed in the dark room like flashlights. He had a sharp jawline, something he got from his father's good looks. Jack felt a presence behind him. He turned around and smiled. Jack, my boy, you're alive, Alaric said with a big smile on his face. His father had started to cry as he placed his hands on his shoulders. His boots were still dirty from being out in the woods. After a few more moments, Alaric stopped crying and looked at him intensely. How do you feel, my boy? I feel sluggish and hungry. Why was I asleep for so long? You were struck with a cursed knife, Lady Genevieve said. My sweet boy, you've returned to us. Yes, can we continue this discussion over a meal? Yes, let's go downstairs to eat lunch, Alaric said. Give me a moment and I'll be down. Mother and father left the room, and by that time the servant had cleaned up the mess she made. So I just need to do a 100 of each exercise, and this will help me recover my body. His previous life, reading books like The Art of War, working security, and working out were all he knew how to do, so doing some easy exercises should be a breeze. Jack tried to do a push-up and managed to do 1, 2, 5, 10, but then his arms gave out and he collapsed on the ground. This will be harder than I thought. My body is too weak. Maybe after I eat some food I can start to get back into shape like before. Alaric, Genevieve, Annabelle, Octavia, and Celeste all sat down at the table. A 6th place setting was set at the table. "Do we have a guest tonight, Mother?" Annabelle asked. Krieg. The doors to the dining hall opened. Jack walked in and just stared at his sisters for a moment. Everyone thought. Octavia trailed off. "Everyone thought I was dead, correct? That's not what It's good to have you back, Jack." Annabelle's mouth dropped as tears began to well up on her face. She dropped her book onto the ground. "You missed my 16th birthday. My 18th birthday. My 20th birthday." Celeste carried on. Annabelle rushed over and gave Jack a big hug. He coughed slightly because she squished so hard. "I missed you too, sister. You look just like your father. You're so tall now too, you tower over everyone. Come, I'm hungry and I need to eat." The smell of honey bread, smoked meat, and fresh berries filled the dining hall. As Jack started to eat, he noticed everyone just staring at him. Jack looked up and everyone went back to eating. "Father, do you know who stabbed me?" Alaric was caught off guard. "No, we never found out who it was because the bodies were gone by the time the guards arrived." Jack drank a cup of water. "I see, so then we need to go to the holy site tonight then." "Jack, you just woke up. Let's wait until you recover your strength," Lady Genevieve said. "No. Everyone my age has had 10 years to figure out their path in life and learn how to control their magic or train themselves to be a martial artist. I lost that chance. There is no more waiting." "I need to know." Alaric caught off guard. "Very well, just enjoy your food and we'll go later." "Thank you, Father. After this meal I hope it won't be too much trouble to have some time to myself before we head out to the holy site." "None whatsoever, take your time, you're home." After returning to his room for silence, Jack went back to try the exercises. With his weak body he knew this would not be easy and would take some time, so he started with push-ups because they would be the hardest, then moved to sit-ups, and then to move to squats. After a couple of hours Jack only had one exercise left. Sweat had covered his forehead, and his muscles had started to get sore. "This looks just like a game. I wonder when I'll feel better and get used to my body." After 45 minutes, Jack finished the pull-ups. "You have obtained 10 EXP, you have obtained 1 stat point, you have obtained 10 skill points. Congratulations on completing your first daily quest. Your body is starting to recover, so this is just like a game. A few more days of this and I should feel better. The system though, it looks like it's trying to help me get stronger, but if I want to, it looks like I'll have to interact with my citizens." "You are correct. The noble system will help you regain your strength and also help you connect with your people better." "Yeah, didn't expect you to talk to me. Can anyone else hear you?" The holy site was thick with tension and silent as the Kaiser family made its way to the ceremony. Everyone was wearing their fine robes and silks. Jack had a hood to cover his face. They sat in the back and waited patiently. Whispers erupted through the hall. "Why is the Kaiser family here?" One after another Jack heard the results being announced. "Serena has fire magic, talent grade D. Kane has light and wind magic, talent grade C. Violet Sunblade has water, fire, and light magic, talent grade A." Cassius clapped and cheered that his daughter had a triple affinity, an extremely rare triple affinity, exceptional for combat and leadership. The guests burst into applause. Violet took a curtsy and smiled wide at her results. Triple affinities were so rare that if families weren't breeding for results, it happened in 1 in 1,000 mages had a triple affinity. The priest looked up. "Lord Kaiser, I didn't think you had another child who would be in attendance tonight." "Ah yes, I don't have another child. Jack was the last child I had." Alaric said. "Then tell me, dear friend, did you just come to watch my daughter's ceremony?" Cassius said. "No, actually my son Jack will be undergoing the ceremony tonight." The hall went silent. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop on the floor. "My dear friend, I love you, but a sleeping boy can't go through with the ceremony, let alone commune with a god." "You would be correct, friend, but my boy is right here." Jack stood up and made his way down the pathway. When he reached the priest, he took his hood off. Everyone had their mouth open in shock. "Wait, how is he awake?" a lower nobles asked. Jack looked over and locked eyes with a beautiful woman about his age. She had milky white skin, long curly blonde hair, and was wearing a lovely white dress. "She's quite the looker." "Correct, that would be your fiancée, Aurora Sunblade." "Wait, what? I have a fiancée? When did this happen?" "Your father betrothed you when you were younger. I'm sure your untimely 10-year nap stopped him from telling you." "Priest, my name is Jack Kaiser. I would request the opportunity to commence with the ceremony. At this point, there wasn't a single soul who hadn't heard the tragic story of Jack Kaiser. Lord Kaiser. The age at which this ceremony is done is at age 6. No one has even done it when they are this old. True, but would you deny my flesh and blood over something so trivial? Of course not, my lord. The sacred communion was a special ceremony. A priest would prepare a special liquid called God's blood. One would ingest the liquid and go into a trance. The priest brought a small golden cup with dark red thick liquid. Now, young lord, drink this liquid and we shall see if the gods answer your call. This was the moment Jack was waiting for. Would a god commune with him? Would he get a double affinity? Maybe a triple affinity like his father. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Jack took the small cup and drank the liquid. Fell to his knees and his eyes rolled into the back of his head. The air was thick with tension as everyone awaited to see the results. Jack's vision went dark and then slowly got brighter. His vision was blurry. When he opened his eyes, he noticed he was on top of a very large rock. At first, he thought he was dreaming, but then 10 years of memories flooded into his mind. Every time someone came to visit him or when Octavia would read him books, the realization hit him: my family loved me. I haven't had this in my first life. But I won't let it go to waste this time, Jack said. After leaving a sigh, Jack stretched for a moment before laying down. Jack saw every single memory, every servant who loved him, every meal left for him. Even some of the townsfolk sent gifts to Jack. Truth be told, after waking up he was worried that he would be thrown out or realizing it's been 10 years that people would have forgotten about him. More questions popped into his head. However, he knew nothing could be done about events that had already transpired. Everyone in Elysium worshipped some type of god, but Jack never really thought about what god out there was the one for him. He believed in reincarnation and the transfer of souls, but never in his wildest dreams did he suspect that he would be reincarnated. "Hello, Jack, we've been waiting for you." Jack was startled. A young man with a scruffy beard and jet black hair stood over him. "Ah, you must be the god I'm supposed to meet." "No, Jack, I am just a messenger, a helper for the god that wishes to see you." "So, there is a god who wants to meet me?" "Yes, there is. It's not every day that a god picks someone." The young man gestured behind him. Jack got up and looked. There were now stairs leading downward. It didn't matter if you had binoculars. You would not be able to see the bottom if you tried. "So tell me, if I never worshipped a god, why does one want to meet me?" "Walk with me, Jack. When we reach the Pantheon, you can ask all your questions to them. One last question before we go. Can I die or leave this plane that I'm in before I talk to a god?" "No. You may reject the god, but accepting their blessings only brings you greater power. You see, I was in a coma for 10 years. I should have been hurling dark fireballs, making a business, conquering dungeons with my father by now. I don't have time to wait, so let's make this quick." Jack turned around to look at the messenger with the stairs to his back. "Boom. What do you mean?" Jack had a great idea, at least to him. If he couldn't die or leave until he spoke to a god, he would take the quick way down. Without hesitation, Jack leaned back and fell down in between the stairs. A couple seconds passed, then a couple minutes, then an hour. Jack was getting worried that this would never end. Next thing Jack felt, the world spun upside down and he was in front of a giant building. It was a pantheon, but there were no symbols or writing on it to determine whose it was. It stretched endlessly to his right and to his left. He could feel the soft grass through his boots. "You are an impatient one, Jack," the messenger said. "If someone wants to meet me, I shouldn't keep them waiting. That's a good attitude to have, but just know you're not the only one in the Pantheon. The sacred communion is a ritual performed by many people, in many worlds, in many different times. So I'll see people from my world and others. That is correct. Trust your heart, and it will lead you to a god that wants to bestow you. Anyone who has the right to enter a pantheon has the right to a blessing from a god. Each god has a fixed amount of blessings they can give out. If a god runs out, they must pass on a chosen one. So is there a Yelp review system on blessings? Or do I just walk around and hope I get a good one? Quite the comedian I see. Yeah, I'll get going." Jack placed his hands behind his neck with his elbows in the air as he walked towards the Pantheon. The doors to the Pantheon were enormous, bigger than the 5-story mansion at his home. There was a profound and long creak as the doors opened. When Jack saw what was inside, he was disappointed. There were humans. Dwarves, orcs, and elves. People were dressed in fine silks and heavy armor. There were young children everywhere, but no gods in sight. Jack was perplexed. He was hoping to see some mighty gods, some cool magic, or something extraordinary. But all he saw were children, weapons on the walls, books on shelves, and necklaces on stands. Yeah, this is a little disappointing. Jack sighed heavily and then saw a little girl reach for a necklace and disappeared into thin air. Wait, what? She's gone. One by one, more children began to disappear until Jack was by himself. So touching something here must bring me to a god. I won't know until I grab something. Well, I wasn't expecting much, so let's just touch something someone hasn't. Jack walked around the room for a couple of minutes. Nothing stood out or spoke to him. He saw a simple spear above the rest of the items. Jack reached out and touched the spear. 1 minute Jack was in the Pantheon, and the next Jack was standing in a tall grass field. Beautiful purple and reddish sunset was in sight. Luscious green trees and crystal clear water in a lake in the distance could be seen. Hello, Jack. A voice came from behind him. Jack turned around to see a frail old man in a toga. He had long white hair and a long beard. Welcome to my domain. I was the last person I thought you would choose. I thought there was a certain god who wanted to speak with me. No, chosen ones have the right to choose which god they want, but they won't know which god they choose until they touch something in the Pantheon, so tell me. What are you the god of? I am a simple god. I'm frail because it's been so long since I had someone to worship me. Everyone goes for pretty or shiny things. I want to offer you this pendant. It's a blessing from me to you. Will help you grow and you can achieve many great things in life. There's no catch, just that if you don't take it, your life will be exponentially harder. And what do you mean by that? Jack, you were cursed, stripped of your affinities. Someone went to great lengths to make sure you were useless. My blessing will give you a fighting chance in the world. Jack didn't need a moment to think about anything. He took the pendant and put it around his neck. What do I call you? What do we do now? You may call me Draven. You will finish your communion and find out your affinity and talent. As long as you wear that, I will regain my strength and you will get stronger. Thank you, Draven. I promise to live a full life, and if you ever require anything from me, you only need to ask. Jack closed his eyes, feeling the cool, gentle breeze on his face. He opened his eyes. He was back on his knees at the holy site. This is it, the moment I've waited 10 years for. He placed his right hand on a crystal in front of him. It was cool to the touch, pulsing sporadically like a flickering light. Calm, just breathe naturally and focus. And then, nothing happened. No, this can't be right. No sounds, no colors, no reaction. Whispers erupted through the hall. A Kaiser with no affinity. No, this is wrong. Jack clutched the pendant with his left hand. Then suddenly the orb began to change colors. It started to turn black but then faded. Then it turned blue but that faded as well. Mother, what's going on? Annabelle asked from the back. I do not know. It's probably broken. It just can't read, Jack. Jack's head started to bead with sweat. Suddenly the orb changed to a light purple as sparks began to fly inside the crystal. Lightning affinity. The priest's voice boomed through the hall. Rarest affinity a person can have. Lightning affinity only showed in 1 in 5,000 people. It was the rarest affinity one could have. Instead of applause, the room was silent. Whispers continued again. A Kaiser without dark affinity, an heir with only one affinity. Alaric must be outraged. Alaric and his family were silent, patiently waiting for the result. Jack, place your hands on this cube next. We will see your talent. The priest declared. Jack took his hand off the crystal and touched the cube. Immediately the cube began to float. Jack took his hand off the cube. The cube began to light up and projected a letter. It was grade S. Grade S martial talent, the priest declared with reverence. The cube began to light up purple this time. Another S appeared, but it was flickering with electricity. The room crackled with static electricity, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Grade S magic talent, the priest said excitedly. Lord Kaiser, rejoice. Your boy has 2 S-rank talents. It's been a long time since we've had someone with 2 high-rank talents. Alaric Kaiser stood up and began a slow clap. He had a gentle smile on his face, happy with the outcome. Slowly everyone clapped and joined in on the celebration. Well done, my boy, let's go. Jack stood up and bowed to the priest. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the kindness. When Jack raised his head, the priest saw his pendant. He felt immense energy coming from the pendant. Lord Cassius and Lord Alaric felt it as well. Where did the pendant come from? Cassius shouted. Everyone stopped clapping and stared at Jack. Mouths dropped. Another person dropped their glass of wine and Alaric came forward to his son. He grabbed his head and put it down. Suddenly they were gone. Jack felt his whole body move at super speed. That would be your father. Yes, he seems quite worried, pacing back and forth. I would talk to him rather than consult me. Father, what happened? Jack asked curiously. Alaric, who had been pacing back and forth, finally spoke up. Jack, do you realize what this means? No, I don't. What's the big deal? Doesn't everyone get a blessing? No, Jack, they don't. Only a few chosen ones ever receive a blessing. Each kingdom only has 5 or 6 people with blessings. The whole hierarchy of power in Elysium will change. Kingdoms will target you because you are young, other families will want to marry their daughters to you, and the king, he'll want to see you once word gets out. 10 years of peace and now this? At least life won't be boring. Jack, this is serious, I know it is, father. But what's done is done, we can only move forward from here. You have maybe a month or 2 before the king finds out. Probably a year or 2 before other kingdoms hear about it, then father. There's only one thing that needs to be done. I must get stronger than anyone else, yes. We can talk more tomorrow. We need to go, yeah, that's great and all, but how do you expect me to get off a 20-story holy site? Just stand still. Let's go get your sisters and mother. Cassius Sunblade walked with measured steps until he reached Lady Genevieve. My lady, I believe we need to have a visit later this month, Cassius said politely. Yes, I believe we have much to discuss. Give it a few weeks and bring Aurora, he just woke up today. Back at the Kaiser mansion, Jack had returned to his room to look through his system. Quest complete, commune with a god, you have reached level 2, congratulations. Jack Kaiser, level 2, 10 over 200 martial talent rank, S blessings, Draven's pendant, please choose your class. Wait, choose my class? There's more than one option. Skill trees will be viewable after class is picked, so I can only see the names and not the skills. Can I learn both classes? Yes. After choosing your first class, you may proceed to the next tier if you meet the requirements. Yes, requirements. Life isn't free, you need to earn it. Alright, so we have Lightning Mage and Lightning Apostle. One seems religious and the other a broad category for a lightning user. Jack had played RPGs before. Different classes always had their benefits, but it also had more requirements and difficulties that came with it. Let's go with the safe choice for now. We can come back to the other class later. Confirm your choice. Do you wish to pick Lightning Mage? Jack clicked yes without a moment's notice. Congratulations, you are now a Lightning Mage. Skill trees unlocked. Let's see what it shows. Wait, 2 skill trees? Yes, you have your Lightning Mage skill tree and utility skill tree. Alright, so I can only see the first skill available. The next ones must only unlock as I obtain more skills. And what's this skill tree above these ones? That would be the next tier. When you reach the requirements, you may advance to the next skill tree. What are the requirements? Information not available. Error. A, worth a shot. Let's see, we have scan in the utility skill tree in Polar Mastery. System, let's get both skills. New skills unlocked. Analyze level 1, the ability to analyze objects. Polar Mastery level 1 increases polearm effectiveness so the skills can level up if it says level 1. Cool. I take it I have to use them to increase their ranks. You are learning. Congratulations. Wow, are you a sassy one? Let's look at the next skills available. Thundershock creates a small burst of lightning from one's palm. Range 1 meters. Damage is determined by magic stat times talent rank. Spear toss, toss your spear with increased velocity. Range is determined by stamina times 0.5 meters. Damage is determined by strength times 2. Utility skill locked. Locked? What do you mean locked? Requires scan rank 5 to unlock. You're just full of surprises, aren't you? Or you assume too much. Class, Lightning Mage rank 1, martial talent rank S blessings, Draven's pendant skills, scan level 1, Polar Mastery level 1, right, let's call this a night. I'll figure the rest out tomorrow. Beautiful shades of orange, red, and yellow shone through the curtains as Jack started to wake up. Jack stretched as he stared at the morning sun before a message appeared in front of his eyes. Reward, 10 EXP 1 stat point 10 skill points penalty, -1 to all stat points. More things to do for my daily quest now. Jack got out of bed and put on his trousers, boots, and a simple tunic. The only ones up at this hour were servants, guards, and the few early risers. Jack made his way from his room on the 4th floor to the training grounds behind the Kaiser mansion. A few servants and guards were out and about in the hallways and bowed deeply as Jack walked by. With each person he passed, Jack bowed back to them and smiled at them. At the training grounds, one man was already training. It was Adrian, the guard captain for the Kaiser estate. Young master, what brings you here so early? I was hoping you'd have a polearm I could practice with. Polearm, interesting. I'd assume you'd take up the sword like your father and sister Octavia. I had a dream last night. It called to me. The dream was so strong and lucid it felt like I was holding a weapon all night last night. There are a lot of options for polearms. We have 2 in stock currently, the spear. A well-rounded choice to start with, or we have the halberd. Something a bit more nasty, given your situation. A spear will do just fine. I just wish to train and get my body stronger. It's a good place to start. Do you need instructions? My lord, no, that won't be necessary. I'll have it figured out in no time. Jack still had no clue why he had this system or who gave it to him. However, his instincts told him that following this system could help him get stronger. Jack started his exercises by stabbing a training dummy with the spear. His technique was a little sloppy, but he did his best to complete the task. He followed by doing his push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and squats. The exercises was slightly easier than the previous day, but still. Sweat began to bead on Jack's forehead. A knock came at Jack's door. "Jack, we need to discuss yesterday." "Where will we go from here?" Alaric asked. He waited a few seconds and knocked again, still no answer. Right before he was about to enter the room, a servant spoke up. "Master, young Lord Jack is in the training grounds this morning. Already? I hope he's not pushing himself too hard." Alaric pondered. Adrian looked at Jack in confusion. The exercises they normally did consisted of sparring with training weapons, weighted runs, or harvesting mana. Alaric approached quietly, not to disturb anyone's training. "How is my son doing, Adrian?" Adrian and every other guard present immediately dropped to one knee. "My grace, young Master Jack is doing well. I just didn't expect to see him so soon or with his choice of weapon." "Yes, it is quite peculiar. Did he give a reason why he chose that weapon? I trust you're teaching him." "He said it came to him in a dream and that he didn't need my help. He just needed to train. He's fine with the basic exercises he's doing to strengthen his body, but he is having a hard time using the spear effectively." Adrian explained. "I see my son is quite unique. It's a shame he doesn't want to wield a sword. I could have trained him." "And his mana training? I have yet to see him harvest any mana." By this point, Jack had noticed his father and Adrian talking. With the increase in his stats, the daily routine became easier with the exception of the new spear-related challenges. "System, what does my analyze allow me to see?" "Anything, just try it." Alaric Kaiser level 84, affinity dark, description patriarch of the Kaiser family. Holy cow, level 84, and he has a triple affinity. It seems my father is crazy strong. Analyze has leveled up. The Kaiser family controls 1/3 of this nation. If he were weak, your family wouldn't have as much influence. Jack focused back on his training and for the next hour tried to finish up his quest when he attempted his last challenge. He tried to spin the spear and would get it a few times in a row before dropping the spear. Jack felt a little embarrassed by his lack of skill. "Don't worry, just keep practicing and one day you'll learn how to hold a spear." "Yeah, I know, I'm just trying to get this done." After 30 more minutes, Jack completed his last challenge. Reward 10 EXP 1 stat point 10 skill points class, Lightning Mage rank 1 martial talent rank, S blessings, Draven's pendant skills. Scan level 2, Polar Mastery level 1, 35%. "My son, I didn't expect to see you out here so early in the morning. If I'm going to succeed in life, I can't sit still and wait for something to happen to me." Wise words, but we have important matters to discuss. And where do you want to start? Let's start with the most important one. You're going to inherit my position one day. So it's important to find people you can trust. For that to happen, you must be strong and wise. I do not doubt that you will make an excellent leader. But you need to grow stronger so you can have people who will watch your back no matter what. Furthermore, I've noticed that you're physically training yourself, which is good, but you need to accept mana into your body. Without it, you'll have a hard time getting by in this world. Yes, figuring out mana was my next objective to do. I can help you do that much, but you are also an heir to the people here. You need to learn how to start and run a business, help those in need and conquer a dungeon. And how long are you giving me? A month. Someone tried to kill you. You need to be able to defend yourself from anything. Your mother can help you with a business, and Annabelle can give you direction on helping someone on our territory. Finish those 2 tasks while you train every day. Once you get to that point, we'll talk about dungeons. Of course, father. I promise not to disappoint you. I'll even start a successful business that will make you proud of me. I have high hopes for you, Jack. You have almost as much raw potential as I did. After Jack completed his training, he decided to take a bath to clean himself. Living in a new world without technology advancements made it difficult to bathe. Jack didn't have water magic to fill a tub, or fire magic to heat the water. Anytime he wanted to clean himself, he would have to find a couple of servants to help him. On his way to ask some servants to help him, Jack ran into his sister Octavia. Octavia was a tall woman with milky white skin. She kept her silky white hair in a crown braid. "Hello, sister. I hope your day is going well." "Much better now, little Jack," She clenched his arm and wrapped it around his left bicep. I know father wants you to run around and do a bunch of nice things, but we need to talk first. Can this wait? I really would like to bathe now. Octavia turned her head and nodded to her handmaid. Belle will make sure you get a bath, but we need to go over affinities. They made their way to Jack's room, and Octavia took a seat on a fine red burgundy chair. How much do you know about the world and the elements? I know there are 4 human nations and a couple of other nations, but I don't know too much about affinities, Jack said as he put his hand to his chin. For someone who loves to read, I'm surprised you don't know this already. Father must have assumed you already knew this, Octavia said as she rubbed her forehead in distress. Jack sat down on his bed in a cross-legged position as he stared at his big sister for the valuable lesson to come. There are 4 common elements: earth, fire, water, and wind magic. Then there are 2 advanced elements, dark and light magic. Then there is the strongest element, lightning. So I have the strongest affinity. That's awesome. It's a blessing and a curse, Octavia said grimly. Lightning is the most feared and respected element there is. If not for lightning users, Draconia would have been destroyed a long time ago. Lightning affinity is so rare because only a select few mages are ever born with the affinity that can fend off dragons. Octavia explained. Lightning magic is a dragon's weakness. When Draconia hears you've awakened as a lightning user with a high-grade magic talent, it either request your help or take you against your will for their war. Oh, that would be bad. Yes, very bad, little brother, Octavia said as she chuckled at Jack's response. Commoners and low-grade magic talents normally have fire or water magic affinity. Octavia explained, earth users are a little more rare simply because orcs normally are born with at least an earth affinity. It makes them formidable. They already have enhanced strength and enhanced speed, and the ability to storm castles, take down bridges, and destroy cities at will makes them dangerous, Octavia said as she clenched her fist. Jack noticed the quiet anger from his sister, but he sat there patiently and waited for her to continue. Fire is the rarest element among the 4 basic ones, because dragons and wyverns are mostly born with this affinity rather than humans. There are always exceptions to the rule, but for the most part it stands. Water is the gift of life. Without it, we would die. Having someone who can control water magic is a must, especially if you're going down in a dungeon for a long time. Wind magic is a universal element. Elves and humans alike are most likely to have this element. The ability to run faster, to jump across lakes, and glide through the air. A universal but very versatile element. Octavia paused to take a sip of tea that another handmaid had prepared during her lecture. Now light magic and dark magic are a lot rarer. Light magic is used to repel demons, heal wounds, and purify items. Dark magic relies on manipulating your enemy's deepest fears, curses, and necromancy. Lightning is the most feared because of the ability to be a dragon slayer. It has more versatile uses like teleporting over great distances and being the most destructive, Octavia said with a bright smile. Some magic is from the creation of 2 or more elements, and other magic branches off from the standard 7 affinities like ice, necromancy, and lava magic. Octavia took another sip of her tea. I understand, big sister, Jack said with a big smile as he bowed his head. You're cute and all, Jack, but you don't need to bow to everyone. You're the heir to the Kaiser family. You sit at the pinnacle of nobility with the exception of royalty, Octavia said with a slight grin. It looks like your bath is ready now. Go enjoy yourself. Octavia started to walk to the door and stopped and turned her head with her hand on the door. Just promise me you'll be careful, Jack. No one wants to lose you again. I promise, big sis, I won't fall a second time. Over the next week, Jack spent time with his mother, Lady Genevieve, to learn how to make his own money. Jack realized how awesome his mother was when it came to business. The Kaiser family controls a large number of dungeons, mines, and ports in Elysium, leading to a large gross of profits thanks to his mother. Despite all the information, Jack was surprised by the lack of items people had. Is everything okay, master? A servant asked. Yes, Serafina. I'm just thinking about a way to make some good money. Serafina was Jack's personal maid. She was blessed with water and fire magic at birth, but only having a D-rank talents in both magic and martial arts left her with little options for work. Let's go to the storehouse. Mother gave me a key and told me to figure out what I wanted to try. After a short walk, Jack arrived at the storehouse and looked through the materials there. With each passing item Jack passed, he used Analyze to see each item in the storehouse. After analyzing every item, Jack had leveled his analyze to rank 3. Serafina, tell me, if you were at home or in a dungeon, how do you fight a fire for warmth? You would need a fire mage master. That's when it hit him. Jack was going to create matches. It wasn't grand. It wasn't spectacular, but it was efficient when Jack was stuck in his dead-end job as airport security. He spent his time reading and watching videos on how it's made. He saw everything he needed to make them. Volcanic ash contained saltpeter and sulfur. Fire crystal dust was the same thing as red phosphorus. Tree sap was everywhere around them. Charcoal powder was discarded from workshops who had no use for them. Serafina, I'm going to make something that will change life. Everyone will want it and it will be cheap to make. I need you to get a list to my mother of things I need. We'll start production in 2 days. An hour after Jack was finished with his list, he decided to take a look at the city he was in. Word of Jack's recovery had spread like wildfire. The Kaisers, being the only family in Sorn to have white hair, made Jack stick out like a sore thumb. Jack and Serafina took a horse-drawn carriage around the city so Jack could familiarize with the city. After a couple of hours, Jack realized that some areas of the city were not that great. The horse-drawn carriage stopped. Jack stepped out of the carriage and observed the buildings. The whole street looked like abandoned houses. This must be the closest thing to the slums. On the surface, you could see traces of repairs done. A trained eye could tell these were rushed jobs that didn't look so good, and with Jack's analyze skill, it was like he had a trained eye now. Serafina, why is everything so shabby? This is the slums of Sorn. People lost their jobs because of a new way to make certain health care products. So slowly over the years it's gotten worse, Serafina said softly. Jack looked down an alley and saw a man who looked like the light in his eyes were gone. What do you want? The bum said, tell me. Why are you on the street? Because of Phalanx Solutions. They took thousands of jobs from hard-working people like me in all the neighboring cities. We were making 2 copper coins a day with no days off. So tell me, if I could help you get back on your feet, would you work for me? You must be some spoiled rich brat. Think you just hand out a job and fix everything. Jack smiled at the man. I've been asleep for 10 years. I just woke up and I want to help. What help can you do? The Kaisers don't help anyone. They just line their own pockets. My name is Jack Kaiser. I may not know your pain, sir, but I will help you. Here are 10 copper coins. Now I'll pay you to work for me. 8 hours of work for 5 days a week. I'll pay you 6 coppers a day. Why would you be so generous? Because my family might not help you, but I will. I will take care of you and anyone like you. Serafina here will give you all the details. You can start tomorrow. Tears welled up on his face as he began to cry and prostrated himself. You don't have to thank me. I will help this whole block. I'll need more hands as well. Anyone who was affected by Phalanx Solutions, you bring them to me. I'll help them. It's not a difficult job, and you will be compensated for your time. The bum stared at Jack as he walked away. Jack had learned how money worked in this world. To get a nice meal for an average person costs 2 copper coins. To get a basic meal to get by cost 1 copper coin. 1 gold coin is equal to 1,000 silver coins. 1 silver coin is equal to 1,000 copper coins. Help a citizen in need. Reward, 10 reputation points. Congratulations, you have helped your first citizen. Continue to help your citizens and you will both grow. What are reputation points used for? Reputation store is locked. The reputation store will be unlocked when you gather 100 reputation points. Jack Kaiser, level 2, 50 over 200 class, lightning mage, rank 1 reputation points. 10 martial talent, rank S blessings. Draven's pendant skills, scan level 3, 22%. Polar mastery level 2, 5%. Quest 1, learn who tried to kill you. Reward, quest 2, conquer a dungeon floor. Reward 500 EXP, 2 reputation points. The next day production had started. The bum had brought 3 others to come with him. As a show of good faith, I will pay you for the week today at the end of your shift. Cheers erupted from the struggling men. Suddenly, the doors to the workshop that Lady Genevieve had arranged for Jack to work out of opened. Jack, what plans do you have that you'll want me to see? Yes, I have 2 items here I want to show you. First, answer a question. If you were to go into a dungeon with only martial artists, how would you produce heat for survival? Well, it would have to be a dungeon littered with fire creatures to survive. Wrong. I present to you a way for anyone to have access to fire as long as they have wood or something flammable. This is a match and a matchbox. This rough surface here contains ground glass and fire crystal dust. When you drag the match head across it, the friction creates heat that ignites the fire crystals, which then lights the chemicals in the match head. Let's go outside. I'll show you in the next moment. Lady Genevieve, Serafina, and Jack stepped outside with a quick strike. Jack lit the match and threw the match on the pile of wood that was placed outside. After a few seconds, the wood lit on fire, and Jack had made his first fire. Congratulations, you have created a fire. Welcome to the world, caveman. Jack chuckled at the news. Jack, this is astounding. I didn't think you would ever come up with anything like this. Yes, now we need to get this to someone to market it. Being able to have this in your home or in a dungeon or on a long journey is remarkable. Jack, how did you make this? It's quite simple, really. We have all the materials here for it. The process is quite straightforward. Mother, we need two main components, the matches themselves and the striking surface. For the matches, we take thin wooden sticks and create a special paste for the tips. Paste contains fire salt crystals, volcanic ash, charcoal powder, tree sap, and water to bind it all together. We dip each stick into this mixture and let them dry. Jack's eyes began to light up as he told his mother how he came up with this idea. For the striking surface on the box, we mix fire crystal dust, sand, glass, tree sap, and ash from the workshops. We coat one side of the box with this mixture. The genius is in keeping the ingredients separated. The match head has the fuel, and the box has the ignition source. When you strike them together, the fire crystal reheats, creating an instant flame. The materials are all readily available. We have the mines for the fire crystals and volcanic materials. Workshops provide ash and charcoal, and tree sap is everywhere. The most expensive part is the labor to make them, which is why I hired those men. One small box of matches could last a family weeks, or could last a dungeon party 1 or 2 dungeon excursions, depending on their situation. We can produce hundreds of boxes a day with just 4 workers. Jack had a big sense of pride with this accomplishment. Reputation points gained, plus 5 reputation points. Jack smiled wide with a grin. A full week had passed since his ritual was complete. He diligently completed his daily quest, while his workers continued to make boxes of matches. Jack Kaiser, level 2, 80/200 class, lightning mage, rank 1 reputation points, 15 martial talent, rank S blessings, Draven's pendant skills, scan level 4, 12%, polearm mastery level 2, 95%, quest 1, learn who tried to kill you. Reward, quest 2, conquer a dungeon floor. Reward 500 EXP, 2 reputation points. Note, stats will no longer increase until you level up or use stat points, so this feels great. A week ago, Jack was a frail 16-year-old boy. Now his body felt more like he did when he was before he died. His muscles were bigger, his body felt stronger, and he felt more agile. System, let's purchase the next 2 skills. That will cost you 20 skill points. Do you wish to continue? Jack clicked yes right away, excited by the development of new skills. Congratulations, you have obtained Thundershock level 1 and Spear Toss level 1. Thundershock creates a small burst of lightning from one's palm, range 1 meters. Damage is determined by magic stat times talent rank. Spear Toss, toss your spear with increased velocity. Range is determined by stamina times 0.5 meters. Damage is determined by strength times 2. Alright, let's see what else I can get. What do you mean no? Do you think this is a video game? Get used to your skills first. What, your system? Aren't you supposed to help me? I am. You will thank me later. Great, let's not die anytime soon. Jack jumped out of his seat, startled because of the conversation he was having with the system. I found a trader who wants to take your invention to the open market. He travels between the 4 human kingdoms. Jack smiled at the news excitedly. That's exciting news. How much does he plan on selling it for, and what's his cut? Lady Genevieve was caught off guard by her son's astute observation. Well, he knows quite a few guilds and aristocracy that would eat this up. We're going to pay him 10 silvers for selling them to everyone. I believe we could sell them for a single gold piece. No, mother. That seems quite pricey. The whole point is to get people used to it. Make them think that this is an invention they will always need. A silver should suffice. Jack, are you sure you want to charge so little? Yes. Mother, I'm sure. Let's say we sell the couple 100 boxes a day we make every day. In a month I could make 10 gold coins. It's not glamorous. But my idea is to get my name out there. We'll mark each box with a design that will lead to me. I think after a month or 2 word will get out and the demand will be high. Don't worry, mother. This is just the first item we'll sell. Once the demand gets high enough, we'll open a shop and sell it with other things. People will travel great distances to get what we have. By the end of year, I won't be making 10 gold coins a month. I see you have set high goals for yourself, Jack. That's good. Don't settle for anything. Jack's heart swelled with pride from the praise by his mother. Your father has important news to share with you today. You can find him on the training ground. Jack bowed to show his respect and was on his way to the training ground. Jack walked calmly to the training grounds. When he arrived, you could hear swords clashing. Jack saw a practice duel happening between Adrian and a soldier. Jack's body tensed. With each strike, Jack could tell Adrian was moving faster. Sharp clang of steel rang out as Adrian parried. With quick, precise movements, Adrian swung his greatsword down with two hands. He broke the soldier's sword in half and destroyed the ground beneath his feet, causing him to collapse. System, what was that? Cleave, a basic martial skill that is dependent on one's strength. Can I learn things like that? Not quite. That's a skill for a greatsword. With lightning affinity, it's best if you use polearms. You can learn martial skills, along with magical skills. What is Adrian doing now? Adrian is breathing and focusing. He's tapping mana into his body to replace his mana he used. Is that something I have to learn? No, once you learn the mana recovery skill, your mana will automatically regenerate. Why have you never said anything about this? Jack smacked himself in his face. Oh, you're going to be the death of me. Alaric spotted Jack watching the match and signaled him to come over. Jack walked over to his father, and before he could say anything, Alaric looked at him intensely. Jack, it's time you explore your first dungeon. Adrian tells me you've grown quite stronger in a short time. I'd say it's because of your martial talent. Jack stayed silent, not knowing if he should reveal his system to his father and family. By Kaiser traditions, when you turn 12 you are to attempt a basic dungeon and conquer as many dungeon floors as possible. You missed out on this, so now that you've had some time to grow accustomed to things, it's time. Alaric said with a stern look. He placed his hand on his shoulders and cleared his throat. Adrian will take you there and watch you. He will not help you, you will be on your own. You may stop exploring the dungeon when you feel comfortable. Young master, Adrian interrupted. I have some things for you before we set out on our journey. Drain handed him what looked like a large V-shaped quiver, some basic armor, and a long case. Armor for the dungeon, a quiver for javelins since you like the spear, and a weapon your father has for you. You can open the case when we get to the dungeon. Adrian and Jack made their way beneath the Kaiser mansion. Do we have some type of dungeons underneath the mansion? Adrian chuckled. Yes, we do, young master, but we have a teleportation crystal here as well. The beauty of this crystal is that we can teleport to any dungeon your father has claimed. And what dungeon are we going to? Predator's Hollow, but there are some things you should be aware of. But I won't tell you, you need to figure it out on your own. After walking down a set of spiraling stairs for 10 minutes, they reached a large, ornate door with intricate patterns on the door. Drain tapped the door and the door slowly opened. This is it. This is my first dungeon. The door opened fully and inside was a large blue crystal. It was the size of a 2-story house. Adrian and Jack placed their hands on the crystal, and when Jack blinked, he was no longer by the crystal. The air smelt damp and made Jack uncomfortable. Jack scanned his surroundings and realized he had been transported to the dungeon. Predator's Hollow, huh? The ground was core stone that lined all the walls. Wet, trampled grass could be seen everywhere. System, can you give me an update on this dungeon? Consists of 3 floors. To advance to the next floor, you must beat the floor boss. Yes, all dungeons have floor bosses. You need to beat the floor boss if you want to continue with your journey. Okay, so I need to beat the floor boss to progress further. Okay, that's simple enough. The dungeon consists of dire wolves. Base monsters on this floor are of the pest rank. Yes, monsters are classified into ranks. There are 10 ranks. The classification goes from pest, wretch, vile, terror, dread, nightmare, disaster, sovereign, emperor, and finally tyrant rank. So 10 ranks, and they're all going to be pest ranks on this floor. This floor should provide a good training practice for your first adventure. Suddenly, a large howl broke Jack's thought as he was discussing with the system. That would be the floor boss, young master. It has sensed we're here. If you don't move quickly, you'll get overrun. The sound of wet grass being trampled could be heard from every direction at once. Without waiting another second, Jack opened the case and grabbed the spear. He didn't have time to analyze it or admire how nice it was. What the hell? Jack's body shivered as he saw 2 creatures approaching him. They had white fur and growling as they approached, foam dripping out their mouth. The 2 creatures were about 1.5 meters tall. Jack didn't need another moment to know this was life and death. Dire wolves. Jack moved to the right so see how they would react. Jack was startled with how fast he was moving. The 2 wolves charged straight ahead. One wolf jumped off the other's back and opened its large mouth open, charging directly at Jack. System, how do I activate my skills? Jack said in a panic. You only need to think it and the rest will happen. Jack's hand began to sweat as the dire wolves got closer. It's now or never, no turning back now. Grora, the wolf growled. Jack raised his spear above his shoulder and threw it as hard as he could. He was shocked as a cry echoed through the room. Shriek echoed the room as the spear went directly into the dire wolf's mouth and forced it back into the wall. Without realizing it, Jack had just hung his first dire wolf to the wall. As he threw the spear, the other wolf rushed to his blind side. Jack was startled by the wolf impaled on the spear and momentarily forgot about the wolf. He fell onto the ground because the dire wolf forced him to the ground, lunged forward his neck. Jack instinctively reached out and grabbed his jaws. It was drooling excessively as it fought to kill Jack. Use Thundershock, Jack. Right, Jack, just think and it will happen. Jack thought about Thundershock, and in the next second his hands began to light up a light purple color. Congratulations, you have slain 2 dire wolves. Congratulations on slaying your first pest. Class, Lightning Mage has reached level 3, 0/500. Jack threw what was left of the wolf off of him. That's quite a powerful spell, Jack. Adrain shouted. Yeah, it really was. System, what happened? You casted Thunderbolt with both hands simultaneously. Wait, I can do that? Yes, it just costs double the amount of mana. Thundershock is a strong spell in its own right. Having a rank S talent makes the damage output high. Okay, explain this to me. How do you calculate damage based off of a talent? If this was a video game, that would not make any sense. Analyze the wolf, Jack. I'll explain. Damage is determined by magic stat times talent rank. Your magic stat is at 20. Your talent rank is rank S. Ranks correspond to 1 per rank. Wait, if I'm rank S, that means it's a 7. So that spell does 140 damage. Yes, Jack. You cast Thundershock twice, so you did 280 damage. Jack wiped the sweat from his head and looked at the dire wolf on the ground. Its jaws were completely blown off. Damn, its mouth is completely gone. Adrian stepped forward and landed Jack on the back. Not bad, it shouldn't be too hard for you to clear this floor. Adrian, is this some kind of test? I feel like a 12-year-old would have a hard time. Yes, young master, this is a test, but it's harder than the normal test, Jack. Someone tried to kill you. If you don't learn to fight back and think for yourself, you won't live long enough to ask why. You have amazing raw potential and power. But everyone your age would mop the floor with you. Adrain said as he patted Jack's shoulders. Yes, I got it. Let's get my spear out of the wall now. Adrian pulled the spear out of the wall and handed it to him. Here you go, Jack. You know your father had this made just for you. He had this made specially for me. Yes, he was quite excited about it. Jack mentally used his analysis so Adrian didn't suspect anything. Spear of Beginnings buffs. +10 strength, +5 endurance weapon ranks. Guess I shouldn't be surprised, but hey, there's a nice bonus on this weapon. What ranks do weapons go from? Great question, Jack. They ranged from common, rare, unique, legendary, mythical, and unknown. Unknown. That's a rank name. Information unavailable. Why is there so much information unavailable? Yeah, I'm done asking that question for a while. Wait, why am I only level 2 still? Dungeon-related EXP only applies to class rank. That's very interesting. Well, let's keep venturing. Maybe we can get my class rank in the double digits before anything bad happens. Jack decided to walk around a bit and look for more clues. After walking around for a bit, after 30 minutes of walking around, Jack's nerves were on edge. The hair on Jack's arm began to stand on his arm. Clearly, being in the dungeon was taking a toll on him. Jack had his feet steady and planted ready for a fight. He reached for the javelins Adrian gave him earlier. Jack heard snarling. Jack sprinted to the corner and saw 3 dire wolves fighting over a piece of meat. Jack jumped backwards, launching the first javelin into the air, piercing one of the dire wolves and pinning it to the ground. 2 more dire wolves rushed him, and without hesitation, Jack launched 2 more javelins. The first pierced the dire wolf's neck, causing it to fall down mid-jump. The second javelin stabbed the next dire wolf through the heart. Jack slowly made his way and picked his javelins up from the dead dire wolves. He used his elbow to clean the blood from his weapons. He took his spear and stabbed the pinned wolf in the side of the neck. This process continued for 3 hours until Jack had leveled his class to rank 5. Congratulations, you have slain 32 dire wolves in total. Congratulations, you have slain all monsters on the floor. Congratulations, class. Lightning Mage has reached level 50/2000. Lightning Mage skill has reached the first milestone. Plus 5% damage to all Lightning Mage skills. Alright, so just the floor boss left. Can I learn any new skills yet? Yes, you have reached rank 5 in the lightning mage class. Lightning steps, dash in any direction by 1 meter. Lightning embrace, adds lightning to the tip of your spear. Damage is determined by magic stat times. 5. Would you like to spend 20 skill points to obtain these skills? New skills acquired. Jack Kaiser, level 2, 80/200 class, lightning mage rank 5 reputation points. 15 martial talent rank, S blessings, Draven's pendant skills, scan level 4, 96%, polar mastery level 4, 95%, thundershock level 1, 10%, spear toss level 3. 47%, lightning steps level 1, lightning's embrace level 1, quest 1 learn who tried to kill you. Reward, quest 2 conquer a dungeon floor. Reward 500 EXP. 2 reputation points. Note you have 43/300 mana points left. Why is it so low? Each spear toss costs 7 mana and thundershock costs 20 mana per cast. Alright, so we'll have to be careful when fighting this field boss. What does everything cost mana-wise? Thundershock 20 mana. Spear toss 7 mana. Lightning steps 3 mana. Lightning's embrace 10 mana. Awoo. A large howl broke through Jack's train of thought. Jack gripped his spear tightly. The howling was louder this time. That must be the field boss. System, let's go introduce ourselves. Jack had his feet planted in the wet grass, ready for the next fight that would test his strength. Each footsteps that echoed the hall made Jack's heart skip a beat. He was tense, nervous, but also excited. He found a large patch of grass that he could hide in while he waited for his prey. Jack started scanning everything in the dungeon to see if there was anything useful around. Dire wolf, bigger than anything Jack had seen before, stepped forward, crushing the dead bodies of the dead wolves. A 3-meter-tall dire wolf stepped into the little light that shone through the ceiling. It was burgundy red and had a large, sharp spiral horn on its head. You have encountered an elite pest. Fire wolf, level 10, it's going to get hot in here. Allocate all free stat points into strength. 8 stat points added into strength. Strength is now at 28. Jack decided that his best chance at survival was allocating all stat points into strength. When looking at his skills, he realized that spear toss damage calculation had been upgraded. Instead of it being strength times 2, it was now strength times 2.5. That meant if he could land 6 spear tosses at the fire wolf, he could amass 570 damage. With the 5% increase he just earned, it would go up to 599 total points of damage. Thundershock was too risky of a plan if he couldn't get close enough. Jack's grip on his spear tightened as his palm got sweaty. When the fire wolf turned its back, Jack launched a javelin directly into its back left ankle. The fire wolf growled as it scrapped its claws against the stone floor. You made it angry, congratulations. At that moment, the fire wolf roared, causing 5 mini fireballs to orbit its horn. The fire wolf charged at Jack and swung its right claw at Jack's torso. Jack ducked, but at this moment the fireballs began shooting smaller fireballs at a steady pace. The huge fire wolf was furious at being harmed, but the javelin didn't slow it down at all. What a terrifying monster. Lightning steps. Lightning's embrace. Jack teleported underneath the beast and managed to hit the large beast twice. Jack smiled as he realized he might have a chance to take the beast. A few hours ago I wasn't sure if I could kill a monster. Now here I am risking my life to prove myself. The moment was short-lived as the beast turned around and the speed of the fireballs increased. Fireball grazed Jack's arm. Jack backed off and continued to run around the dungeon looking for an opening. The fire wolf charged recklessly after Jack, running into walls and causing debris to fall from the ceiling. In that instant, Jack dove out of the way to avoid a falling pillar. 3 falling pillars fell from the ceiling, but the beast was so concerned with Jack it didn't see the debris. One after another the pillars fell. Each pillar struck the beast from head to tail. One pillar that fell caused the beast's horn to crack. Prepare yourself, Jack. What do you mean prepare yourself? A large howl came from the beast. Fire erupted from its horn. Fireballs began to shooting sporadically as the beast turned a darker red. It clenched its jaw together and was visibly angry. Fire wolf has entered an enraged state. All stats plus 50%. Defense has increased. Oh, you got to be kidding me. System, why don't you tell me these things? Jack hurled a spear and it stuck directly into the beast's chest. You never asked, Jack. From now on, tell me important things like this before it's life-threatening. Jack's forehead and palms were getting sweaty. His boots were covered in water with all the running he was doing, making it easier to slide and lose your balance. This beast is just flailing around with no sense. Jack decided to take advantage of the situation. He grabbed 2 javelins and threw them quickly. The wolf was moving faster now. Jack aimed at its chest, where there was more of a target to aim for. But one of the javelins missed the intended area. Damn it, I'm almost out of mana. The fire wolf locked eyes with Jack, scraping its claws against the stone. In that moment, it charged, trying to hit him with his massive paws. In a desperate attempt, Jack charged directly at it, getting ready to throw another javelin. He lost his footing and slid toward the beast. Just as the beast was about to pin Jack, he used lightning steps to get onto the beast's arms and then again and landed on top of the beast. Jack grabbed its horn so he wouldn't be fall off. Surprisingly, no fireballs were being hurled at Jack. Jack gripped his spear harder than before and lunged his spear repeatedly into its head. Blood spattered over Jack's armor and face. The horn broke and Jack lost his balance, falling off the beast. The beast fell to the ground. Congratulations, you have slain an elite pest. Congratulations on slaying your first enraged monster. Congratulations on slaying your first elite pest. Conquer a dungeon floor. Complete. Reward 2 reputation points. You have leveled up. You are now level 3. 300 over 400. Reward. 5 stat points. Congratulations, class. Lightning Mage has reached level 6. 0 over 10,000. Why is the EXP gap so high after level 5? Class ranks caps at rank 10. More benefits come with increased rank, so re-difficulty to level up spikes in return. Well done, Jack, you managed to complete the dungeon floor on your first try. Your father will never proud. Let's return, I need to relax. The Kaiser family loves Jack, but they have high standards on what they expect. Yes, let's go, young master. System status update. Jack Kaiser, level 3, 380 over 400 class, Lightning Mage rank 6 reputation points. 17 martial talent rank, S blessings, Draven's pendant skills, Scan level 5, Polar Mastery level 5, 44%, Thundershock level 1, 10%, Spear Toss level 4, Lightning Steps level 1. 10%, Lightning's Embrace level 1, that was a fun day. Now to clean all the blood off of me. Jack washed his face off and took a bath to relax. Jack realized that after relaxing and getting cleaned up that it wasn't past dinner yet. Time moved different in a dungeon. Jack, would you to see the rewards from clearing the dungeon? What do you mean rewards? I already got my rewards from beating the first floor. You have beast cores that were collected from the dungeon along with the fire wolf's horn. Beast cores, what is that? Beast cores are items located inside beasts. Beast cores help raise your overall stats, level, skill level, and class level. Jack rubbed his eyes and blinked to make sure the information in front of him was true. Wait, I can rise my stats and my skills level. This is broken. What next? You have maps for dungeons. Yes, I have maps for dungeons for free. I won't even charge you. Of course you do. Why am I not surprised? The days passed and the young master's invention spread like wildfire through Sorn. Everyone wanted to try using matches, especially the citizens of Sorn. Jack had a nice idea for the citizens of Sorn. Seraphina, take some servants and I want you to deliver a pack of matches to every citizen of Sorn for free. Young master, are you sure? Yes. The people of this city will thrive because of me. I will make it my mission to improve their lives. It will be done, young master, Seraphina said with a smile as she curtsied as the days passed. Everyone was talking about matches and how useful they were. Servants and citizens alike were astounded. Orphanages could start fires easily and stay warm, not needing a fire mage every time something needed to be lit was a helpful tool. That's when a system notice appeared in front of Jack's face. Your matches are being recognized by the people of Draconia. Your matches are being recognized by the people of Sanctorium. Your matches are being recognized by the people of Cordelia. Reward: 100 reputation points. Isn't that a nice surprise? Wait, all I did was introduce matches. Reputation store unlocked. Certain sections of the reputation store are locked until your reputation reaches a certain influence. Jack immediately opened the store and saw what was inside. Thousands of different options appeared before him. Some were inventions like soap and cologne from Earth. Others were for weapons and armor for himself. Sage weapons, statues, the list just went on and on. Jack swallowed hard. The information before him was overwhelming. This is crazy. I could create an empire with all these inventions and weapons. System: how much points do some of these inventions cost? They range from 5 reputation points to 5,000 reputation points. Well, let's start with some basic things. I need to make some serious cash if I want to be able to things. Also, if I get reputation points by influencing this world, these blueprints could help. Do you wish to spend 80 reputation points? Purchase successful, please enjoy. System. Let's go over new skills. Listing utility skill available. Mana regeneration, recovers 5 mana points per minute. Passive, HP regeneration, recovers 5 HP points per minute. Passive. Listing lighting mage skills. Lighting shock, shoots a lighting strike from your spear. Damage is determined by magic stat times 1 point. 5 thunder clap, clap your hands to create a loud bang. Sends an AoE field of lightning at enemies. Damage is determined by magic stat times 2. Range is 3 meters. Thunder stomp, stomp your foot to send thunder through the ground towards an enemy. Releases a large thunderbolt that shocks enemy. Damage is determined by magic stat times 4. Oh wow, that's a lot. How much does each one cost? 15 skill points per skill with the exception of thunder stomp. That would be 35 skill points. Let's get mana regeneration, HP regeneration, and lighting shock. Confirm use of 45 skill points. New skills acquired. Lightning shock level 1, mana regeneration level 1, and HP regeneration level 1. So I automatically collect beast cores. Yes, most people would normally have to carve the cores out of the beasts. But as long as you kill the beast, you will automatically obtain the beast cores. You have 32 pest rank cores and 1 enraged pest core. To level 1 skill from 1 to 10 will cost 30 pest cores. Sweet, take my cores. Let's max out mana regeneration. Consuming 30 pest cores. Mana regeneration, recovers 30 mana points per minute. Passive. Is there a way to increase that amount? Yes, certain items or weapons will have increased percentage. You will have added benefits on items or weapons of the unique rank of higher. That's good to know. I juice getting better equipment should be my next objective after I start making some new items. That would be wise. After a few more days, Jack sniffed and smelled a lovely beef smell. He made his way to the separate house where they made lunch. Serafina and other handmaids and butlers waved to greet him. Young master, here is your lunch, beef stew. Serafina said, MHMMM, it smells so good. After eating a few bites, Jack realized that he had been so busy since he woke up he didn't have any time to enjoy the finer things in life. In this case, food, but the issue with this was they lacked ingredients to season food. Despite this, they must have had a talented chef to produce something this good with low-quality ingredients. Young master, Serafina said with a shy smile, everyone in Sorn is raving about the matches you designed and want more. Jack had a big smile on his face. Good, I'm glad people like it. That means people will find it useful. After a while, the handmaids and butlers left, returning to their daily duties. A moment later, Lady Genevieve walked in. There you are, Jack. I heard what you did for the whole city. It can be seen on people's faces. They are enjoying their life. Jack was in the middle of eating and just smiled as he continued to scoop up his beef stew. I have more good news. The traitor I found has returned. Your invention had such good feedback that the other human kingdoms, they want more of them. A lot more. Jack's heart would have smiled if it could. This news was exactly what Jack expected after getting the system update. Well, mother, that's great news. Yes, here are the 2 gold coins you earned. Jack turned the 2 coins between his fingers. For context, handmaids like Serafina earned 1 gold coin per month, which was the standard for high nobility to pay for help. The lower class mostly lived on copper coins, so being able to earn 1 gold coin a month was considered very rich compared to everyone else. A small production earned 2 gold coins for a week's worth. Jack sat there staring into space as he imagined how much he could make if he could ramp up production. Lady Genevieve tapped Jack on the head. Did you also know? Sanctorium offered 50 gold coins for exclusive rights. They want to increase the price by 20 times per box. Jack's ears perked at the information. Then a chuckle followed. Yes, that's good information to have, but if we can get it into circulation in all 4 kingdoms, we could earn 5x the amount of gold they offered in a month. Jack, my darling boy, earning that much gold brings attention. Jack continued to shuffle the coins between his hands before he suddenly stopped. He looked up at his mother with a smile. That won't matter. We will create a company and it will look like you and father created it. The only ones who will know the truth will be the ones who live here. Will all be my money, with a percentage given back to the family for materials and compensation. It won't be tied back to me. This idea wasn't Jack's. The system suggested it shortly after he developed his first invention. Then I think it's best we get more workers and a bigger workshop. That way we can increase production. Jack cut her off abruptly. And help the citizens in the process. Yes, of course, you're starting to sound like your father. After enough time passed, Jack had leveled up from the daily quests. System, let's get strength to 30, vitality to 30, and the rest into magic. Do you wish to use 22 stat points? Jack Kaiser, level 4, 100/800 class, lightning mage rank 6 reputation points, 37 martial talent rank, S blessings, Draven's pendant skills, scan level 5, polar mastery level 5, 44% thundershock level 1. 10% spear toss level 4, lightning steps level 1, lightning's embrace level 1, lightning shock level 1, mana regeneration max, HP regeneration level 1, quest 1 learn who tried to kill you. Reward MHMMM. That question is really bothering me. And will I learn anything about that? Talk to your family. Yeah, I guess. I just assumed they would avoid the question. But they also don't have the answer. Jack paused as he looked at the system again. Wait, my HP went up by a good bit. 15 points per stat point it looks like. Jack was smiling at the small bit of progress he had made so far. Young master, are you all right? Serafina said as she walked over to Jack and noticed a big smile on his face when he handed out matches to the citizens. Hee. I have the next invention that we're going to make. The moment Jack said those words, Serafina had a smile on her face. Unlike most nobles, Jack genuinely wanted to help people, and this brought a smile to Serafina's face. And what would they be, young master? Before I tell you, I need you to do me 2 favors. Of course, young master. I need you to gather some of the red rocks in storage. We have work to do today. And I need you to send someone to take a head count of this city. I want to know exactly how many people live here. Serafina looked puzzled at this request. She could understand Jack wanting to do something, but counting people, she didn't see a purpose in it. After a short second of thinking, Serafina left to go retrieve the red rocks Jack asked for. Serafina returned with the red rocks and asked Jack what it was used for. You'll see by tomorrow. A mineral with a deep red hue can be refined into a substance for everyday use. All right, so I bought the process in the reputation store. Can you explain how I'm supposed to do it? Step 1. Grind the rock into small chunks using a millstone. Step 2. Soak the chunks in clean water to reduce the impurities. Step 3. Skim any impurities that float to the surface. Step 4. Pass the mixture through tight cloth to reduce particles. Step 5. Boil the water until reddish crystals form at the edges. Step 6. Spread the crystallized material under the sun until dried. Step 7. Once dry, grind again to get smaller particles. Proper storage ensures that the material won't reabsorb moisture. This is a lot more work than I thought. But the taste will be worth it. Young master, will this be as good as the matches, even better? I'll eventually let you taste it when it's done. Serafina looked at Jack like he was crazy. All she heard was that Jack was going to let her eat a rock. He inwardly rejoiced. Having been born into a family with their hands in so many honey lots, gave Jack an easy time to experiment. Jack followed the instructions and started grinding the emberstone. After some time, he was ready to boil the water. Serafina, I need you to boil this mixture until red crystals form at the edges. Once completed, he put the crystals out into the sun. Now, Serafina, we let them sit until they dry. We'll check on them later and grind it again. Of course, young master, Serafina said. As the day went on, Jack collected the dry material and grinded it again. Looks like we have enough for 35 bottles of ember salt. Let's bottle this up and we'll try it tomorrow. Congratulations. You have made ember salt, a red crystal salt used to season foods. Congratulations, you're the first person to create ember salt. You're the first person to create salt, plus 50 reputation points. The next day, Jack, Serafina, Octavia, and her handmaid went over to the next town to the premier club. This club was for nobles to come and spend some time together to gossip and catch up, but also to brag about oneself. This was a sophisticated place, meant for anyone ranked baron or higher, businessmen, and anyone else who was wealthy to live out their life. They were in a horse-drawn carriage on their way to the premier club. Jack, why did you want to come to this club? Surely you have better things to do than gossiping and chatting with people. I do, dear sister, but I also have something I want to test on today's lunch. Here, take a small piece and put it on your tongue. Are you sure this is okay? Isn't this from that rock you had yesterday? Octavia watched Jack yesterday from her window, seeing how diligent he was making something from a rock, but didn't understand why. Oh my. Octavia covered her mouth and her cheeks flushed red. What is this? There's a lovely pop and another taste I can't quite figure out. This is called Ember salt. It's made from emberstone. I made it yesterday. It took some time, but it was worth it. The taste that you feel on your tongue is salt. Salt had yet to be produced in this world. Creating salt gave Jack the chance to enjoy food even more. Let's meet with the chef first and have him taste it. I'll leave a bottle with him to use for food. Octavia went to a small house in the club where women gathered. This was a place where rich women, daughters, and handmaids hung out and gossiped. Do you like it? Bill got it for me in Draconia. He had business there and saw a beautiful bracelet. It's made from dragon scales. One woman said as he showed off her manicured nails and bracelet at the same time. Oh my, that's just lovely. I would love one for myself. A pretty woman said next to her as she fanned herself. Even as the women laughed and chatted away about who had what, there was no mistake that they were all just trying to show off. In a different part of the club, Jack had finished talking to the chef after he begged to get some ember salt from him. Whose child is that? A gentleman said. Another man jabbed him in the stomach. Are you stupid? Look at his hair and eyes, he's a Kaiser. A small businessman said. Nonsense, his firstborn heir is in a coma, it couldn't be him. The gentleman said. Boy, who are you here with? Children should not be by themselves in clubs. The gentleman yelled at Jack. Ash scowled. Hello to you, sir. My name is Jack Kaiser, heir to the Kaiser. I'm not here by myself. I'm with my sister Octavia, but she told me it was customary that the men come here while the women gossip. His heart sank. He was just rude to the most powerful family in Elysium besides the king. The businessman walked past and whispered to him, told you so. He cleared his throat and the businessman said, Young Jack, what brings you here to a social club today? Well, I just wanted to see more of this world since I haven't seen enough of the world yet. Just then the door opened. Butlers and handmaids walked through with lunch. In both the men's section and the women's section. Lunch was served. Immediately everyone's nostrils flared as they smelled a fragrant smell of deer. Is that three-horned deer? I've never smelt something so fragrant. Another man said from the corner of the room. You're right, it smells so good. Why is that? Another man asked. In the women's section, the same reactions were happening. Divine, absolutely divine, a viscount said. He took a bite and was silent for a short moment. What spice is this? I must know what the chef did. Jack was smiling from ear to ear. As more and more people began to eat, there was only silence in the room. Every bite was savored and every bite felt like heaven. Remarkable, a merchant said with a full belly and a big smile. Where can I purchase this seasoning? I want my chef to use it. Oh, so you like my new product, do you? Jack said with a grin. How much for the recipe? I'll pay you 20 gold coins, the businessman said. I'll pay 30, the viscount said. I'll pay 50 gold coins, the merchant said. Jack slowly put his utensils down and answered them all. The recipe is not for sale. I have small bottles I'm willing to sell if you host parties and get word of the new product to everyone you know. How much for the small bottle in your hand? The merchant asked. You're a merchant, tell me its value, surely you will see its worth. How long will that bottle last? The merchant asked again. About 3 to 4 weeks, depending on how many parties you're hosting. I'll pay you 3 gold coins for that bottle. 3 gold coins, you say? I don't know, is that all the value it has? 5 gold coins. Final offer? Sure, 5 gold coins it is, Jack said with a grin. Wait, what about me? Everyone started asking for a bottle, and Jack raised his hand. I have enough for everyone. 5 gold coins apiece. Give it 4 weeks and Kaiser Holdings will open. Kaiser Holdings. Viscount asked in confusion. It's a new company my mother is starting, where she'll sell this product among other items that haven't been released in the market yet. So when you run out, come to Sorn to get more. Don't forget about me, Octavia. Jack, Serafina, and Octavia's handmaid had returned to the horse-drawn carriage. Did everything go well? Jack tossed a pouch at her. Fairly well. I made 150 gold coins in a day, Jack. That's a lot of coins for a single day at your age. We're just getting started, big sister. We have to find more people to work and have the factory mother started finished pronto. The ladies were upset they couldn't have gotten more of that ember salt. Did you tell them what I told you to? Yes, anyone will be in Sorn next month. Basic workers made anywhere from 1 to 5 coppers. For a day's work. Specialized laborers could make anywhere from 15 to 500 coppers a day. People who roamed dungeons collecting monster parts and beast cores could make anywhere from 1 silver to 20 gold, depending on how strong the dungeon is, and if you could collect all the parts efficiently. Eventually, Jack learned that 1 gold coin is worth 10 USD. Jack made 1,500 USD for 1 day of work with 2 people. Jack's family owns a dozen different mines and other businesses. They have an abundance of materials, and the only cost is travel and labor. A month's cost would be 3 silver for travel and labor. Per month, that would net Jack 4,500 gold per month. That would be 45,000 USD a month. That would make Jack a top 5% earner in US standards. That was insane to think. After such a short time, Jack could be rich and not have to worry about money. Jack took a deep breath. Jack would be wealthy enough that he could live anywhere in the world if he was on Earth. He could have a life like he does now, only with more technology. System, how do I store all this money? You can store all your money in the system storage, along with any other valuables or monster parts you collect. Wait, really? There's a system storage? That's crazy. Wait, what about everyone else? How do they store things? In this world, they use storage cubes to store things, and an average cube can store up to 10 items and 1 gold. They get pricey as they get bigger. The largest cube can hold 100 items and 1,000 gold coins, but only the top 1% of the richest people had access to those cubes. Is there a limit to how much I can store? Of course there is. If there wasn't, I might as well have cheat codes. You can store up to 1,000 items and 100,000 gold coins. Jack was silent for a minute. Yeah, I must have put a cheat code in when I wasn't looking. Wait. Motherlode. Big Daddy Ike. Jack tried yelling the cheat codes to see what would happen. Would he get millions of gold coins just raining down on him? Would he become a god? Would he get a black cat with a rocket launcher? No such effect happened. Jack was still Jack. A few days later, Sarohina came into Jack's room and woke him up. Jack rubbed his eyes and yawned. I'm afraid I don't understand the question, Master. Seraphina said with a confused look. Is it night time or morning time? It's the morning, Master. I have good news. The factory is finally built. Jack shot up out of bed. This is great news. Why did you wake me up sooner? Jack got half dressed and ran out of the room to go see the new factory. He was slowly putting clothes on as he ran down the halls. But, wait, young master, there's more news. Seraphina said as she shook her head, but Jack was gone and the news would have to wait. Jack made his way to the new factory. When he arrived, he saw the bum he had hired before and all his friends that he told. Only this bum was no longer a bum. He had shaved, got new clothes, and hope had returned to his eyes. You look much better. The bum took his hat off. Young master, thank you again for this opportunity. I can't thank you enough for what you did. You don't need to thank me. I'm paying you for your service. As a thank you, I want to give everyone here a gift. Jack had small boxes with matches and a small bottle or ember salt. This is something I want to give you all. As a thank you, you may take them with you on your way home. I have more things planned, so if you know anyone who needs work, bring them here. You will all be paid the same wage. All right, settle down. I have more things planned. Anyone with fire or magic affinity will be helpful for future plans. They don't have to be strong, just enough to use basic magic. Of course, sir, I do know some people. I can have them here by next week. The bum said, Thank you. Hate to be rude, but I never asked what your name is. I'm not important, young master, but if you must know, my name is Cedric, he said with a smile. I also have one more piece of good news. For anyone who has been struggling before, I will create new housing for you all to live in. It will be better than the slums. It will give me more time to fix the district up. Young master, you do too much for us. Don't be silly. Without you, I have no products to sell. I will transform this city, and anyone who ventures on this journey with me will prosper. Jack said with a big smile before making his way outside. When Jack got outside, his father Alaric was waiting outside for him. Jack, you did well on your first dungeon expedition. You completed it much faster and efficiently than I thought you would. It just goes to show that your talent rank was not wrong. Alaric said with a smile, but you're going to need to get stronger quicker. It seems here's a young noble who has issues with you being engaged to Aurora Sunblade. Jack didn't have an answer or an expression. He was just neutral. Jack, your father doesn't know that you know you're engaged. Oh crap, Jack thought as he realized his blunder. What? When did this happen? Alaric caught off guard by Jack's delayed response. Yes, I made the decision when you were quite young. I was going to tell you after your ceremony. Thanks. So what, you want me to challenge the second floor of that dungeon now? No, Jack, under no circumstances are you to challenge that dungeon at all. You will not survive the second floor. You will have a great advantage on the third floor. But you are not ready for the second. Go see a drain and he can help you pick a new dungeon. Once you get a bit stronger on your own, I'll find you a master to teach you the spear, of course, father. I will do my best to make you happy. Okay, Adrian, where are you taking me today? Young master, glad you can join us. A couple more of us will be coming along today as well. You will still be going solo, but we will set up a base camp you can return to when a need arises. Jack looked puzzled. Adrain and his father Alaric were both skilled. They wouldn't suggest more people unless it was necessary for some unknown reason. Upon entering the dungeon, Jack saw a large chamber with one way forward. The large room was covered in moss and large grass. Suddenly, a large notice appeared in Jack's face. The luminous labyrinth medium ranked dungeon warning. Strong field bosses detected. Strong field bosses. Wait, there's more than one here. Yes, Jack. That's what I said. Try to keep up. Jack, we're going to set up camp here. You'll know when you need to return. Adrain said, Really, I'll just know? Yes, you will, Adrian said as he chuckled. Jack checked his weapons and gear and made sure he was good to go. System, is there a mana potion or something I can get for future use? Yes. There is a recipe available in the reputation store, or you can purchase some a few towns over from Sorn. I should probably just make some. That would be the best. All right, anyways, let's get going to see what this dungeon has. As soon as Jack stepped through the passageway, he was in shock. Wait, this is a labyrinth. That's freaking cool. A large labyrinth was laid before him. Stone walls stretched left and right. There were 3 large openings scattered throughout the maze. Those must be the field bosses, but Jack knew deep down that it came with its fair share of trouble from all the games he had played. Jack was a completionist at heart, so he knew deep down he was going to be spending a lot of time in this maze. Captain, are you sure you didn't want to tell him about this dungeon? It can be quite dangerous for someone who doesn't know what he's doing. A knight said, Yes, I'm sure. He'll be fine. He won't make it to a field bosses anytime soon. He'll just come back here when he needs mana potions. Okay. I hope he doesn't run into a Terra or Dread rank monster. Jack walked down the maze and proceeded to enter the labyrinth. What, 10,000 enemies? Did you forget how to read, Jack? No, I did not. I'm just checking there's that many enemies. What, is it going up? Jack realized this could be a gold mine. The enemy count continuously goes up. Even if Jack only earned 10 EXP, if he killed 1,000 monsters, Jack would rank up his lightning mage class to rank 7. Quest received, slay 200 monsters, reward 20 skill points. Quest received, slay a field boss, reward 2,500 EXP. Quest received, reach the end, reward. That's weird. A quest with 3 rewards, but I can't see any of them. Jack walked for what felt like 10 minutes. No creatures were in sight and no sounds could be heard. Jack started to hear weird sounds and it got darker in the labyrinth. A glowing lime green ball appeared before Jack. Enemy detected, slime rank, vile. Wait, a slime is vile rank. This seems easy enough. It's just a slime. Jack had watched enough TV and read enough manga to know slimes were the beginning monster to start with. This would be a walk in the park compared to the last dungeon. Jack approached the slime and stabbed it with his spear. Nothing happened. He gripped his spear firmly, planted his feet and struck the slime again, only this time he swung harder. Nothing happened. It must be immune to physical attacks. Let's try some magic. Lightning shock. A purple-colored lightning spark erupted from Jack's spear. It entered the slime's body and it evaporated. A pile of goo was left on the floor. Congratulations on slaying your first slime. Reward 10 skill points. Congratulations on slaying your first vile rank monster. Reward 500 EXP, 10 skill points. Description: slime ectoplasm. A worthless monster ingredient. System: how do I store this material? To avoid having people getting confused, you will want to get a small cube and pretend it's a storage cube. Just stick your hand out and think about it. Monster-drawn carriage approached the Kaiser mansion. It was a luxurious carriage that was pulled by a huge creature. Anyone who kept up with the Kaisers knew who this was. Right beside the carriage was a 5-meter-tall creature. It had crimson-red scales, large black horns that emerged from its head, giant red eyes, and occasionally spat fire from its mouth. Its most striking feature was its giant black wings. It was a wyvern. Not many families could tame wyverns, signifying how important they were. Wyverns were intelligent creatures. They could sense when someone was calm or when someone was afraid. If not for the fact it was tied to the carriage, the wyvern would have tried to eat some livestock by now. The carriage opened, and Cassius Sunblade, Violet Sunblade, and Aurora Sunblade stepped out of the carriage. Ah, Alaric, my dear friend, how's my son-in-law doing? Cassius yelled as he exited the carriage. He is off in a dungeon right now. He'll be back later today. Alaric said with reverence as he greeted his old friend. You're sending him to the dungeons already? He's been awake for what, a month? He needs to be strong if he's going to take my title. You know how I was raised. I was thrown into dungeons by the time I was 8. He's behind everyone. I cannot wait for him to catch up. He needs to be strong. Yes, yes, I know. But enjoy some time with him before you turn him into a warrior. Cassius said with a slight frown. Enough about Jack. How are you doing, Aurora and Violet? I am doing very well, my lord, Violet said as she curtsied. Aurora just curtsied and bowed her head as she headed inside. Has she always been this quiet, Cassius? Yes, she rarely speaks. I'm hoping Jack can bring her out of her shell, Cassius said with a disappointed smile. So tell me about this Reese Lufiel boy. Why is he so interested in your daughter? Alaric said as he clenched his fist. I haven't the faintest idea, but as soon as he heard Jack woke up, he rushed to throw his hand for Aurora. Cassius said as he threw his shoulders up. Fucking elves, Alaric whispered under his breath. Jack continued his journey down the passages. The eerie quiet of the dungeon made it feel like Jack was a little kid in a haunted mansion. Not knowing what was around the next corner made Jack anxious but also excited. Bioluminescent vines hung from the tops of the labyrinth. This place is beautiful but also creepy. Environmental buff plus 10% to all stats. What? System, this is crazy. A buff to stats inside of a dungeon. Hiss, crack, slither. Around the corner, Jack spotted something. A large creature slithered on the floor towards Jack. It had 2 large green eyes with vertical slits. A large tongue slithered out of its mouth as it moved back and forth. Field boss detected Jack dove behind a stack of mossy rocks and hid as a large shadow passed overhead. Jack wasn't able to see the whole creature, but he saw its tail whip back and forth as it slithered away. Jack gasped as he let air out of his mouth. System, what the heck was that? That was a very large field boss, at least twice the size of the fire wolf. Was that a giant snake? But more importantly, why the heck would my father send me to a dungeon with a terror rank monster? I do not have an answer for that. He must have felt like this dungeon is a good way to learn when to fight and when to run. You hid instinctively, you have some survival instincts. Jack moved further into the labyrinth. Strange symbols were carved into the walls. System, do you know what these symbols mean? Can you translate them for me? Jack checked his system and saw language translation was an option, but it was locked behind something he couldn't open. This might as well be a pay wall. As Jack turned the next corner, he could feel the air. It felt different. The air was thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. In the corners lay giant carcasses. What is all that stuff? That looks like the skin of the serpent you just ran into. This must be where it lives. It's called ectasis. It's a process when a snake sheds its skin. In the middle of the room there is a giant silver pedestal. Floating above the pedestal was a silver orb. Jack instinctively reached out for the orb. You have found Draven's memory orb. Do you wish to collect the Draven's memory orb? Memory incomplete. Memory orb 1 of 7 obtained. Please collect all 7 to view the memories. Damn, I knew that was too easy. Whatever, let's keep going and see if we can hunt some monsters. Despite finding something precious, Jack was disappointed he couldn't learn more about Draven. Ever since he met Draven, he wanted to know more about why he was chosen and why Draven was so giving. Jack ventured deeper into the maze. The air was sticky, thick from humidity. The moss now stuck to the walls and pulsed like a heartbeat. His boots squelched with every step he took. Jack heard the sounds. It got louder and louder. Jack turned the corner and froze. At least 100 slimes all turned to face Jack. Enemy swarm detected. Proceed with caution. Oh yes, Jack, they're multiplying. It's best if you hurry up. They were all less than a meter tall. They did not look opposing as individual monsters, but together it looked like someone threw giant jello cubes at someone. The slimes began hopping towards Jack. A bolt of purple lightning exploded from Jack's spear. The purple bolt of lightning went through 5 slimes before the spell trailed off. The lightning bolt didn't go as far as Jack thought it would. Damn, these things never stop. Another lightning shock erupted from his spear again. This time the swarm was closer, so he managed to kill 12 slimes this time. They burst like balloons, leaving goo everywhere. Jack had reached Polar Mastery rank 6 by now. He gripped his spear tightly, put his left foot in front of the other and planted his foot firmly. As the swarm was only moments from reaching Jack, he started to swing his spear in wide arcs as he attacked the slimes. Slimes defeated. 87. Jack's heart raced at the amount of EXP he was receiving. But the thrill was short-lived. One slime jumped past him, and then another did. Slime latched onto his back. Another one latched onto his leg. Get off of me, slimes, damn it. One after another, slimes began attaching themselves to Jack. Jack put his hands together and screamed, "Thundershock. Enemies defeated, 54 system. How many of them are left? There's way too many. Enemies swarm, enraged. You got to be kidding me." Any ideas on how to end this battle quickly? Purchase Thunderclap for 15 skill points. Alright, let's do it. Confirm purchase of Thunderclap for 15 skill points. Purchase successful. Alright, let's do this. Let's put the rest of my stat points into magic to maximize damage. Jack put one foot behind the other and ran towards the swarm. He leaped into the air, and right before he was going to make contact with the front of the swarm, he disappeared. Rumble, crackle, boom. A high-pitched rumble was followed by a hissing crackle and a loud booming sound. A big purple electrical ball erupted from Jack's hand the second after he clapped. Jack had used lightning steps to teleport himself until he reached the center of the herd and used Thunderclap. The increase from 30 magic to 33 magic gave him a little boost. But the 10% buff brought his stat to 36. The slimes didn't have a lot of health, but they made up for it with numbers and their physical immunity. 297 enemies defeated. Congratulations, you have leveled your class to rank 7, 16,060 over 50,000. You have received 10 stat points and 10 skill points for ranking up. Congratulations on slaying a slime swarm. Quest completed. Slay 200 monsters, reward 20 skill points. Oh man, that was crazy. What is in my hair? Jack looked at his reflection in the tip of his spear. His hair was shiny. I should make shampoo out of this. System status update. Jack Kaiser. Level 4, 130 over 800 class. Lightning Mage rank 7, 8,240 over 50,000 reputation points. 87 martial talent rank. S blessings, Draven's pendant skills. Analyze level 6, Polar Mastery level 6, 12% Thundershock level 2. 1% Spear Toss level 4, Lightning Steps level 1, 36%. Lightning's Embrace level 1, Lightning Shock level 1, Mana Regeneration Max, HP Regeneration level 1, Thunderclap level 2, 45%. Quest 1 Learn Who Tried to Kill You. Reward. Quest 2 Reach the End of the Maze. Reward. Quest 3 Slay a Field Boss. Reward 2,500 EXP. For the next 30 minutes, Jack collected all the slime ectoplasm. Jack had collected 438 vile cores and 438 slime ectoplasms. System, you said I could use cores for other things than just leveling up my skills. Yes, you can use 10 vile cores for a stat point. Each vile core is worth 30 EXP. You can use cores to max your skills, or you can trade 2 vile cores for a skill point. Jack pondered for a moment. Deciding what to use the cores on was a big decision. But ultimately, he decided to wait it out to find out what he wanted to do the most. System, can you pull the map up? I'm going to return to base now. After a few hours, Jack made his way back to the base where Adrian and the soldiers had set up camp. Captain, Jack is back, a soldier called out. Ah, Jack, you've been in the dungeon for quite a while. Here, take this. Low-grade mana potion, restores 25 mama points. Thanks, Adrian, but I don't need that potion. Oh, you must not have figured out this dungeon yet. No, Adrian. I understand the dungeon just fine. I dealt with a slime swarm, ran into a Terra rank field boss and explored a bit. Wait. You ran into a Terra? I don't see any injuries on you. I'm fine, Adrian, I just caught a glimpse of it. Wait, why is your hair so shiny? We can talk about that later. I'm done for today, we can go back. I have some things I need to do first. Jack walked back to the teleporter and teleported back before the soldiers were ready. Jack was scrolling through the system while he was taking a bath in his room. System. What are the next skills I can learn? In the Lightning Mage skill tree. You can only learn one more skill, hence you reach rank 10, Overload. Temporarily boosts the next lightning skill by 250%. Cost 200 mana points. Cool down 24 hours. In the utility skill tree there are 6 more skills to learn. 6 more skills, that's a lot. Second class, learn a second class and have 2 classes to equip at the same time. Cost 1,000 skill points. Lightning's Anchor, control and channel lightning more efficiently. Skill passive. Cost 100 skill points, so the next 4 are locked. Wait, I can learn 2 classes at once. Yes, you can have 2 equipped at the same time. If you equip a different class without this skill, you cannot use the skills you learned from that tree. Once you hit rank 10, you may choose one skill from that tree as a universal skill. Wait, that's crazy. I need to farm slimes until I can purchase all these skills with skill points. System, after looking through the reputation store and purchasing another blueprint, can you explain to me how I can use slime ectoplasm as an ingredient in hair products? Step 1. Slice blue-eyed grass and boil it in spring water. Step 2. Once it cools, add the slime ectoplasm in until it thickens to the right consistency. Step 3. Pour into glass bottles and store. Okay, that process is pretty simple. And the process for soap. Step 1. Press red lavender buds over warm magic stones to release the oil. Step 2. Soak moonsilver tree ashes in rainwater. Strain through fine cloth to make lye. Step 3. Pour the oil into the cauldron. Add lye and slime ectoplasm until it is thick as honey. Step 4. Pour into molds and let cure until hard. Good, these are both easy enough to follow. Jack finished his bath and wrote down instructions for someone to follow. Serafina entered the room. Young master, you have guests today that you must meet. Would want to meet me? Jack said with a raised eyebrow. The Sunblades are here today. It is your duty to learn more about your fiancé and prove you're worthy of living up to your name. Yes, I'll be down shortly. But first, Serafina, here are instructions on how to make soap and shampoo. Follow these instructions and make these. They should be ready by tomorrow. Of course, young master, Serafina said with a smile as she curtsied and left the room. System, can you give me any information on the Sunblades? Their family has been around for the past 250 years. They are a strong family with ties to beast taming. Beast taming, that sounds like fun. Very well, let's go meet my fiancé then. Jack left his room and went down into the gardens to meet his fiancé. Jack, you're back. How was the dungeon? Alaric asked with a big smile. Very interesting, father. I didn't expect to go to a physical immunity dungeon, Jack said with a smirk. The only reason Jack was smirking was due to the fact that his father sent him there, gave him a new revenue stream, and helped him grow stronger. Jack bowed and introduced himself to Aurora, Violet, and Cassius Sunblade. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Jack Kaiser, heir to the Kaiser line. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jack, Cassius said with a big grin on his face. Now, before we continue this conversation, there is something you must know, Jack. Cassius replied in a serious tone. There is someone who doesn't like you very much, Jack. Jack Kaiser, a strange soft voice came from around the corner. As Jack turned to see who it was, a white glove hit him in the face and dropped to the ground. Jack picked it up and threw it back to the young man. You really shouldn't throw things in other people's homes, you know. Jack, my dear boy, Alaric said as he slapped himself in the head. The Kaiser mansion hadn't felt so alive since Jack was firstborn. Lanterns swayed on silver chains as the cool wind blew. In the grand hall, large tables draped with red silk were covered with extravagant food. The smell of moon lavender and roasted duck filled the room. This was no ordinary day. This was a soiree in honor of Jack, for new chosen had been picked by a god. In Elysium there were 4 chosen ones. Each one was leagues better than anyone else in terms of skill, with a few exceptions. Glasses clinked together as Alaric and Cassius drank some wine to celebrate. Lord Kaiser, a lovely celebration as always. It's been quite some time since we've seen one of your parties be so vibrant. Lord Ambrosia said as he clinked his glass with Alaric. Lord Ambrosia was one of high-ranking nobles that was aligned with Lord Kaiser. He had a lot of wealthy friends and had considerable weight when it came to the wealthy class. The slow, soft tone of harps being played in the grand hall set a nice tone for the evening. Where is your son, Lord Kaiser? Lord Ambrosia asked as he glanced around the room. He should be back shortly. He's in a dungeon currently testing his skills. Alaric said with a smile as he drank more wine. So soon, he just woke up. I'm sure you know by now my son was chosen by a god. He's destined to be challenged left and right. I'm just doing my part as his father to prepare him for the future. Alaric said. Lord Ambrosia bowed his head and left to get more wine for his empty glass. The crowd swirled around Ulrich and Cassius as they continued their conversation. Nobles and servants cast curious glances at Alaric as guards remained by Alaric's side. Old allies of the Kaisers came to offer congratulations. Even enemies came to size up Jack to their own children. Everyone kept tabs on Jack. His first successful dungeon raid, the use of Imbersalt, and how kind he was to the people of Sorn. A herald announced the arrival of anyone important who showed up to the party. Lord Vance of House Enoch, Lord Charles and Lady Veronica of House White Creek, Lady Claudia and her son, Rhys of House Lufiel. The young man who entered with his mother walked around like someone who only thought highly of himself. His hair was so meticulously done that hair on his head would never be out of place. He was a tall boy who had golden hair. He placed one hand on his sword and smirked as he scanned the crowd. Mother, where's our guest of honor? I'd like to see the chosen one. Before Lady Claudia could answer, The music died down and Alaric stepped towards the center of the grand hall. "My friends," Alaric said with his stern, commanding voice. "Thank you for joining me on this day. This is no ordinary party. This is a celebration for my son's 16th birthday, as well as to celebrate the awakening of the fifth chosen one." Applause rang out through the room to congratulate Alaric. As we all know, there are 4 chosen ones who serve this kingdom. One submits to the royal family, one who oversees Elysium's illustrious magic academy, and the other 2 who serve themselves. You're all powerful, and now my son joins their ranks. Eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves, for this a new step in Kaiser history. The harps resumed and the applause grew louder. An hour later, Jack came down from his room and walked through the halls to go to the garden where he saw his father. The whole celebration didn't matter. He knew there were important people he had to see, and that's all that mattered. His hair was still shiny from the ectoplasm, and someone called out his name as he was walking outside. "Jack Kaiser, I presume," Reese said as he looked down on Jack. "Yeah, I'm a bit busy, let's talk later," Jack replied, not even looking at Reese. This infuriated Reese. A single strand of hair fell out of place, triggering something inside of him. "There is someone who doesn't like you very much, Jack," Cassius said. Before Jack could have a proper conversation with anyone, Reese strode towards Jack angrily. "Jack Kaiser." A strange, soft voice came from around the corner. As Jack turned to see who it was, a white glove hit him in the face and dropped to the ground. Jack picked it up and threw it back to the young man. "You really shouldn't throw things in other people's homes, you know." "Jack, my dear boy," Alaric said as he slapped himself in the head. "Why is everyone looking at me like that? Why are there so many people in my house? Jack, while you were away, a soiree in your honor was being thrown. What? Why did no one tell me about this? Serafina tried to tell you about it, but you ran off as soon as you heard the news about the factory." "You're right, I did do that. Oopsie. The chosen one has accepted." Reese smirked. "I'm going to end this quickly. What's up with him? What is he talking about? You picked up his glove. It's a tradition that you accept a duel, and then you threw it at his face, so he's probably not the happiest right now. Wait, if a duel is going to commence, let's go to the training ground. I wouldn't want my son to destroy my wife's garden," Alaric said with a grin. Every single noble and servant in attendance made their way to the training grounds. They formed a loose circle in the training grounds. Each person was mingling and talking about who would win. "I heard Reese is considered a genius among his peers," one pretty lady said. "I heard Jack is already soloing dungeons." A big belly man said, "System, what's this guy's deal? He has a very strong dislike for you. Since you've awakened, he wants Aurora to himself. Oh, so he's the jealous type. Lord Alaric, I request 2 wooden swords for combat," Reese said confidently. Jack chuckled. "I don't use swords, I use a spear. I'd prefer to use the real things. Unless you're afraid." Reese's blood began to boil. "Very well, it's your own funeral. Don't blame me when you get hurt." "Of course not. I'm not afraid. I was just concerned I'd hurt you since you're so weak," Reese yelled back. Before the duel could begin, Alaric's voice rang out, loud and authoritative. "This match will go on until someone surrenders or I deem them unfit to fight." Lady Claudia's jaw tightened. "That hardly seems fair that you're the judge given your son is in the duel, Lord Kaiser." Alaric stared at Lady Claudia for a second before answering. "Your son issued the challenge and you're in my home. I will set the rules." "Of course, my lord," Lady Claudia said as she bowed. "Sounds easy enough," Reese said as he locked eyes with Jack. "This should be fun, Lady Genevieve. I'm sure you and your daughters would love a good show with a meal," Cassius said as he chuckled. "Yes, quite so. I'm sure this will be an eye-opener for everyone," Lady Genevieve said as she fanned herself. Jack and Reese locked eyes. Other nobles' families murmured amongst themselves as they started betting on who would win. "Begin the duel." Alaric's voice boomed through the training grounds. Reese struck first. He charged forward with a quick, decisive strike to Jack's chest. No hesitation, no testing his opponent. Solely focused on ending the duel quickly, after Jack freshened up before coming to the garden. He had a talk with his system. He decided to invest all 10 stat points into agility. After dealing with the slimes and feeling the presence of the giant snake, he decided he would need to be quicker to handle anything. Steel clashed against steel, ringing through the grounds. Jack had managed to block it at the last second. "Not bad for a nobody," Reese said with a smirk. "Wow, he's clumsy. I thought he'd put more of a fight up." "Jack, he's not clumsy. You just have a higher agility stat, so your reflexes are quicker." "What are his stats, system? Can I see them?" Reese Lufiel, level 10, martial talent rank. BO, I thought his stats would be higher. "His stats are above average." You just have the noble system. Your body, your reflexes, and even your magic is superior, so you're above your peers in terms of stats, and here I thought you'd be stronger. Jack's gaze was calm. The flicker of irritation in Rhys' eyes told him that he was bothered. Rhys' gaze sharpened as he started a series of blows. Rhys' eyes sharpened as he started to take it seriously. This is getting boring, Rhys. Lady Claudia gripped her fan until her knuckles turned white. She was getting irritated at the outcome. All the nobles were in silence. What they thought would be a one-sided fight for Rhys was actually a one-sided fight for Jack. Rhys increased his pace, and it looked like Jack was beginning to lose ground. Rhys' strikes carried more weight. They were faster, more precise, and relentless. But it didn't matter. The sharp clang of metal rang as Jack deflected each blow. Rhys jumped back, gasping for air. Before he could plant his feet, Jack was in front of him and smacked him across the face with the butt of his spear, then kicked him across the grounds. His sword dug into the ground as it scraped the ground. Alaric started to talk before "This isn't over," Rhys cried out. Suddenly, the air around him began to tremble. A ripple of green energy began erupting from Rhys' body. Frustration was the only emotion readable on his face. Octavia went a step forward, but Alaric put his hand in front of her. "What are you doing, father? We have to stop this." Octavia's voice tensed. "Trust your brother, he may surprise you." Alaric answered calmly. Rhys' mana erupted from his body. Green energy crackled off his body as the ground beneath his feet broke. The air grew heavy and his sword was glowing green. He launched himself forward faster than before. Streaks of green mana flowed behind his body as he charged toward Jack. He moved faster than before and saw Jack's slow reaction. He smiled, knowing the match was his. In the moment right as Rhys was going to make contact with Jack's torso, he pierced air because Jack wasn't there. The crowd gasped. Everyone was in silence, including Rhys, confused about what was happening. And Rhys heard a small noise in the corner of his ear. A large purple sphere of mana erupted from Jack's hand as Rhys was sent flying into a bunch of sandbags. Boom! Sand flew into the air. Silence stretched as everyone waited patiently for the sand to clear. He coughed up blood as he struggled to his feet. Rhys' knuckles turned white as he gripped his sword. His jaw tightened. He knew Jack had just been playing with him this whole time. The great Rhys Lufiel, used like a toy, this only made him angrier. He couldn't accept defeat. "Father, I believe that is the match," Jack said with a smile. Single clap was heard from the crowd. She began the slow clap until everyone cheered for Jack. "That is the duel," Alaric announced for everyone to hear. "Jack, well done," Annabelle shouted. "Way to go, little brother," Celeste cheered, as more people began to clap and shout Jack's name. Rhys launched himself again towards Jack. This time he broke the floor beneath him. Jack felt Rhys getting closer, but before he could react, Alaric grabbed Rhys by the throat and slammed him into the ground. He whispered into his ear, "Know your place, boy. You lost. Your kind's arrogance knows no bounds. Try that again in my home and I will end you." The clapping stopped. Everyone turned to look at what just happened. Nothing to see here. Alaric clapped his hands and everyone began moving back to the grand hall and the gardens to continue the soiree. Ulrich walked up to Jack. "You've improved considerably, Jack. I didn't think you were this skilled already." "Thank you, father. If he's the competition I have to face, I feel like I'll do quite fine," Jack said with a smile. Hidden quest complete. Quest, win your first bout. Reward, 5 stat points. Hidden quest completed. Quest, make a name for yourself at someone else's expense. Reward, title, young master of Sorn. Wait, I got a title. What does it do? The crowd began to disperse, but the air was thick with tension from the events of the duel. Servants began sweeping and cleaning up the sand on the ground. But all eyes kept glaring towards Jack. Everyone was shocked that a boy who had barely been awake for a month could best a gifted elf in single combat. What was even more shocking was how he did it. Jack made it look like it was easy. Even though Rhys resorted to magic to try and win the duel, Jack showed everyone he could control lightning. Alaric walled up to Jack and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "You're going to be all anyone talks about for a while, my boy." His voice was low. Jack gave his father a half-smile, unsure if it was praise or concern. The Kaisers and the Sunblades walked to the marble archway that was covered with tiger lilies. This was the pathway that led toward the gardens. Servants directed the crowds of nobles back to the main hall and the gardens to continue their party. When they arrived back at the spot where Jack had introduced himself, he heard a chime in his head. Idle young master of Sorn description. Your duel against Rhys Lufiel had been etched into everyone's memory. Your name will be talked about for days to come. Effect, plus 15% reputation points gained. Skill, Noble or your charisma has increased. When talking with any citizen or nobility associated with Sorn, you will have an advantage. Holy crap. That's an awesome buff. I just hit the jackpot. Utility skill available for purchase. Before Jack could look at the system notification, something caught his attention. The harps that had returned to playing halted. Conversations stopped as everyone turned in unison to Lady Claudia. She approached Alaric. Her facial expression was like a porcelain mask. Hard to read, but her quick pace gave away her emotions. Lord Kaiser. Her voice was polite, but she glanced at Jack before continuing. While my son concedes the match, I must remark on the outcome of this duel. Wind magic being countered with some strange purple magic. This is unheard of. That would be lightning magic, Lady Claudia. Jack interrupted her before she could continue. Well, the lack of refinement hardly befits a winner, you mean? She squinted her eyes. A noble duel is a measure of discipline, not parlor tricks. Jack smirked and tilted his head. Discipline or not, the winner is determined by the person standing, not the loser. A ripple of murmurs started through the guests. Annabelle cemented Jack's arm. If my brother's performance in the duel is not up to your liking, Lady Claudia, maybe you should teach your child how to properly defend himself. Celeste chirped in next. If you like, I can rearrange a rematch so you can watch the humiliation again, lady. Enough. All of you. Alaric butted in. The match is over. Your son has angered me enough by trying to strike an opponent after it was settled. That's far from disciplined. Next time, discipline your son before coming after mine. Alaric said in a commanding, cold tone. Jack walked with me. Alaric said as he grabbed his arm and walked towards a fountain in the garden. The soft splashing of water and the sound of music gave off a lovely, pleasant tone, unlike Lady Claudia's attitude. Jack, you've made multiple enemies tonight. Are you prepared for what's to come? Alaric said with his head raised high. Jack shrugged his shoulders. Enemies are just rivals who don't see your value. Alaric smiled wide. Good. Confidence is the right mindset to have. But overconfidence is a blade that cuts both ways. Remember that. I heard a wise man once say, appear weak when you are strong and appear strong when you are weak. A wise man, father, Jack said with a smile. Lady Genevieve, Octavia, Celeste, and Annabelle came to see Jack. That was quite the show, Jack. My dear boy, you are stronger than anyone thought. You didn't even need a tutor for magic. Across the garden, Reese sat on a marble bench. He was using a cloth to dab the blood from his mouth. His mother's hand rested on his shoulder lightly. They were both glaring at Jack. Octavia whispered to Jack. Reese isn't the type to just let things go. He'll try again. He has too much pride, as all elves do. That's okay. I will keep his pride in check. Jack said confidently. That attitude is going to make life very entertaining. Octavia said as she chuckled. Cassius was with a group of nobles in the gardens. Cheers to Jack Kaiser, my son-in-law, for wiping the floor with Reese. His voice boomed as he toasted and cheered. As Jack went to join Cassius and his family, a loud shriek could be heard through the town. System, what is that noise? Everyone had stopped to look at each other. This screech was a cry from a monster. A defining shriek rang through the city of Sorn. Alaric, Cassius shouted. Yes, I know, dear friend, we have uninvited guests coming. Alaric said grimly. Cassius whistled loudly and a large wyvern soared to the sky. After a few minutes, the wyvern returned to Cassius. The wyvern roared as it bowed its head to Cassius. He grabbed the wyvern's head and touched his forehead to the wyvern. Everyone evacuate to the west. Everyone was in a panic. Nobles dropped their wine glasses. Servants scurried away. What is it? Alaric asked. The wyvern kept its head down low as Cassius looked up. It's an army of wyverns, led by a water dragon. Why is a water dragon here? It's too early for this. We should have more time. Alaric yelled as the ground around him cracked. The wind began to pick up. Raindrops slowly started to come down at the Kaiser mansion. System, why is a dragon here? It's here for you, Jack. The shriek turned into a deafening roar. Every man, woman, and child could hear this roar. It was not the stray call of a beast. It was the call of a dragon. Dragons were a feared creature in all of Erebin. Erebin was the world that everyone lived in. Nobles continued to drop their wine glasses. Women scurried to their carriages. Skirts and coats were blown up by the wind. The music had died completely, leaving only the sound of rain hitting the marble finishing of the garden. Alaric's gaze swept the skyline. In the distance, the clouds began to churn. It was unnatural. Lightning flickered randomly in the clouds. You could see at least 100 different dragons, with one of them at least 6 meters wide in length. We have maybe 30 minutes or so before they reach us, Cassius said grimly. One of his hands tightened as he touched his sword. The crunch of the leather gauntlet he wore was loud. Cassius Wyvern let out a low growl. Its wings flared up as it started to move back and forth. The beast was clearly on edge. Alaric's voice cut through the chaos. Drain, rally the guard. We'll meet them out of town to avoid civilians being dragged into this mess. Yes, my lord. Adrain shouted as he clenched his left fist and slammed it against his torso. His eyes flickered upward briefly. He knew the danger that was approaching. All right, men, you heard our lord. Get your gear and get ready to go into battle. We're being invaded by dragons. It's time to earn your keep. It's not very often we get to go into battle with our lord. Be grateful. Adrain shouted as he was gleaming with pride. My lady, get the household staff and our children underneath the mansion. Take a few guards. You'll be safe that way. Alaric shouted. Lady Genevieve didn't argue. She kissed and hugged her husband like it was the last time she was going to see him. Jack stood still, staring into the horizon as he watched the lightning light up the dragon's frames. All he could hear was the system's last words in his head. The dragons were here for him. He had some combat experience from the dungeons. But dragons were a different story. Guards grabbed their shields, armor, and swords. The Kaiser guards put on their black armor lined with white silver. Once the guards were set, they began moving towards the town. Why are they going into town first? They're evacuating citizens, Jack Octavia shouted. None of the guards spoke. They simply followed orders and made their way to do their rounds as Adrain led the guards out. Everyone could hear his motivational speech. They will come to the city to eat your family. Destroy your home and burn the women and children alive. We will kill them all before they step foot in the city. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Captain, all the guards shouted in unison. Jack followed Lady Genevieve inside as he talked to his system. System, what is the utility skill I unlocked? Call of the lightning description. Channel lightning inside of your body before releasing it back at an enemy. Passive skill. How much for that skill? Okay, let's convert my vile cores so I have enough skill points to buy Thunder Stomp and Call of the Lightning. Consume 90 vile cores for 45 skill points. Purchase successful. Lightning Mage skill unlocked. Final skill overcharge. Description. The more lightning you can harness, the stronger your abilities can become. Damage is determined by lightning times magic stat times magic talent. What in the world? Jack's jaw had just dropped. Just saw a skill that went with his utility skill that could make him a deadly opponent. How many skill points, system? Let's consume vile cores again and do it. Yes, just do it. We don't have time right now, the dragons are close. I need every advantage I can get. 100 skill points added. Congratulations on learning overcharge. You have learned all lightning mage class skills earlier than expected. You have received a new skill. Description. Throw a lightning bolt at the enemy. If it hits, it leaves the enemy branded. If you are within range, your skill will always hit without fail. If enemy is branded, increase damage by 3. Cooldown 24 hours. Mana cost 100 mana. Jack, are you okay? His mother said as she shook him by the shoulders. Yes, mother. I just spaced out and I will be perfectly fine. Good, we need to get underneath the mansion right away. Why, mother? If they're after me, I should be out there with my father. It's too dangerous, Jack. Celeste interrupted. Alaric and Cassius made their way inside to Alaric's study. I'll hold back first. I know you want to be the first one in the field, Cassius said. Fear not, friend. Maybe you'll have a new pet or two when this is over. Alaric chuckled. After a few minutes of talking, Adrian entered and gave a report. All citizens to the east have been evacuated to the west side. We will continue the evacuation and be on the field with you within 10 minutes. Good. Get the ballistas ready with silver bolts. Alaric shouted. Back outside, the rain began to pick up. The ground began to tremble. Alaric was by himself standing in a field just waiting patiently. He looked up and saw the dragons. Worms had begun to sprout out from behind the trees as they destroyed everything in their path. They were 3 meters in length. They had no arms, legs, or wings. The most basic form of a dragon. Dragons are classified into 4 tiers. You have worms, drakes, wyverns, and dragons. Each one is distinctive from the next, but even a weak dragon could still destroy a whole town if it wanted to. Alaric waited patiently as the worm moved close to him. Before the worm could strike Alaric, a large silver bolt shot through the sky. The bolt was 2 meters in length, and it took 4 people to load one bolt. It hummed through the air until it hit the worm right in the mouth, impaling it into the ground before Alaric's feet. Slowly, more thuds were heard from the trees. More and more worms began coming from the tree lines. Then, suddenly, drakes started to appear behind them. Drakes were a type of dragon that had feet, but no wings. They were black and gray on their underside. By this time, the soldiers had reached Alaric and began to form a line. "Alert men, let's start this battle." Alaric's voice boomed across the battlefield. The battlefield was chaotic. Amidst the chaos stood Alaric. His sword pointed into the ground as he stood there in the pouring rain like a giant pillar. Hordes of dragons streaked past some guards and began heading for the mansion. Before they could reach the mansion, a man fell from the sky. He landed with a loud, thunderous crash. The impact broke a crater down into the ground by several feet. The small group of dragons perished with one worm getting through. It bolted faster, not looking back at the man who just arrived. When suddenly, a large red wyvern burned the worm alive. It landed on its corpse, and a small smile could be seen on its face. "Good job, girl." It was Cassius patting his wyvern kindly. "Alaric, who gets the big monster core from the dragon?" Cassius asked as he summoned a giant war axe. "Whoever can kill the most dragons gets it, of course." Alaric said with a grin. "Hold that line, soldier." Adrian shouted as he pushed his men into formation. A worm jumped in the air and went straight for Adrian's neck. No one tried to move. Everyone kept their place. Adrian grabbed a large greatsword and swung his sword as hard as he could. The beast's head rolled on the floor. A drain spotted out the blood that flew into his mouth. "I hate dragon's blood." Thunder began roaring in the clouds. Inside the mansion, away from the carnage, Jack and his family were headed downstairs. Once they arrived, Jack was pacing back and forth, unable to shake the loud roars coming from outside the mansion. "Sit," Lady Genevieve commanded to her son. Jack listened and sat down immediately. In the few years he knew his mother, she never once raised her voice or ordered Jack to do anything. So he knew this was a serious matter. She sat down in front of him and put a box in front of him. It was a small black chest that could fit into your palm. But there was no opening for the chest. "This is the ring of your ancestor. It's passed down between the heirs until someone can use it appropriately." His name was Astraeus Kaiser. He was a powerful warrior who had a quadruple affinity. He is one of few people to ever hold so much power. "Touch the chest, Jack." Jack touched the box, and a system notification appeared in front of him. "Do you wish to open the chest?" Jack was excited at the thought of an artifact being handed to him because of the family he was born into. The chest clicked open, and a thick black ring lay inside. Letters on the inside glowed faintly. "So it does open for you." "What do you mean it does open for me?" "This chest hasn't opened in over 200 years. No one has been able to open it before." Jack was shocked. He couldn't tell if it was thanks to his system, if it was because of who he was, or if it was thanks to Draven, but he didn't care. Jack was too excited right now. Our ancestor wore this ring when he fought in bloody wars. He killed countless dragons and other mythical beasts. He's one of the reasons the human kingdoms sit where they do today. He sounds like a legend. Lady Genevieve chuckled. "Yes, I suppose he does sound like a fairy tale. Transcendent class locked." "Transcendent class. What is that?" "It is the pinnacle of power. If you can grow strong enough to unlock this class, you can sit high on the food chain. Transcendent classes are very rare and require items to unlock, along with certain stats and skills. Passive, regenerates 2% of mana every 10 seconds, plus 150% magic damage. This is seriously broken." "Who was this guy?" Jack put the ring on and it clenched down onto his pointer finger. "This will make you stronger, Jack." Lady Genevieve continued. "But that doesn't mean you should be foolish and yearn for battle. Mother, they're here for me. It's best that I go so no one unnecessary gets hurt." Jack's jaw tightened as he spoke those words. "You truly care for the people of Sorn." Her eyes narrowed, but she knew this stubbornness was the same look Alaric had when it was time for battle. She signed and clasped his shoulders. "Then at least don't die until you die for something worth your life." Back on the field, the soldiers were knee-deep in mud. The rain made the ground slick. Every step taken was a struggle in this rain. By now, drakes had emerged from the tree lines to back up the worms. Another silver ballista bolt soared through the air and impaled 2 drakes together to the ground. Its scales hissed with steam from the silver burning their flesh. Cassius and his wyvern became a blur as they soared through the sky. Wyvern sent drakes flying into other dragons, while Cassius swung his greatsword with great effort, killing multiple dragons at once. Alaric finally decided to live, as some soldiers were beginning to be overrun. He took a small breath in as he released his sword from the ground in a quick flash. Black tendrils of mana erupted from his sword, killing 15 dragons at once. "Show off," Cassius grunted. Suddenly large bolts of lightning crashed into the ground randomly. Alaric smiled. He knew the sudden influx of energy going sporadic could only have been one thing. He's opened the box. This is a great day. Alaric's voice boomed across the battlefield like a gunshot. Jack had left the mansion and saw the carnage from a distance. Jack walked towards the carnage. The sound of dragons and men screaming filled his ear. The smell of blood was strong. Jack ignored this notification and headed north to get a better view from the hill. Cassius landed next to Alaric amidst the chaos. The men won't be able to keep this up forever, Alaric. Alaric's eyes narrowed to the distant thunder above. We won't have to wait forever. The gods are on our side. He smirked grimly. Underneath the mansion, Lady Genevieve made her way down lower to the cells. Torches here burned low, their light flickering off the rusted bars. The air was stale from the damp stone and sweat in the air. She unlocked a cell and threw keys in front of a tall, broad-shouldered man with an eye patch. He had a scar over his one good eye. "I'm releasing all of you for a hunt." Lady Genevieve started to say to the prisoners, "One condition, you bring me back cores from the dragons attacking. Every core brought to me reduces your sentence." Lady Genevieve paused. "If you try to run, I'll kill you myself." The prisoners gulped after hearing this. Alaric was a strong warrior and feared. But these prisoners were more afraid of Lady Genevieve than Lord Kaiser. "And you," she pointed toward the man with the eye patch, "you have one job, make sure my son Jack lives through this ordeal." "Sounds like fun." The man smiled faintly. The iron doors to the lower armory groaned as they swung open. Few small torches lit the room up, and a couple colored could be seen on a table, ranging frond swords, spears, and a few warped bows that had seen better days. The prisoners filed into the room, their chains still clamping against the floor. Most of their eyes were sunken from long days in the cells, but there was a hungry gleam in their eye now. Lady Genevieve stood at the end of the table. A guard stood beside her with his hand on his sword, waiting for anyone to make a wrong move. "Pick," she said coldly. "I'm giving you one chance to earn your freedom. Don't screw this up." A wiry man with missing teeth grinned and snatched a short sword and a dagger. Another grabbed a spear, and Anoffer grabbed a sword and shield. She let them pick their weapons without interfering, but her gaze kept looking toward the man with the eye patch. He hadn't rushed for a weapon. He waited patiently as Evedione picked their weapons. He weighed his options to decide what was best to use in a beast who could swallow a man whole. "My son will be in the field," Genevieve said as she stepped closer. "He will not die. If he does, your life will be considerably worse this time around." The man with the eye patch reached forward, grabbing a long blackened spear. The shaft was scorched and the tip was jagged from use. But the spear had more weight than other weapons. Weight often is better than a shiny new weapon when it comes to inflicting damage. He gave her a faint smile. "Your boy is in good hands. I don't care if it's your life that has to be sacrificed. You will jump in front of my boy no matter the situation." Lady Genevieve screamed at the top of her lungs. He chuckled under his breath. "I know you'll kill me yourself. I wouldn't want to lose another eye. Glad we understand each other." One by one, the guard released FHE shackles of the prisoners. When the man with the eye patch chains hit the ground, flames erupted. Rough put the chamber. "Oh man, does it feel good to use magical again." Jack's boots splashed in the shallow puddles as he made his way up the hill. Every roar from below rattled the ground. From here, he could see the battlefield spread out like a bloody painting. The ring on his thumb, it sounded like an annoying insect buzzing next to his ear, but in a way that sounded pleasant. Every breath he took felt lighter, and he could feel the mana in his body stronger from wearing this new artifact. Jack's lips curved into a grin. "Let's see what I can now with this." A shriek cut through the rain that sounded closer than the battle raging on below him. 3 four-legged beasts 3 meters long and had blood-red scales. It locked eyes with Jack immediately. Its nostrils flared as fire erupted. Recommendation: use magical as their scales make all physical attack damage -60%. Wow, you're only a vile rank. But you have some crazy stats. The fact that all 3 of FM have the same stats despite being different levels is insane. The beast roared before charging at Jack. Jack vanished before the beast. The drake's claws slammed into the cloud where Jack just was. Jack appeared a meter to the right of the drake that charged at him. Time to test this new skill. Thunder stomp. The ground began to crack and solid just like an earthquake. The drake pulled its claws out of the mud and faced Jack. Just as it turned toward Jack, the ground beneath its feet broke, and the drake collapsed below. A loud bolt of thunder shot from the ground and up into the sky. Jack was confused by the damage output and the fact he just one-shot a dragon. A large boom went off through the entire battlefield. Every dragon turned its head and looked in the direction of Jack. Vile core obtained. Congratulations on slaying your first dragon. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You are now level 5. Before Jack could process the information, the next drake pushed forward. The drake charged forward and swung its claws in an X shape. Jack jumped over the drake's claws and landed on its back. Purple lightning began dripping off Jack's hand as static lighting began forming from his hand. He pushed it into the drake's back. It sounded like a bird humming as it went into the drake's body. The last drake burst from the tree line behind him. Its teeth were glowing red as it spit fire from its mouth. This drake was about twice the size of the other drakes. Its jaw was wide enough to eat Jack in a single bite. Jack tightened the grip on his spear as he stepped off the drake. Then he felt blood coming down his face from his cheek. Black-fetched arrow FHE size of a short sword hummed past Jack and sent through the beast's mouth and out the back of its head. The drake was mid-charge as its head just dove straight into the mud. Jack froze. He turned around and scanned the area. He used Analyze, but he couldn't find a single person in sight. Jack was confused, but he didn't waste any more time. System, who shot that arrow? I do not know, Jack. They are out of your range. They must be a skilled archer to hit the dragon from such a length. All right, clearly they are on my side. They are just sending a message. Otherwise the arrow would have went through my head. Can you explain why I'm getting so much EXP and how I'm doing so much damage? Of course, Jack. Since you put all your free stat points into magic stat when purchasing skills. Brought your magic to 43. The Ring of Astrios adds 25 points to all stats. Then the ring increases damage by 1.5, but that doesn't add up. They explains about half the damage. It's very simple, Jack. Lightning magic is a dragon's weakness. All damage is multiplied by 2 when attacking a dragon with lightning magic. So if I fight dragons, I'm basically broken. If my stats were any higher, the damage would be more ridiculous. Hidden quest received quest. Survive the dragon onslaught. Reward plus 5,000 EXP. Wait, how did I level 2 times? Shouldn't my class be getting EXP and not my level? No, Jack. Class can only be leveled up while in a dungeon. All quests and monster kills outside of dungeons go towards your level. That's wild. I think I'm going to level a lot before this is over. The ground began to shake as Jack's concentration was broken. Above, Jack could see the dragon more closely. It wasn't a worm, a drake, or even a wyvern. It was a bloody dragon, a full-grown dragon. But this dragon looked different than anything he thought he would see. He could only see the outline, but the outline of the dragon showed that the dragon had 2 heads. The rain did little to wash away the stench of blood. It clung to the air like thick smoke. 5 prisoners had left the mansion. The man in the eye patch led the group onwards. The other prisoners trailed behind. Some were eager and others were hesitant. To them, this mission was a death sentence. They could flee and try to run, but they knew Alaric and Lady Genevieve's reputation. That fate would be worse than being eaten alive. The man in the eye patch looked happy. It had been a while since he saw the outside world and got to smell fresh air. After a few steps in the outside world, they were met with a deafening roar. It was a reminder of the chaos that awaited them. The main line was a writhing mass of soldiers, worms, and fire drakes locked in vicious combat. Didn't run blindly into the battle like one of the prisoners. One prisoner ran straight ahead and jumped over the line to fight the dragons. Another prisoner ran to the east. He was making a run for it while he had the opportunity. Fool, that will be his biggest mistake he'll ever make, the eye patch man said. Using his one good eye, he scanned the battlefield, noting where the dragons were clustered and where the infantry line started to waver. Then he saw it. One section of the line was being overrun by drakes. Alaric was busy dealing with his own drakes and worms that rushed him. There, that's where we're headed, he said aloud. He rushed forward without looking back. 2 prisoners followed him. One was armed with a chipped great axe and another had a short spear. The prisoner who fled was as good as dead. A drake broke through the enemy line, charging toward a soldier whose sword arm hung limp. The drake was mere feet away as it was about to swallow the man whole. The man with the eye patch sped up exponentially compared to the other 2. He gripped his spear hard and scorched the ground where he jumped. His spear began glowing red. Fire magic swirled around his spear before it blurred. It punctured through the drake's skull and shattered its jaw. The beast dropped without so much as a cry of death. He yanked his spear free in a single motion. The blackened shaft was covered in blood. Another drake lunged at him from his blind spot. He lifted his free hand and a large burst of fire magic bloomed from his hand. A narrow cone of searing orange light consumed the drake whole. The smell of burning meat cut through the damp air. The soldier he saved gave him a startled look. He pointed his sword up, unsure if he should fight or thank him. "Fie, Finn. What are you doing here?" The man just smiled and charged forward towards the drakes. Where other men stumbled in the rain and mud, he ran swiftly. He moved like flowing water, and his spear danced between one dragon to the next. Each strike was perfectly placed and killed worms and drakes with one strike. He showed how strong he was, considering dragons had an increased resistance to physical damage. When a worm tried to sneak up behind him, he slammed the butt of the spear into the mud. He channeled fire magic into the tip of his spear. He kicked the bottom of his spear forward and lunged the spear backwards into the worm's belly. It screamed loudly and tried to scurry away. He cooked the beast from the inside before it could do anything. While some soldiers struggled and the prisoners fought with brute force swingly wildly, only thinking about getting free sooner, Finn was like a predator hunting prey that looked like little ducklings to him. As another drake rushed forward to try and end Finn's life, his one good eye changed from red to gold. His eye glowed faintly, and he could see the world as it moved slowly. He could see everything. He saw where the drake was going to strike. He saw every step, every breath taken, and even when it would leap. He didn't need to guess what would happen. He sidestepped out of the way, and the drake missed him. Before the drake landed, a spear jammed through the back of its neck. He pulled the spear out, and blood sprayed upward, covering him in blood. Finn chuckled to himself, "I still got it." While he was thinking and talking to himself, more drakes rushed forward. He didn't bother to acknowledge them. He put his hands together and pushed them towards the drakes. Flames shoot up from in front of him in a wave. They rushed forward and crashed down on the dragons. When the flames died, only charred ashes were left where the beasts once stood. Some of the soldiers stared in shock as they watched Finn. They whispered to each other, trying to determine whose side he was on. In the distance, lightning crackled, painting the battlefield in different hues of purple. Finn's eye narrowed. He knew this wasn't normal lightning. Someone or something was playing around. Through the haze, Finn saw a boy standing over the corpse of a drake. He had a spear in hand and looked like he had just finished a training exercise. The air around him crackled with electricity. Well, Finn murmured, "This must be the boy." He speared another drake without even looking. His gaze was locked onto Jack. Each step he took brought him closer to Jack. Anything foolish enough to stand in his way was mowed down or turned to ash as he got closer to Jack. His eye flickered gold again. He saw a drake shortly about to lunge its claws into Jack's head. Finn bolted forward. The drake's claws glowed orange as it reached from Jack's neck. Right before the moment of impact, Finn impaled the drake through one eye and put through the next. Jack spun, spear in hand, raised at Finn's face. "You're not one of my father's soldiers," he said, his voice filled with suspicion. "You could say that." Finn tilted his head. "The name's Finn. Is that name supposed to mean something to me?" "Not yet, but it will." Finn's eye gleamed as a bolt of thunder struck behind Jack. "System. Who is this guy? Affinity, fire, magic talent rank, martial talent rank. What in the? Who is this guy?" "His stats are ridiculous." Jack's eyes darted to his wrists. They were scarred and black. "Who is holding you captive?" Jack asked with a puzzled look. "You can thank your mother for that." "My mother? She's a kind soul. She wouldn't do such a thing." "You clearly do not know your mother's reputation. People fear your mother more than your father. You should ask her how she got the nickname Lady Mania. Any sane man who scores her wrath knows better than to do anything to upset her. She is beautiful, but also batshit crazy." Alaric stood at the center of the chaos, his blade dripping with dark, thick, red dragon blood. Round him, worms and drakes lay around, scattered like broken toys. His breathing was controlled and steady despite everything that was happening at the moment. "Adrian," Alaric's voice cut through the maelstrom of battle. "How are we holding up?" Adrian drove his greatsword into the skull of a charging drake, the impact sending tremors through the ground. "We've killed maybe 200 of these bastards, my lord." He yanked his weapon free, and the crimson tide spattered across his black armor. He planted his feet and slammed his gauntlet into the muddy ground. Stone wall. The ground rumbled and groaned as large slabs of rock erupted from the ground that stretched 30 meters wide. The stone was jagged, and each slab that rose up stood 10 meters tall. A group of drakes slammed into the barrier at full force. The sound echoed across the field like a bolt of thunder. "Impressive as always, Adrian," Cassius called out as his crimson wyvern landed beside him. "I'll double your salary if you work for me." Adrian laughed. "You jest, my lord. I only follow Alaric." Cassius clicked his tongue in frustration. "Look up, my friend," Cassius shouted as he pointed upwards. All three men raised their heads to the storm-darkened sky. What they saw made even Alaric's expression darken. Hundreds of winged shadows moved through the clouds. Each one was the size of a small house. Their wingspan casted large shadows across the battlefield. By the gods, Adrian let out a deep sigh before continuing. There must be at least 1,000 more of them. Cassius's wyvern let out a low growl. Even she recognized the predicament they found themselves in. Alaric rubbed his forehead. Typhon sent this many dragons. He must really feel threatened by my son. Alaric began gathering dark mana around his blade. The first wave of wyverns dove from the sky like falling stars. They screeched in unison. The earth wall began to shake from the sound. Some soldiers dropped their weapons to cover their ears. One massive wyvern landed next to the men, creating a crater that was 6 meters wide. Its head was bigger than a truck. As it opened its mouth, a soldier dropped his weapons as he started at the 3 rows of teeth in its mouth. "Spread out," Adrian shouted. "Don't cluster together." But, before the beast could strike, Cassius raised his hand toward the sky. Golden light began to pool in his palm, growing brighter and more intense with each passing second. A concentrated beam of pure light erupted from his hand, piercing through the wyvern's chest like a freshly sharpened knife through paper. The wyvern roar turned into a death rattle as the holy light consumed it from within. "One down," Cassius said with a grim smile. 999 more to go." Alaric chuckled darkly, always the optimist. Another large wyvern dove toward them in the middle of their conversation. Tendrils of purple darkness erupted from the ground, wrapping around the wyvern's wings, neck, and legs. The beast struggled against the chains that had formed around its body. Alaric raised a sword above his head with both hands. Dark mana swirled around the blade until it looked like a fragment of darkness. "Dark cleave!" Alaric's voice boomed through the battlefield. The strike was fast and true. One moment, the wyvern was thrashing against its bonds. And in the next, it had been severed cleanly from head to tail. The 2 pieces of the massive beast hit the ground and puddles splashed on the men. Adrain shook his head in amazement. "I'll never get used to seeing that." Before anything else could be said, wyvern body parts started raining from the sky. Alaric had just slain over 50 wyverns with a single strike. "Adrian, you're up," Alaric said with a slight smile. Adrian slammed his great sword into the ground. He then ran past Alaric and jumped as a giant earth spike formed below his feet. Adrain launched himself off the spike and pushed his hands together hard. Suddenly, the earth below came flying upwards, rapping. 20 wyverns in an earth cage. Adrian punched the stone prisoner down into the ground. When it made impact with the ground, large 6-meter spikes released in all directions, impaling worms, drakes, and wyverns together. "Wow, Adrian, you make me look like the guard captain." Alaric laughed at Cassius's remark. "This will be a long night, but at least it won't be boring," Alaric said. "System, how many of these things are there?" "Multiple Dread-class enemies approaching." System, put all available stat points into magic stat. Magic stat increased to 53. System, what's the difference between the drakes I've been fighting and these monsters? Vile-class monsters have 300-800 HP on average. Dread-class monsters have 2,000-5,000 HP with significantly more offensive abilities. It varies by beast. Finn wiped the blood from the spear and gave Jack an appraising look. "You fight well for someone so young, but we need to talk." "About what?" Jack said as he tilted his head. "Because it's my job." Finn said simply, "I owe your family a great debt." Jack studied Finn more closely. Despite being so strong, his body was malnourished. He thought his stats might be reduced like his were when he first woke up. "What kind of debt leaves you a prisoner that would be so willing to help me?" Finn's expression darkened. "I was left for dead. I was punished by a god. Took my right eye as punishment for my sins. I was hunted by inquisitors of Sanctorium. Your mother pleaded with the king to let me live as a prisoner for the rest of my life." A shriek above interrupted their conversation. 3 wyverns circled overhead waiting for a moment to strike. "Enemy detected. Storm wyvern. Warning, these creatures have increased resistance to lightning." "Well, that's just perfect," Jack muttered. "What's wrong?" Finn asked, noting Jack's change in expression. "These wyverns have increased resistance to lightning. That's my advantage against dragons." Finn grinned. Flames began to gather around his body. "Let's see what you can do, boy." The first wyvern dove toward them. Its claws crackled with purple lightning. Jack rolled to the side as the wyvern clawed the ground, leaving large claw marks in the ground. Jack teleported behind the wyvern and stabbed its wings to immobilize it, while he generated static electricity in his other hand and hit the wyvern across the face. Damage calculation. The wyvern roared and spun around, swinging its other wing toward Jack. He ducked, but the wing was so big it still managed to hit him and sent flying into a boulder. "Kid," Finn shouted, launching himself towards the wyvern. Concentrated his magic into the tip of his jagged spear. The second the spear went into the wyvern's neck exploded, leaving a headdress beast to fall on the ground. Wow, even with a physical resistance, he can one-shot a dread class. That's crazy. You have slain a wyvern. Congratulations, you have slain your first dread class. Dread core obtained. Wow, I get EXP, and the dread core as long as I deal damage to the monster. You have leveled up, you have leveled up. Finn rushed over to Jack. Not bad for a beginner. The second wyvern landed next, TK them only 2 meters away. It broke the ground beneath its feet, shattering the ground. This wyvern was larger than the last. It has scars down its left eye from a previous battle. System, any thoughts on how to deal with these monstrosities? Use your spear to ground the beast, and then finish it off Thunder Stomp, or use lightning steps and Thundershock to weaken it slowly. I would avoid using Branded, as it has a 24-hour cooler down period. Jack gripped his spear and charged forward, ignoring Finn. The wyvern flexed its wings as it prepared to take off. Spear toss. Jack threw his spear and impaled the wyvern's wing to the ground. It opened its mouth as electricity started to build up. The ground cracked and split from Jack's foot to the wyvern. The ground shattered between its feet as the beast prepared to launch an attack. But, before it could be released, a large bolt of thunder shot up from the ground and went straight through the wyvern's mouth. Smoke burned where the wound was as the wyvern's electricity exploded in its mouth. The two bursts of lightning and thunder collided, creating a beautiful shower or purple hues. The shockwave sent Jack back a few feet. Good to know. Other things can affect how much damage it takes. Skills alone don't determine damage. Finn didn't waste any time and charged towards the beast. Flames began swirling around his entire body until he looked like a giant flame. Finn became a walking torch. He crashed into the wyvern's side. A couple of its ribs shattered from the force. The beast toppled over and roared in pain. Before Finn could deliver the finishing blow, the third wyvern dived forward, almost hitting Finn until he rolled out of the way. Jack teleported to the wyvern, screaming in pain. He charges both of his palms with electricity and grabbed the wyvern's skull. Using both of his hands, he released Thundershock and rattled the wyvern's brains until they were a pile of goo. Congratulations, you have slain a wyvern. Reward, Dread Core. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Finn looked up at Jack with newfound respect. I didn't expect you to have such a good battle sense for someone so young. Thanks, but let's talk after we kill the last one. Jack rushed off to avoid a blast of electricity, then blew the ground apart and scattered dust and stone across the battlefield. That's when he saw it. Gunso, a pendant on Jack's neck. Jack was moving so fast that the necklace had swung outwards to the side of his head so he could get a better view. Well, I'll be damned. Finn whispered to himself. You're not only talented, but a chosen one. Jack lost his balance on the wet grass and slipped. During this moment of failure, the wyvern charged up a lightning bolt and released it at Jack. Finn was so busy looking at Jack's pendant that he had a moment of relapse and couldn't predict what was about to happen. The bolt of lightning released and hit Jack head-on. Instead of pain, Jack felt the lightning inside of his body. He felt lighter and more invigorated. Call of the lightning. Your skill lets you absorb lightning into your body and hold charges. The max you can hold is 5 right now. Overload skill available. Finn was caught off guard but quickly returned to his senses. Kicked the beast down into the ground as it slid into Jack. No, he can't die yet. Jack smiled as his eyes began to glow a slight purple color. Jack stood up from the ground and stomped on the wyvern's face. The ground cracked, and the thunder that exploded from the ground was even stronger than anything he had produced before. Jack crushed the head of the wyvern as his ultimate skill had. Turned the wyvern to ashes. System status update. Jack Kaiser, level 9, 4,630 over 5,000 class. Lightning Mage rank 7, 8,240 over 50,000 reputation points. 27 Martial Talent rank, S Blessings, Draven's Pendant skills. Analyze level 8, Polar Mastery level 8. 27% Thundershock level 3. 12% Spear Toss level 4, Lightning Steps level 3. 16% Lightning's Embrace level 2 Lig. Teening Shock level 1, Mana Regeneration. Max HP Regeneration level 1, Thunderclap level 2. 45% Thunder Stomp level 3, 12% Call of the Lightning level 2, branded level 1, overcharge level 2. Kid, that pendant you're wearing, do you know what that is? Yes, it's a blessing from a god. Do you know which god, though? Jack paused for a moment, trying to decide if he should reveal which god blessed him. He wasn't sure if releasing that information would be beneficial or harmful to his life. Yes, it belonged to the god Draven. Draven the Forgotten choose you. Finn grabbed his hair and exhaled hard a couple of times. You okay? Jack looked confused at this point of the conversation. Yes, I'm quite fine, but you won't be. Draven is not a god you should take a deal from lightly. And how would you know that? Finn chuckled. Well, that's because I used to be a chosen one like you. Anyone with knowledge of the god knows who Draven is. People will either want you dead or want you for themselves when they find that out. Finn pointed to the pendant. That pendant alone puts you in a world of danger you aren't ready for. We should keep moving. There are more dragons down by the line of enemies. Agreed, but stay close. Who knows when that giant dragon will come down to challenge us, as if the dragon was summoned by Finn's word. The two-headed dragon moved across the battlefield at a speed that made her look like a blur. Back at the main battlefield, Alaric could see Jack and Finn. What? Why is Finn out? Adrain stepped forward. I believe that was your wife's doing. I believe only your wife could have released him, my lord. Adrain said as he straightened out his posture. Whatever, cover the line. I need to get my son out of here. Alaric shouted as he started to move towards Jack. Before Alaric could make his way to Jack, he felt a gaze in the back of his head. Something strong was staring directly at him. The two-headed dragon flew faster than any dragon on the field. It landed in between Jack and Alaric. When the dragon landed, it left a crater 50 feet wide in the ground. Alaric's whole body was getting darker as he channeled more dark mana around his body. The left head spoke to Alaric. Its voice boomed across the battlefield. Alaric Kaiser, my name is Spiralis. Give me the boy, the right head added. Do so, and your death will be swift. Alaric's response was fast. He released dark mana from his body and the space around them turned black. Over my dead body, Alaric shouted. Both dragon heads smiled in response. Its razor-sharp teeth looked like 1,000 freshly sharpened swords. Loud, defining roar shook the entire battlefield. The battlefield slowly transformed around them. The rain picked up, making the ground a small pond, and the trees bent from the wind as it got. Stronger and stronger, steam rose from the ground in spiraling columns that reached towards the sky. The steam was hot enough to burn flesh off a human's body. Spiralis dominated the battlefield like a god of destruction. It was over 20 meters tall. Each scale on the dragon's scales were the size of a man. And between the two heads of the dragon was a large 10-foot red gem. Alaric felt his heart beating frantically against his ribs like a caged animal desperate to escape. It wasn't every day a dragon came to your front door. Damn dragon, it just had to be a two-headed dragon. Especially with Typhoon's gem. Alaric snarled. What are you talking about, Alaric? Cassius said frantically. Look at his chest. That is Typhoon's gem. He does not have fire affinity. The ground shouldn't be heating up so much. Alaric's armor was enchanted by the finest smiths in Elysium, but even that was starting to creak as his armor shifted. Beneath the terror that he felt from facing such a mighty beast was a sense of fury so pure that it didn't matter if it was a dragon or a god that stood before him. No man, beast, or god would harm his son. The left dragon head raised its head and glared down at the pitiful humans. You will all die. Say your prayers. The dragon grinned evilly as if they were already looking at dead bodies. Its voice was so loud that it sounded like thunder had struck down next to one's ear. Geysers erupted from the ground and shot up 30 feet in the air before crashing down with enough force to form craters in the ground. The right head simply yawned from boredom. But this small act had drastic consequences. The air itself became its weapon. Large gashes of wind cut trenches in the ground like a hot knife through butter. Spiralis had control over the element that sustained life. Water that should nurture crops and quench thirst became a force that could crush a man just with its words. Wind that should carry the song of birds and the laughter of children became a suffocating force that could steal the breath from a man. Cassius. Alaric's voice roared over the developing maelstrom. Stay airborne, don't let it ground you. His words were nearly lost among the chaos, but Cassius heard them nonetheless. His wyvern shrieked in response, her powerful wings moving frantically against the strong wind currents. The temperature fluctuated windy around Spiralis. Without appropriate gear, one would succumb to thermal shock. This stupid dragon is controlling the weather, Cassius shouted back, as golden light began forming around the palm of his hands. The light grew so bright, it looked like a miniature sun had formed in his hand. Sweat poured down his face, evaporating before it could fall off his chin. "We need to hit it hard and fast before." His words were cut off as the left dragon head reared back and its neck started to blow up like a balloon. Its neck started to glow like bioluminescent blue moss. In the next moment, a concentrated torrent of water rubbed in from its mouth. This wasn't a simple water attack. This was liquid that was so compressed when it hit the ground it shattered the ground. Alaric could tell that with one wrong move it would be his end. He mind raced on what to do next. Do I block it? No, that wouldn't work. Dodge it? The attack was too wide and too fast. The only space he had to stand in was the earth that Adrian created because the water that had piled up by their feet had started to boil. That left only one option. When the dragon shot the next water blast, Alaric shouted across the battlefield. This was one of the most difficult in his arsenal, record-perfect time and precision. The darkness folded back into Alaric's sword, and in that moment, the water struck his sword. Spiralus expected him to be at least harmed, but instead the exact opposite happened. The force of the strike repelled back at Spiralus, destroying one of its scales off its body. Before Alaric could recover, the air around him became as thin as the top of a mountain. His lungs burned as the air was sucked out of his lungs. He had minutes before he would lose consciousness, and shortly following that he would lose his life. With a little amount of air he had left in his lungs, he shouted, "Shadow burst." Tendrils of darkness erupted from his body like the roots of a tree. Each one struck the air around him. If one was looking at Alaric right now, they would just see the frantic hope of a man about to die. But the tendrils of darkness were disrupting the wind, allowing Alaric to breathe again. From somewhere above the chaos, Cassius's voice rang out like a war horn. Miniature sun bloomed between the dragon's head. It was so hot that the rain that was pouring down above the dragon's head evaporated. The light was so intense that it left after images burned into the retinas of everyone within a mile. Both of Spiralus's heads recoiled from the light. Cassius used this opportunity to press his advantage. Golden light wrapped his entire body in armor, and when he spoke his voice carried the authority of divine judgment. A spear of pure light condensed into the thickness of a giant ballista before falling down like a fallen star. The spear moved faster than the sound of speed. It punched a hole in the sound barrier. It struck Spiralus right between its two heads, leaving a smoking hole in its wake. Scales began to fall off Spiralus and crashed into the ground. For just one moment everyone had hope. Spiralus staggered backwards, its head swaying like they had just drunk way too much wine. Then Spiralus laughed. Both heads tilted back in unison, and from their throats came a burst of energy that no one expected. The raindrops slowly froze and dropped as icicle shards. The boiling water beneath their feet cooled down and rose up to 20 feet deep. One soldier got his foot caught in the water. His leg slowly began to freeze from his foot up to his thigh. Adrian cut his leg off quickly before any more damage could be done. But Spiralus wasn't done. It took a deep breath, expanding its chest far beyond what one would be capable of. It exhaled a giant gust of wind that slowly transformed into a tornado. The wind slowly lifted the frozen water from the ground. The tornado was throwing the icicle shards all throughout the battlefield, injuring several soldiers. Trees, boulders, and soldiers, all alike, were thrown frantically across the battlefield. The tornado picked up speed and made its way to Alaric at an alarming pace. Moments before impact, Adrian's voice rang out. A column of granite launched Alaric through the air far above the tornado and the dragon. When he reached the apex of his jump, a stone platform was waiting for him in the sky. He flipped over, planting his feet on the platform. He crouched deep and launched himself from the platform straight at Spiralus. The platform made of granite shattered from the force Alaric exerted. His voice reverberated through the chaos. Dark-cloaked black blade. Dark magic slowly coated his blade as he swung his sword as fast as he could. A long blade made of dark magic erupted from his blade. This technique extended the reach of one's blade. It was traditionally a quick-draw technique, but Alaric worked with what he had. Any normal person would be frightened by this battle. No normal or sane person had the balls to fight a dragon head-on. The dragon wars that formed the nation of Draconia was a long-fought battle with deaths in the millions. After that war, one family and one dragon made history. Typhoon was known around the world as the strongest dragon to ever grace its presence in this world, and the family that ended the war was House Stormblood. family who breeds lightning users to assert their dominance over Draconia. Spiralis was caught off guard by how fast the technique was. Alaric's blade cut through and cut off one of its arms. Its roar vibrated the ground as it screamed in pain. Spiralis was in pain. Alaric's had small cuts on his body and was using too much mana too quickly. This wasn't a battle they could win through conventional means. Each passing moment, Alaric felt himself weaker, but he could feel a presence off in the distance, growing stronger with each passing second. Jack felt his chest getting hotter and hotter. It took him a moment to realize it was from the pendant. Draven's pendant had grown so hot, it was starting to leave a mark on his chest. System, what is happening with the pendant? Unknown energy signature. The system's uncertainty was almost as disturbing as the pain. If it couldn't figure out what it was, then what could? Kid, whatever insane plan you're cooking up in that head of yours, forget it. Finn grabbed his arm hard enough to leave a bruise. That is not an ordinary dragon. We need someone a lot stronger than your father to kill that thing. Jack shrugged off Finn's grip with surprising strength, never taking his eyes off Spiralis. Somewhere past all the wind and rain, his father was fighting for his life. Fear crept up Jack's spine. Something inside Jack told him that he had to overcome his fear and help his father face the dragon. He needs help, Jack said plainly. With those 3 words, Finn was reminded of a great challenge and his destiny before his fall from grace. Jack looked closer through all the rain and saw the devastation that was below. The entire landscape had been destroyed. The soldiers had died, his father was bleeding, and the dragon's left arm was laying on the ground. System, analyze the dragon. HP, 177,478 over 250,000 affinity, wind, water. Jack, I would recommend that you run. That's not an option, system. I will not let my father die. Jack's heart sank, like a stone dropped into a bottomless lake. Even with the power Draven gave him, with all the system's help, and the advantage of being born into a high-ranking noble family, it all meant nothing in this moment. Spiralis was over 10 times his level and had enough HP to treat humans like pesky mosquitoes. But then Jack remembered something that Annabelle had told him before the party. Sometimes, the greatest victories come not from your raw power, but from finding the weakness your enemy doesn't expect. This was turned into a David and Goliath story, and all Jack had was his faith. System, any weaknesses you can see. Primary weakness, lightning. Suddenly Jack heard a strange voice. Finn, do you heat that? The only sounds that could be heard were the pounding of the rain and a large gust of wind that flew by his head. There was something else in the storm. The voice got clearer and spoke to Jack. My chosen one, the voice whispered, and Jack could yell who it was. It was Draven. System, can you hear that? I hear the weather, Jack. The system couldn't detect that Draven was speaking directly to Jack. The time has come for you to learn the true power of your blessing. What do you mean? Every chosen one possesses a gift beyond their blessed abilities. Gods normally don't tell them until they've grown stronger so their bodies can handle it. But know that the pain that follows may kill you. This is not something that you should take lightly. The last time I had a chosen one and offered them the same deal, their heart exploded. Jack looked towards his father, barely visible through the rain. He hadn't shared too many memories with his family, but it didn't matter, they meant the world to him now. Are there any other side effects? There is one other drawback I didn't mention. I don't care right now. Just tell me what I have to do. Listen to the sound of my voice and repeat the words I say. The dragon roared again. It began to glow all over its body, preparing another vicious attack. There was no more time for doubt, no more room for fear. Finn, get ready to run. Finn looked at Jack confused before realizing what he was about to do. Don't do it, Finn shouted, but Jack had already begun to chant. I call upon the power to split the heavens. Grant me straight to command the heavens. Let your divine wrath through my hands. All Father, I beseech you. Jack chanted a prayer to the gods, and Draven answered him in full force. Battle between Alaric, Cassius, and Spiralis ceased, and they all turned to a massive surge of power that rained down from the sky. The pendant against this chest grew hotter and grew brighter. Thunder and lightning erupted from the clouds above Jack. Primordial skill temporary available. Thunder and lightning boomed across the battlefield as it struck Jack directly. Jack could feel lightning and thunder between his finger tips. His lightning changed colors from purple to blue to red to white. Jack's hair stood up from all the electricity. He put his right hand out and a white spear formed in his hands. At this moment, Spiralis began to sweat and panic. This is what the dragon came here to stop. Alaric saw the worry on the dragon's face and was shocked to see that the surge of power was coming from his son Jack. Finn was blasted back by all the lightning and thunder that had entered Jack's body. Pain is turned off until skill is used. This must be why dragons fear lightning so much. I can feel every ounce of energy in my body and in the sky. Jack Kaiser. Level 9, 4,630 over 5,000 class. Lightning Mage rank 7, 8,240 over 50,000 reputation points. 27 martial talent rank. Blessings Draven's pendant skills. Analyze level 8, Polar Mastery level 8. 27% Thundershock level 3, 12% Spear Toss level 4, Lightning Steps level 3. 16% Lightning's Embrace level 2, Lightning Shock level 1, Mana Regeneration Max, HP Regeneration level 1, Thunderclap level 2. 45% Thunder Stomp level 3, 12% Call of the Lightning level 2, Branded level 1, Overcharge level 2. Max Woe system, care to explain what's happening? You chanted the words of your blessing. Grants you untold strength given to you by your God. While electricity coursed through his veins, every breath he took tasted like divinity, if divinity had a flavor. Above him, the clouds began swirling into a perfect vortex. It was as if the heavens were being drawn to him. Lightning and thunder began raining down on the battlefield. He raised his hands towards the growing tempest, and the lightning obeyed. Call of the lightning. The first bolt of lightning struck his palm with the force of a fallen star, but it didn't destroy him. Jack felt his body absorbing the divine electricity, each charge added into a reservoir of power that seemed to have no bottom. His hair slowly started to stand up on end as electricity coiled around his body. Lightning charge, 6 over 25. Jack stood motionless as heaven's fury poured into him like wine into a chalice. Lightning charge, 12 over 25. Across the battlefield, Spiralus had gone completely still. For the first time since the fight began, Spiralus showed in motion other the confidence. Impossible, the left head said. The right head interjected. That power, it cannot be. The Forgotten One is supposed to be in a slumber. The two dragon heads slowly start arguing with each other as Jack continues to amass power. Jack felt another bolt of lightning crash into his body, and this time he laughed. Lightning charge. 18 over 25, the white spear in his hand pulsed with each new charge. Growing brighter and more solid with every passing second, Jack glared at Spiralus. You should have fled when you had the chance. His voice echoed across the battlefield. Even with the crashing water and howling wind, every person within miles heard those words as clearing as if he'd whispered them in their ear. Spiralus reared back both of its heads. They shouted in unison. We have devoured kingdoms. We will not be stopped by a mere child. But even as the dragon spoke in defiance, Jack could see the tremor in its massive limbs and could smell the fear in the air. The final lightning bolt struck down in rapid succession, each one brighter than the last. Jack spread his arms wide and let himself become a living lightning rod. Lightning charges, 25 over 25. Maximum lightning charges reached. Define resonance achieved. The transformation to Jack's body was now complete. Every cell in his body felt like it was on fire. Jack raised one finger towards Spiralus. The word rang out like a sudden belt toll. A bolt of blue lightning lanced from Jack's fingertip. It only took a single heartbeat for the bolt of lightning to reach Spiralus. It struck the dragon's chest just below Typhoon's gem. It left a glowing sigil on his chest in the shape of a lightning bolt. Target has been branded. You will never miss a strike. The branded mark lasts for 30 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. The dragon staggered backwards as if it was just struck by a hammer forged by the gods. The sigil was both beautiful to look at and terrible to know the consequences. What have you done to me? It's my gift before I end your life, Jack said with a faint smile. Spiralus launched itself forward with desperate fury. Both heads unleashed an attack directly at Jack. One vortex made of water and one vortex made of wind. They propelled quick and fast until they merged together to create one giant water tornado. But Jack was no longer bound by mortal limitations. He moved just as fast as a bolt of thunder. He teleported back and forth from one spot to another, leaving trails of white radiance. Behind him, Jack appeared directly above the dragon's head. The white spear was directly above his own head like a divine executioner's blade. For a moment, it seemed like the world had stopped. Everyone stared at Jack, wondering what his next move would be. Then Jack suddenly fell from the sky like a crashing meteor. He launched the spear so fast it broke the sound barrier. Spiralus tried to dodge, its massive frame moving with surprising grace. But it didn't matter because Jack had branded the dragon. His spear found its target with the utmost precision, punching through the dragon's scales. The very same scales that Alaric struggled with. The spear was embedded in the dragon's back. White lightning exploded from inside spireless body. Scales blew away in all directions. The dragon screamed so loud that the sound shattered windows in the next town over. Birds filled from the sky, buildings collapsed, and small animals died. System, why was the damage so high? Your divine state increases all damage. It seems that your damage was multiple tenfold. The dragon thrashed around like a landed whale on the beach. Jack landed on Spireless. Both heads tried desperately to eat Jack alive. But it was all in vain. Spireless couldn't reach Jack no matter how hard it tried. Jack held on with one hand while raising the other. Towards the storm. More lightning and thunder descended down onto Jack than anyone had ever seen in their life before. A single bolt of lightning could kill a man where he stood, but here Jack was consuming more than any person should. This ends now, he thought, as he spoke words that no one had heard in over 1,000 years. The response was immediate and apocalyptic. Everyone was in awe of the fight that was going on, that no one noticed the clouds above. The clouds were only above Jack, and everywhere else was clear blue skies. Spireless eyes widened as it felt every single bolt of electricity inside of its body. "We yield," the dragon cried out. But Jack simply ignored its plea. Divine energy had burned away everything except for the need to protect his family. The dragon continued to struggle. The system notifications popped up in front of Jack's face. He ignored what the system had to say. Forgotten God's judgment. Jack raised his weapon high in the air, and every thunderbolt and lightning bolt converged down towards the tip of his spear. Jack struck the dragon straight through the gem and into its chest. At that moment, everything went silent. The sky cleared, the water level sank, and the wind returned to normal. A giant pillar of white lightning erupted from the dragon's body. It soared into the sky until it disappeared. "I did it. I slayed a dragon. This is just like a video game." Growing up playing video games, especially if you played RPGs, slaying dragons was one of FHE's most sought-after things to do. Jack collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. "Congratulations, you have slain your first disaster-class monster. Congratulations, you have slain a disaster-class monster. Congratulations, you have slain your first named enemy. Congratulations on slaying your first dragon. Congratulations, you have completed a hidden quest. Congratulations, you have completed a quest. Congratulations, you have obtained a Desator core. Reward 200 skill points. Reward 150,000 EXP. Reward 100,000 reputation points. Reward Title Dragon Slayer. All damage to dragon increased by 30%. Slay Spireless. Completed. Reward Black Box. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You are now level 18. There was notification after notification, but Jack missed all of it. The moment the white lightning left his hand, the divine protection he had vanished. Pain is turned back on. In an instant, pain unlike anything Jack had experienced in either lifetime assaulted him. It felt as if he was being stabbed by a superheated knife. If a blade is heated to the correct temperature, it could cut and cauterize at the same time. He nearly screamed out loud as he felt every ounce of lightning leaving his body. He tightly clenched his fists, teeth gritting fiercely as he resisted the urge to scream. An intense surge of mana erupted instantly from his body. Waves of vibrant, powerful mana flowed out of him and onto the battlefield. A human could barely handle a normal pain, but here he was dealing with 100 times that. Pain has stacked and being relayed at once, damage is multiplied by 100-fold. Alaric, Finn, Adrian, and Cassius all watched in horror as Jack was going through pain. "Hang on, Jack," Finn whispered. "No, what's happening to him?" Alaric screamed out as he tried to get to Jack, but before he could get there, Finn pulled him back. "Get off of me, I'll kill you, Finn. If you go near him, you'll die." Alaric. His words sunk in like a dagger. It felt like he was losing his son all over again. He made his choice, now he has to pay the toll. "Come on, Jack," Alaric whispered as a single tear went down his face. The mana grew more dense, more aggressive as it ripped through Jack's system. A series of explosions went off before Jack started to fall to the ground. Jack lost consciousness. Alaric ran his son as fast as his injured body let him. Before he could make it there, someone grabbed Jack and picked him up, putting him over his shoulder. He was tall and lean, dressed in blue armor. It looked very light, but an experienced eye could tell how intricate it was. His face was ageless in a way that experienced mages were. He could have been 30 or 300. "Alaric Kaiser," the stranger called out. His words echoed across the battlefield. Your son might quite the impression today, such beautiful destructive power. Alaric, battered and bleeding from the fight with the dragon, stumbled forward on uneasy legs. Who are you? What do you want with my son? I am Aurelius, first chosen one of King Eric. What I want is simple. I want to meet the boy who killed the dragon with a single strike. It's not every day you find a dragon slayer in the kingdom. My son is not a weapon for the crown. Adrian stepped forward, his greatsword still clutched in his bloody hands. The young master earned his power through courage and sacrifice. Silence, dog. Aurelius's respectful tone vanished entirely as he glared at the captain. With a quick wave of his hand, Adrian's mouth was sealed shut by golden energy. The adults are talking now. Cassius urged his wounded wyvern forward, light magic gathering weakly around his hands. Aurelius, even the king's authority has limits. Aurelius nodded respectfully to the noble. Lord Sunblade, your concern is understandable, but this boy just demonstrated the ability to kill disaster-class threats single-handedly. The crown must act in its best interests. Finn spat blood onto the ground. You always were a bastard, Aurelius. Some things never change. Ah, Finn the blind prophet speaks. Aurelius's voice dripped with contempt. How lovely that you're here. Did you foresee this moment, old friend? Did your divine sight show you how thoroughly you'd fail to protect the boy? Finn's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. No witty retorts, no cryptic warnings about the future. Aurelius sneered. Prison has made you dull, Finn. You used to be so entertaining before the gods took your eye and left you broken. Aurelius looked back to Alaric Kaiser. Did you think power of this magnitude would go unnoticed? Did you think you could hide this boy from King Eric forever? He adjusted his grip on Jack's unconscious body. And for a moment, his expression softened into something that might have been admiration. I was going to see the king within the month, Alaric pleaded. I care not for what you had planned. Aurelius smiled wide and laughed uncontrollably. Your son is a chosen one. He is a force of nature that you cannot hide. He'll be returning with me to King Eric. It's not every day you meet a chosen one that can chant his god's blessing and live. He is truly remarkable, and I have decided I shall take him. No, you can't take him. With what little mana Alaric had left, he swung his sword as fast as he could. Dark-cloaked slash, Alaric screamed out in fury. Aurelius pointed his finger in the shape of a gun and released a small bullet of light mana. The simple shot destroyed the dark blade of mana Alaric shot out. Aurelius slowly began to glow a vibrant golden light. Your boy belongs to the kingdom now. If you disagree, you have 7 days to appear before FHE King. You can't do this. You have no right, Alaric shouted. I am the king's chosen, Lord Kaiser. I can do whatever is in the king's best interest. Slowly, his body became translucent, disappearing like a fog. Consider this your formal invitation. I hope you don't disappoint me. With those words, Aurelius disappeared from view, taking Jack along with him. The silence that followed was deafening. Now there was only the gentle hiss of cooling glass and the distant groans of wounded soldiers. Alaric collapsed to his knees beside the massive corpse of Spiralus, his hands pressed against the dragon's scales. Even in death, the dragon stretched nearly 30 meters from snout to tail, its wings spread wide enough to cast shadows over half the battlefield. Typhoon's gem, once blazing red in the dragon's chest, had gone dark as coal, but still radiated large amounts of heat. My boy. Alaric whispered, his voice cracking. My son. Adrian staggered over with a squad of his remaining soldiers, their boots crunching on debris scattered around the crater. Search the body, he ordered hoarsely, his voice still rough from Aurelius's magic. Dragon cores are worth a fortune. Captain, one of the soldiers called out, his voice echoing strangely across the battlefield. There's nothing here, sir. Adrian limped over to where the soldier was pointing. A massive cavity had been carved through the dragon's chest. The edges of the wound were burned smooth, as if something had reached inside and simply taken what it wanted. The core's gone, Adrian reported grimly, wiping blood from his mouth. Someone or something got to it before us. 2 days had passed since white lightning split the sky. Sorn had become a city transformed by death and providence. Alaric stood on the balcony of his study, watching the citizens below. People understood they were witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It wasn't every day you had hundreds of dragons, waiting to be butchered. The massive corpse of Spiralus dominated the scene like a fallen mountain. Even in death, the ancient dragon commanded respect. People of Sorn were not ones to waste such a gift. Each scale was worth more than most families earned in a year. Dragon-scale armor was prized by knights and nobles across all 4 human kingdoms. My lord, Adrian approached, his armor still bearing scorch marks from the battle. Thick bandage covered the left side of his head where flying debris had caught him. The harvest proceeds well. We've collected over 300 scales so far, and the butchers estimate at least 2 tons of usable meat. Alaric nodded without taking his eyes off the work below. His hands gripped the balcony railing so tightly that the stone had begun to crack under the pressure. And the other materials? The alchemists are beside themselves, my lord. Dragon blood, powdered bone, and organs are quite valuable. Estimates put the total value at. Adrian paused, checking his notes. Somewhere around 50,000 gold pieces. 50,000 gold was enough to buy a small city or fund an army for 3 years. Under normal circumstances, Alaric would have been pleased by such windfall. His people would be fed and protected for decades to come. But the only thing that mattered was that his son was beyond the reach of any amount of coin. Below them, a group of children had gathered at the edge of the crater, pointing in wonder at the dragon's massive head. The creature's eyes, once burning with ancient malice, were now empty sockets that reflected the morning light like dark mirrors. The people are calling it a miracle. Adrian continued quietly. They're saying Jack is blessed by the gods themselves. There's talk of building a statue, declaring today a permanent festival. Jack isn't here to see it, Alaric said, his voice carrying an edge that made Adrian step back. Dark mana had begun to seep from his body like smoke, turning the air around him cold and bitter. Our celebrations mean nothing if my son is in chains. The sound of approaching footsteps made both men turn. Lady Genevieve emerged onto the balcony, followed by her 3 daughters. Her eyes were cold, calculating, and utterly without mercy. The preparations are complete, she announced without preamble. We leave for the capital at dawn. Octavia stepped forward, a leather satchel slung over her shoulder. I've packed medical supplies and emergency provisions. If they've hurt him, we'll need to be ready for anything. They haven't hurt him, Celeste said firmly, though her voice wavered slightly. He's too valuable. They need him alive and well. Annabelle, the youngest of the 3 children, had said little since Jack's disappearance. Now she spoke with a quiet intensity that made everyone listen. When we get him back, what then? The whole world knows what he can do now. There will be no peace for any of us. It was a sobering thought. Word of the dragon slaying had already begun to spread beyond Sorn's borders. Urchins spread tales of white lightning and divine wrath to every town and city they visited. Soon, every ambitious noble and power-hungry kingdom would want to either recruit or eliminate the young man who could kill disaster-class monsters single-handedly. Let them come, Lady Genevieve said with a deadly calm. They'll learn why people fear our family. The sound of heavy boots on stone announced another arrival. You're planning to march into the lion's den, Finn snarked. All of you walking straight into King Eric's hands. Do you have a better suggestion? Alaric's voice could have frozen someone's blood. Finn leaned against the wall. I have information. He paused, meeting each of their gazes in turn. But first, you need to understand what you're truly up against. Lady Genevieve crossed her arms, her expression skeptical. And what makes you such an expert on royal politics? Because I used to be where Jack is now, Finn replied simply. I was a chosen once. Before the gods took my eye and cast me down, I served at the pleasure of kings. Even Alaric turned to stare they had known only as a prisoner and a weapon. You never mentioned this, Octavia said, her voice carefully controlled. Finn's laugh was bitter. Would you have? Being a former chosen one isn't exactly something you advertise, especially after you've fallen from grace. Most people assume you're either dead or mad. He touched the patch covering his missing eye. Sometimes they're not wrong. What god chose you? Annabelle asked with the curiosity of a scholar. I was given the gift of foresight, the ability to see potential futures branching out like the limbs of a great tree. It was magnificent and terrible, knowing the consequences of every choice before it was made. Then what happened? Celeste pressed. I tried to change the future I saw. Dark timeline where war consumed all 4 kingdoms and millions died. Finn's voice grew hollow. The gods don't appreciate it when their chosen ones try to rewrite fate. They took my eye as punishment and stripped away most of my power. The king decided I was no longer useful and had me imprisoned for treason against the divine order. The balcony fell silent, except for the distant sounds of work from the crater below. The implications of Finn's revelation hung heavy in the air like storm clouds. So you know what Jack is going through, Lady Genevieve said finally. Better than anyone. Finn straightened, his posture becoming more formal. Chosen ones exist in a world apart from normal nobility, where weapons, symbols, and political assets all rolled into one. The crown will treat Jack well, they have to, but they'll also never let him go. He's too valuable, too dangerous to leave unchecked. Tell us about the other chosen ones, Alaric demanded. Who will Jack face at court? Finn closed his eye, accessing memories he had tried to bury. When I served, there were 3 chosen ones in addition to myself. Aurelius was always the king's favorite, blessed by some war god whose name escapes me. Ruthless, efficient, completely loyal to the crown. He began counting on his fingers. Lyra Moonwhisper, chosen by Artemis. Deadly with a bow, can hit targets from miles away. She's quiet, calculating, and has never failed a mission. Thinks chosen ones as a superior breed of human. And the third? Octavia asked. Finn hesitated. Sierra Nightshade, she's complicated, brilliant, powerful, and completely unpredictable. She could be Jack's greatest ally or his worst enemy, depending on how the wind blows that day. 5 chosen ones, including Jack, Adrian mused. Then who is the 4th? You left someone out. That I do not know. I was replaced at some point, so I wouldn't have the slightest idea who the other chosen one is. Finn said as he shrugged his shoulders. Anything else I need to know? Alaric asked calmly. Yes, I suppose there is, Finn smirked. Aurelius is first among equals, but barely. Each chosen one has their own sphere of influence. Finn's expression grew grim. Jack is walking into a nest of vipers. Depending on how a chosen one is brought up, determines their influence. Someone like Aurelius, who was seized by the crown at the age of 6, would be completely loyal to the crown. Lady Genevieve absorbed this information with the cold calculation of a general planning a campaign. Any weaknesses we should know about? Lyra is obsessively honorable. She won't break her word once given, but getting that word is the trick. Sierra. Finn shrugged. Sierra does whatever amuses her most at any given moment. She might help Jack just to see what happens. Aurelius has no weaknesses I ever discovered. He's smart, powerful, and completely devoted to what he sees as the greater good of the kingdom. He'll do terrible things without hesitation if he believes they serve the realm's interests. Finn met Alaric's gaze. He genuinely thinks he's saving Jack from you. There's something else, Finn continued reluctantly. Chosen ones don't just serve the crown, we're expected to breed. The royal bloodline wants to ensure that divine blessings can be passed down to future generations. Jack won't just be a weapon, he'll be treated like a prized stallion. Celeste made a sound of disgust. They want to use him to create more chosen ones. It's how the system perpetuates itself. Most chosen ones are either born into it or recruited young enough to be molded. Jack didn't awaken until he was 16 instead of 6. They'll try to break him down and rebuild him in their image. Alaric's dark mana flared so violently that frost began to form on the balcony railing. Like hell they will. That's why we need to move carefully, Finn emphasized. What do you suggest? Lady Genevieve asked. We play their game. Present yourselves as concerned nobles seeking an audience with your son. Accept whatever restrictions they place on the meeting. And then we find a way to get Jack alone long enough to give him a choice, stay and serve, or come home and face whatever consequences follow. He'll choose family, Celeste said with quiet confidence. Let's hope so, Finn replied. Because if he decides to stay, if he embraces what they are offering him, then we've lost him forever. Chosen ones who fully accept their role become different, still human, but not in any way that matters. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Cassius Sunblade, his crimson wyvern landing in the courtyard below with a thunder of wings. The lord looked haggard, his normally immaculate appearance showing signs of sleepless nights and hard travel. Alaric, he called up from the courtyard, we need to talk, now. The group descended to meet him, finding Cassius pacing in front of his exhausted mount. His wyvern's scales were not as shiny as they should be, and her breathing was labored. They had been flying hard for days. What news? Alaric demanded. The worst kind. Cassius ran a hand through his disheveled hair. I've been to 3 neighboring kingdoms in the past 2 days, calling in every favor and debt I'm owed. The response has been unpleasant. He pulled out a scroll and unrolled it with shaking hands. Official statement from King of Draconia. The Kingdom of Draconia recognizes King Eric's sovereign right to manage chosen ones within his realm and will not interfere in internal Elysium affairs. Lady Genevieve's expression could have killed flowers. And the others? Cordelia sent basically the same message, wrapped in more diplomatic language. Sanctorium's response was even worse. They want Jack for themselves. So we're alone, Octavia said quietly. He pulled out another scroll, this one sealed with black wax. I promise that House Sunblade stands with House Kaiser, regardless of the political consequences. For the first time in 2 days, Alaric smiled, but it wasn't a pleasant expression. Then it seems we have work to do. As the sun began to set, painting the crater in shades of gold and crimson, a small convoy formed in the courtyard, 2 armored carriages flanked by mounted guards. It was a delicate balance, projecting strength while avoiding provocation. Lady Genevieve supervised the loading of their luggage, while her daughters made final checks of their traveling gear. Alaric stood apart, his attention focused inward as he prepared for what might be the most important political negotiation of his life. Finn's knowledge of the royal court would be invaluable, and his former status as a chosen one might open doors that would otherwise remain closed. Second thoughts, Alaric asked as the former prophet joined him. Constantly, Finn replied, but I know the struggle Jack will face, plus I don't want your wife to flay me. As the convoy prepared to depart, Adrian approached with a final report. The dragon harvest will continue in our absence. I've left instructions for the scales of lower-tier dragons and meat to be distributed among the citizens. The valuable materials will be secured in the treasury. Good. Alaric mounted his horse, a massive black destrier. If we don't return, you will, Adrian interrupted firmly. Bring the young master home, my lord. Sorn isn't the same without him. The journey to the capital would take 5 days of hard travel through mountains and farmland. None of them spoke as they left Sorn behind. There would be time for words later. For now, there was only the road ahead and the grim determination that had carried House Kaiser through centuries of challenge and change in a tower. Above Elysium's most well-defended town, a young man started to wake up. The first thing he noticed was the absence of pain. The crushing agony that had accompanied his use of divine power was gone, replaced by a bone-deep weariness that made even breathing an effort. The second thing he noticed was that everything was wrong. The ceiling above him was made of polished marble inlaid with gold. The bed beneath him was too soft, too large, covered in silk sheets that probably cost more than most people earned in a lifetime. Sunlight streamed through windows of perfect crystal, casting rainbow patterns across walls hung with tapestries. This wasn't his room. This wasn't his home. When Jack tried to sit up, the world tilted sideways like a ship in a storm. His inner ear screamed protests as vertigo crashed over him in nauseating waves. His body felt strange, lighter somehow, as if some fundamental part of himself had been burned away in that final moment of divine fury. His hands trembled as he raised them into the rainbow-scattered light, and what he saw made his breath catch. His skin held a faint luminescence. System status report. Good morning, Jack. You have been unconscious for 2 days, 14 hours, and 23 minutes. Warning, your body has undergone significant trauma from divine power channeling. Full recovery will require additional rest and nutrition. Current location, Royal Palace of Elysium, Tower of Chosen Ones. Royal Palace. Tower of Chosen Ones. Everything came flooding back, like a surging tidal wave. He was a prisoner, a valuable, carefully maintained prisoner, but a prisoner nonetheless. Jack swung his legs over the side of the bed, fighting another wave of dizziness as his bare feet touched the cold marble floor. He was wearing a simple white robe that he definitely hadn't put on himself. Someone had undressed him, bathed him, and tended to his injuries while he was unconscious. The thought made his skin crawl. Across the room, a door opened with the soft whisper of perfectly balanced hinges. A young woman entered, carrying a tray of food and moving with the fluid grace of someone trained in combat. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders like liquid moonlight, each strand catching the crystal window's light. When she saw that Jack was awake, she paused and offered a slight bow. Lord Kaiser, she said, her voice was soft and gentle, I am Lyra Moonwhisper. Welcome to your new home. Jack remained seated on the edge of the impossibly soft bed, staring at the young woman in front of her. Lyra Moonwhisper moved with the fluid precision of flowing water, setting the tray on a marble table that probably cost more than most houses. The scent that rose from the covered dishes made Jack's stomach clench with sudden, ravenous hunger. It was a rich, savory aroma that only master chefs could accomplish. You've been unconscious for nearly 3 days, she said. The royal physicians were concerned about the damage from channeling divine power. Most mortals who attempt such feats either die instantly or spend the rest of their lives as drooling invalids. Jack's hand instinctively went to his chest, where Draven's pendant lay hidden beneath the simple white robe. The metal still felt warm against his skin, a constant reminder of the price he'd paid for power. Most mortals don't have a good reason to risk it, he said while staring out into space, Protecting family. The words left her lips with something that might have been approval, though her expression remained as unreadable as winter ice. A noble sentiment. Naive perhaps, but noble nonetheless. She gestured toward the tray. 3-horned deer Wellington. The potatoes are grown in soil blessed by earth mages and harvested only during the new moon. The royal kitchens spare no expense for their distinguished guests. Jack looked at it, and it reminded him of beef welling. From earth, only the rich would be able to eat things like this on a daily basis. Jack found himself almost smiling despite the circumstances. Is that what I am, a distinguished guest? You're what you choose to be, Lord Kaiser. Lyra moved to the crystal windows. A guest implies the freedom to leave. A prisoner suggests unwillingness to stay. A chosen one, however. She paused, letting the implications hang in the air like incense. A chosen one belongs to something greater than themselves. Jack stood slowly, testing his balance as residual dizziness threatened to topple him. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else. He was stronger than before, but strange. As if the divine lightning had rewritten something in his body. The beef Wellington was a masterpiece of culinary art. The meat was so tender it practically dissolved on his tongue. It was, without question, the finest meal he'd ever tasted. It was also a demonstration of power so casual it made his teeth ache. The kitchens prepare meals like this 3 times daily for all chosen ones, Lyra observed, while watching him eat. Along with access to the finest weapons, armor, magical instruction, and political education available in the known world. The crown invests heavily in its assets. How long have you been a chosen one? He asked between bites. Since I was 6. The answer came without hesitation, but something flickered behind those pale eyes. Artemis chose me after I managed to put an arrow through a sparrow's eye from 200 feet away. Jack tried to imagine being ripped away from his family at that age, molded into a weapon before his personality had fully formed. The thought made the exquisite food taste like ash in his mouth. Any regrets? The question slipped out before he could stop himself. For a moment, Lyra's carefully maintained composure cracked. A glimpse of the child she'd been before the crown had claimed her. Then the moment passed, and she was once again the untouchable chosen one. Regret is a luxury I can't afford, she said simply. I am what I was made to be. She moved toward the door with that same fluid grace, pausing only when her hand touched the crystal handle. You have 1 hour to eat and get yourself together. Then Aurelius will want to see you. I suggest you use the time wisely. First impressions matter here more than anywhere else. The door whispered shut behind her, leaving Jack alone with his thoughts and the lingering scent of jasmine. Only when he was certain she was gone did he allow himself to slump back against the marble table, the weight of his situation settling over him like a burial shroud. System, I think it's time we had a serious conversation. What concerns you, Jack? Status update. Everything. I need to know what changed while I was unconscious. The familiar blue screen materialized before his eyes, but the information it contained made him sit down hard in the nearest chair. Jack Kaiser. Level 18. 19,630 over 27,500. Class. Lightning Mage rank 7, 8,240 over 50,000 reputation points. 100,027 martial talent rank. S blessings. Draven's pendant titles. Dragon Slayer skills. Analyze level 8. Polearm mastery level 8. 27% Thundershock level 3. 12% Spear Toss level 4. Lightning Steps level 3. 16% Lightning's Embrace level 2, Lightning Shock level 1, Mana Regeneration Max, HP Regeneration level 1, Thunderclap level 2, 45% Thunder Stomp level 3. 12% Call of the Lightning level 2, Branded level 1, Overcharge level 2. Jack stared at the numbers, confusion replacing his initial excitement. Level 18. He gained 9 full levels from slaying Spiralus. But his stats, they were back to what they'd been before channeling all that divine energy. System, what happened to my enhanced stats? I had over 200 in strength, my magic was nearly 300. The divine enhancement from Draven's blessing was temporary, Jack. Your body was not permanently altered by the divine lightning. It was merely channeling power beyond mortal limits for a brief period. Your base stats remain unchanged, though you did retain the experience and levels gained from the battle. He wasn't the demigod he'd thought he'd become. He was still just Jack Kaiser, admittedly more experienced and skilled. The godlike power that had obliterated Spiralus was borrowed, not owned. But it was the new title that caught his attention. Glowing with a faint golden light. System, show me the details on Dragon Slayer. Title, Dragon Slayer description. Some heroes need quests, prophecies, and magical swords. You just needed to be really, really angry. Effects: +5 strength, +5 endurance, +30% damage against all draconic creatures. Despite everything that happened, Jack found himself grinning. Reputation points: over 100,000. What happened there? Analysis: word of your victory over Spiralus has spread across all 4 human kingdoms. Current estimates suggest your actions have been witnessed, recorded, or discussed by over 2 million people. Additional note: several religious organizations have begun worshipping you as a divine avatar. This may complicate future political negotiations. Jack rubbed his temples, feeling a headache building behind his eyes. 2 million people knew what he'd done. Religious cults were forming around his name. Every ambitious, noble, power-hungry kingdom and desperate adventurer would want to either recruit or eliminate him. Oh my, I'm going to have my own cult. This is ridiculous. How much worse can this get? System, break down this reputation situation. What exactly are people saying about me? Analyzing public discourse across 4 kingdoms. Draconia, you're being hailed as their dragon savior. Someone who could help them in their ongoing dragon conflicts. Someone has privately inquired about borrowing your services. Cordelia, mixed reactions. The Academy sees you as a fascinating case study, while some worry about you being untrained could be harmful to everyone else. Sanctorium, deeply divided. Some priests declare you divinely blessed, others claim you're a dangerous heretic. Elysium official stance is pride in their greatest chosen one, but privately many nobles are terrified of what you represent. And the religious cults, the largest group calls themselves Children of the White Lightning. They believe you're the prophesied storm bringer who will reshape the world. Current membership, approximately 40,000 across all kingdoms. Concerning development, some cults are advocating for your immediate release through any means necessary, including violence against royal authority. Jack's stomach dropped. Oh, people might start wars over me. Probability assessment indicates a 23.7% chance of armed conflict within 6 months if current tensions escalate. Seemingly the system noticed Jack's frustration. More notifications popped up. Available skill purchases. Elemental immunity. Become immune to one element type, 50,000 skill points. Jack's jaw dropped, looking at what would have been a cheat code if this was a video game. The options were tempting, but Jack's attention was drawn to something else entirely, a notification that had been blinking patiently in the corner of his vision. Class advancement unavailable, show me the details. Lightning Mage job class rank 8 or higher heavy, must visit the Pantheon to undergo divine trials. Heavy warning. Class advancement will fundamentally alter your relationship with divine powers. However, you must still visit the Pantheon to complete the advancement process. The Pantheon. The same place where I met Draven. Affirmative. However, accessing the Pantheon from your current location presents complications. What kind of complications? The Pantheon exists in a divine realm accessible only through specific rituals or extreme spiritual distress. Previous access was facilitated by the Sacred Communion ceremony. The current location contains powerful wards that interfere with divine travel. Additional complication: leaving the royal palace to perform the necessary rituals would likely be interpreted as an escape attempt. Jack leaned back in his chair, the weight of his situation pressing down. He was trapped in a golden cage, surrounded by people who saw him as either a weapon to be wielded or a threat to be contained. His family was probably planning something desperate to rescue him, which would only make the political situation worse. Now, to unlock his full potential, he needed to somehow access a divine realm that his captors would never willingly allow him to visit. The remainder of his food sat cooling on the marble table, the exquisite flavors now forgotten in the face of larger concerns. Jack stood and walked to the crystal windows, looking out over a city that stretched to the horizon. The capital of Elysium, a seat of power for one of the 4 great human kingdoms. From his room, he could see the sprawling palace below, with its gardens, courtyards, and training grounds. Servants moved like ants along perfectly maintained pathways, while guards in gleaming armor stood watch at every entrance. In the distance, the city proper spread out in concentric circles of increasing grandeur, from the merchant districts near the walls to the noble quarters closer to the palace. It was beautiful and prosperous. This was a place where power was measured in gold and influence rather than strength and honor. Where a 16-year-old boy who could kill dragons was seen not as a person but as a strategic resource. System, theoretical question. If I were to somehow access the Pantheon and complete the class advancement, Would that give me enough power to break free from this place? Calculating probable outcomes. Analysis. Archmage class advancement would significantly increase your combat capabilities. However, the royal palace is defended by 3 other chosen ones, each with decades of experience. Probability of successful escape through force. 12.7% probability of survival if escape attempt fails. 3.2% recommendation. Seek alternative solutions. The numbers were sobering, but Jack found himself oddly comforted by their honesty. At least his system wasn't sugar-coating the reality of his situation. System, my body feels different. Can you tell me why? Scanning. Cellular analysis complete. Your nervous system now contains trace amounts of divine electricity. While your stats return to baseline, your body has been permanently altered at a molecular level. Effects include enhanced electrical conductivity and occasional involuntary static discharge during emotional stress. Jack flexed his fingers, watching tiny sparks dance between them. So I'm permanently marked by what I did, correct? Additionally, your pain tolerance has increased significantly. The agony you experienced was equivalent to being struck by lightning 969 times simultaneously. Surviving that has fundamentally rewired your pain receptors. A soft chime from the door interrupted his brooding. Jack turned to see Lyra's silhouette through the frosted crystal, her distinctive, beautiful body. Lord Kaiser, her voice carried easily through the door, Aurelius is ready to see you now. Jack took one last look at his status screen, mentally noting the massive number of skill points and stat points awaiting allocation. Whatever came next, he wanted to be prepared for it. A simple wish for luck from his usually sardonic companion spoke volumes about the danger ahead. Jack straightened his shoulders, pulled the simple white robe tighter around himself, and walked toward the door. Time to meet the king's favorite monster. But as his hand touched the crystal handle, Jack paused for one more glance at his reflection in the window. The young man looking back at him was someone he barely recognized. Jack opened the door and stepped into the corridor beyond. The hallway was a masterpiece of architectural intimidation. Soaring ceilings that disappeared into shadow, walls lined with portraits of stern-faced kings and legendary chosen ones, and a carpet so luxurious his bare feet sank into it with each step. Lyra waited for him, no longer the composed visitor from his room, but something far more dangerous. She moved with predatory grace, her hand resting casually near what Jack now realized was a concealed weapon. This way, she said simply, leading him down a corridor that seemed to stretch forever. They passed dozens of doors, each one identical to his own. The corridor ended at a massive set of double doors carved from what appeared to be a single piece of black oak. Ancient runes were etched into the wood, blazing to life as they approached. Lyra knocked once, a sharp, precise sound that echoed through the hallway. Enter, came a voice from within. It was smooth and cultured. Lyra pushed open the doors, revealing a chamber that took Jack's breath away. The room was circular, with walls lined floor to ceiling with weapons from every culture and era. At the center of this arsenal sat a man who could only be Aurelius. He was younger than Jack had expected. Perhaps in his early 30s, with golden hair and eyes the color of molten amber. He wore simple training clothes that did nothing to hide the lean muscle beneath, and when he smiled, it was with the easy confidence of someone who knew exactly how dangerous he was. Jack Kaiser, Aurelius said, rising from his chair with fluid grace, welcome to your new life. The weapon chamber was a cathedral of death, and Jack its newest supplicant. The air itself felt heavy, saturated with the residual magic of 1,000 battles. Each weapon told a story written in steel and sorcery, and Jack could feel their weight pressing against his consciousness. The enhanced senses that divine lightning had left him with picked up details that should have been impossible. A metallic taste of spilled blood that no amount of cleaning could fully erase, and the whispered echoes of final breaths drawn in the presence of these legendary implements. At the chamber's heart sat Aurelius, and Jack understood immediately why this man commanded the respect of kings and the fear of kingdoms. He was beautiful in the way that apex predators were. Beautiful. Every line of his form spoke of lethal efficiency wrapped in deceptive elegance. His amber eyes held depths that suggested he had stared into the abyss so long that it had stared back and found him wanting. Jack Kaiser, Aurelius said, and his voice was like honey poured over steel. Welcome to your new life. Jack forced his face into a mask of polite neutrality. Small sparks danced between his fingertips, a habitat that developed since waking up. He quickly clasped his hands behind his back. Lord Aurelius, he replied, inclining his head in what he hoped was an appropriately respectful gesture. Thank you for your hospitality. The chosen one's laugh was unexpected. Hospitality. Yes, I suppose that's one way to describe it. He gestured to a chair that had appeared silently beside Jack. Please sit. We have much to discuss. Jack settled into the chair, noting how it seemed to conform to his body with uncomfortable precision. You're wondering why you're here, Aurelius continued, leaning back in his own chair with feline grace. Why has the crown taken such an active interest in your welfare? The thought had crossed my mind, Jack admitted, keeping his voice carefully neutral. Around them, the weapons seemed to shift in their alcoves, though he couldn't be certain whether it was his imagination or some subtle enchantment responding to the conversation. You killed Spiralus with a single attack. Aurelius spoke like he was discussing the weather, but Jack caught the flicker of something. Respect, fear, curiosity, a disaster-class dragon. Do you understand what that means? Jack thought of the destruction he brought. It means I'm dangerous. It means your invaluable Aurelius's correction carried the weight of absolute certainty. In the past decade, exactly 2 disaster class have been eliminated. The first required a combined army of 50,000 soldiers and took 16 months. The second was defeated by a team of chosen ones working in perfect coordination. The third. He paused, and for the first time since Jack had entered the room, something like genuine emotion flickered across the man's perfect features. The third was Typhon, the king of dragons, and that was a fight we lost brutally. Jack felt his mouth go dry. He'd known Spiralus was powerful, but to be compared to legends, and I killed one with lightning. You killed one with divine lightning, Aurelius corrected, leaning forward with the intensity of a scholar discussing a particularly fascinating specimen. The difference is significant. Most chosen ones spend decades learning to safely channel a fraction of their patron deity's power. You summoned enough divine energy to obliterate an ancient dragon and somehow survived the experience. Do you have any idea how unprecedented that is? The sparks dancing between Jack's fingers intensified, and he quickly pressed his palms against his thighs to hide them. It nearly killed me, but it didn't, and that, young Jack, is what makes you so extraordinarily valuable. Aurelius stood with fluid grace, beginning to pace around the chamber with the measured steps of a predator marking territory. The crown has invested centuries in developing chosen ones, training, resources, and political maneuvering, all to create weapons capable of protecting the realm from threats that conventional armies cannot handle. He paused beside a particularly wicked-looking blade. It was curved steel that seemed impossibly sharp. This belonged to Sierra's predecessor, a brilliant woman, talented beyond measure. It took her 40 years to reach the point where she could channel enough divine power to threaten a single disaster class. You achieved something infinitely greater in a moment of desperation. Jack felt his stomach clench. What happened to her? She overextended herself during the Thornwall Rebellion, channeled too much divine energy, and burned herself from the inside out. Aurelius's tone was gentle. As if discussing crop yields rather than a human life, Sierra found her 3 days later. Catatonic and drooling, we kept her comfortable until the end. The threat was delivered so casually that it took Jack a moment to process it. When he did, anger flared in his chest, not the hot rage that had driven him to fight Spiralus, but something colder and more calculating. This man was talking about human beings like they were broken tools. Aurelius must have caught something in his expression because his smile widened. You disapprove? Good. That passion, that fire, it's part of what makes you so promising. The crown doesn't want mindless automatons, Jack. We want partners, allies, people who understand that sometimes terrible choices must be made for the greater good. And if I don't see it that way? The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. When Aurelius turned to face him fully, Jack saw something in those amber eyes that made his instincts scream. The cold, calculating regard of someone who had made those terrible choices and found peace with them. Then you'll learn, Aurelius said simply, one way or another. The silence that followed was broken only by the faint hum of enchantments and the distant sounds of palace life filtering through crystal walls. Jack forced himself to breathe normally, to project calm while his mind raced through possibilities and calculations. Fighting was suicide. Even if he could somehow overcome Aurelius, there were 2 other chosen ones in the palace, plus guards, plus magical defenses. Running was impossible for the same reasons, which left only one option, playing the game until he could find a better hand. I understand the crown's position, he said finally, hating how reasonable his voice sounded. but I have questions about what happened to me, about the power I channeled. I need to understand it if I'm going to be useful. Aurelius's predatory smile softened into something that might have been approval. Questions are natural after such unprecedented events. Most chosen ones develop their abilities gradually, with extensive guidance and safety measures. You were thrown into the deep end, as it were. I need to speak with my God, Jack said, forcing himself to meet those amber eyes directly. I have questions about what happened, about what's expected of me, about whether I'll survive channeling that much power again. The chosen one's expression grew thoughtful, and Jack caught a flicker of something that might have been calculation. Direct divine communion is possible, but rarely necessary. Most chosen ones find that prayer and meditation provide sufficient guidance. Most chosen ones haven't killed disaster-class dragons, Jack pointed out. I think my situation might warrant more direct consultation. A genuine sound this time, without the underlying menace. Fair point. Very well, let me explain how divine communication works in practice. He moved to another section of the weapon display, stopping before what looked like a prayer altar carved from a single piece of white stone. Runes covered its surface, glowing faintly before shifting around. The gods speak to us in many ways, he began, his voice taking on the cadence of a teacher. Inspiration during meditation, symbolic dreams, intuitive understanding during moments of stress. For most chosen ones, this is sufficient, but for more direct communication. He traced one of the runes with his finger, and it flared brighter. There are places where the barriers between the mortal and divine realms are thin. Sacred sites, ancient temples, locations where great acts of faith or sacrifice have weakened the boundaries. At such places, a chosen one can achieve true communion with their patron deity. Jack leaned forward despite himself. Are there such places in Elysium? Several. Aurelius's tone became carefully neutral. The Cathedral of First Light in the capital's heart, though it's primarily dedicated to the war god and might not be suitable for your particular patron. The ruins of divine convergence in the eastern mountains, where representatives of all gods once gathered for great councils. The Moonwell Shrine, sacred to Artemis, and others. Could I visit one of these places? The question hung in the air like a blade balanced on its edge. Aurelius studied Jack with the intensity of a jeweler examining a particularly complex gem, and Jack forced himself to remain still under that scrutiny. Eventually, the chosen one said finally, "Such pilgrimages are privileges earned through service and demonstrated loyalty. The crown cannot simply allow chosen ones to wander freely. Too many enemies would love to capture or eliminate assets of your caliber." Jack felt his heart sink but pressed on. How would one earn such privileges? Through integration, Aurelius replied, moving away from the altar to lean against a weapon rack containing spears that seemed to be forged from crystallized lightning, by proving that your loyalty to the realm supersedes personal desires. By demonstrating that you understand the larger picture of what we're trying to achieve. He gestured around the chamber, encompassing the arsenal of legendary weapons. Every artifact here was carried by someone who started where you are now, confused, angry, desperate for answers, but they learned, they grew, they became something greater than their individual desires. And if they hadn't learned, Aurelius's smile was sharp enough to cut. Then their weapons wouldn't be here, would they? This wasn't just a display of power, it was a trophy room. Every blade, every bow, every enchanted implement represented a chosen one who had either learned to serve the crown or died in the attempt. "I see," Jack said quietly. "I hope you do." Aurelius pushed away from the weapon rack and returned to his chair, settling into it with feline grace. "Because I'm going to offer you something that very few chosen ones receive. A choice." Jack's senses caught the shift in the room's atmosphere. Whatever was coming next would be important. The traditional method would be to assign you a handler, restrict your movements, and gradually condition you to accept your new role through a combination of rewards and punishments. It's effective, but crude, and given your particular explosive potential, it might prove counterproductive. Aurelius steepled his fingers, ember eyes never leaving Jack's face. "Instead, I propose we treat you as the intelligent young man you clearly are. You will be given considerable freedom within the palace, training with masters who would normally teach only the nobility, access to libraries containing knowledge that kings would kill for, the finest food, clothing, and accommodations available in the known world. Your word that you will not attempt to escape or harm palace personnel. Your participation in training exercises designed to help you control your abilities. your cooperation in demonstrating your abilities for the king and his advisors. Aurelius paused, letting the weight of the offer settle. And your patience while we arrange for your family to visit. Jack's carefully maintained composure nearly cracked. My family, your father has already requested an audience to discuss your situation. King Eric has graciously agreed to receive House Kaiser at court. They should arrive within the week. Aurelius's smile was pure predator now. I thought you'd be pleased. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. Jack's family would come to court, where they would be honored guests and hostages. Any attempt at escape or rebellion would put them in danger. Meanwhile, Jack would be surrounded by luxury and given gradual access to the things he wanted most: knowledge, power, and eventually the chance to commune with his god. All he had to do was surrender his freedom and accept his role as a weapon in service to the crown. That's very generous, Jack managed, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. I think so. Aurelius leaned back, radiating satisfaction. Of course, if you prefer the traditional approach, that can be arranged as well, but I suspect a young man of your intelligence would find such methods distasteful. The sparks dancing between Jack's fingers were getting harder to control. His emotional responses wanted to lash out, to reject this golden cage with all the fury he could muster. But his rational mind understood the mathematics of his situation. Aurelius held all the cards, and the stakes were higher than just his own life. I accept your offer, he said finally. Excellent. Aurelius clapped his hands together, and the sound echoed through the chamber like a gunshot. We'll start your training tomorrow. He stood, signaling that the meeting was coming to an end. For now, return to your quarters and rest. The next few weeks will be challenging, and you'll need your strength. Jack rose as well, noting how his legs felt unsteady beneath him. The weight of what he'd just agreed to was settling over him. Lord Aurelius, about visiting those sacred sites. Patience, young Jack, the chosen one's smile was indulgent, like a parent explaining delayed gratification to a child. Such privileges are earned through demonstrated loyalty and capability. Prove that you can be trusted with small freedoms and larger ones will follow. How long might that take? Aurelius considered the question with theatrical thoughtfulness. That depends entirely on you. Some chosen ones earn pilgrimage rights within a year or two, others. He shrugged eloquently. Others never quite managed to prioritize the realm's needs over their personal desires. The message was clear: cooperate completely or never see freedom again. Jack inclined his head in what he hoped looked like acceptance. I understand. I believe you do. Aurelius moved toward the chamber's entrance, gesturing for Jack to follow. Oh, and Jack, a word of advice. The other chosen ones will be watching you carefully, evaluating whether you're a potential ally or threat. I suggest you make a good impression. They reached the massive oak doors, and Aurelius paused with his hand on the handle. Sierra in particular can be volatile when she feels threatened. It would be unfortunate if there were any misunderstandings during your integration period. Jack felt a chill that had nothing to do with the palace's temperature. I'll keep that in mind. See that you do. The doors swung open silently, revealing Lyra waiting in the corridor beyond. Her silver hair caught the crystal light, and when she looked at Jack, her winter-pale eyes held something that might have been sympathy. Lyra will escort you back to your quarters, Aurelius said. Your formal training begins at dawn. I suggest you get some rest. Jack stepped into the corridor, feeling the weight of the golden cage settling around him with each footstep. Behind him, the weapon chamber's doors closed with a whisper of displaced air, sealing away the arsenal of legends, and the man who ruled through fear, dressed as generosity. How did it go? Lyra asked quietly as they began walking. Jack glanced at her, noting the genuine concern in her voice. About as well as could be expected. He offered you the choice, didn't he? Freedom within constraints. In exchange for cooperation, Lyra's smile was sad and knowing, because he offered me the same thing. Once upon a time, the golden cage is always more appealing than iron bars. They walked in silence for a moment, their footsteps muffled by the impossible luxury of the carpet. Finally, Jack asked the question that had been burning in his mind since the meeting began. Does anyone ever really earn those privileges he talked about? Lyra was quiet for so long that Jack began to think she wouldn't answer. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. Define earn, she said, and ask yourself what kind of person you're willing to become to get what you want. They reached his door, and Jack paused with his hand on the crystal handle. Get some rest, Lyra advised. Tomorrow, you begin learning what it really means to be a chosen one. Jack entered his chamber and closed the door behind him, sealing himself into luxury that felt more like a tomb with each passing moment. He had accepted the golden cage, and now he would have to learn to live within its gilded bars. But as he settled onto the impossibly soft bed, one thought burned bright in his mind like a candle flame in darkness. Every cage had a key. He just had to figure out where Aurelius kept his. The system's voice sounded almost panicked. Someone is watching you, something that shouldn't be able to penetrate Draven's protection. Jack's blood ran cold. What do you mean? I mean, we're not alone in here anymore. Jack stood rigid in the middle of the room. Every muscle in his body coiled like a spring ready to snap. His skin crawled with the sensation of being observed and catalogued like some exotic specimen in a menagerie. System, you said someone is watching me. Can you tell me anything else about them? The presence is powerful but strange. It doesn't feel like the other chosen ones or palace guards. Jack's hand instinctively went to Draven's pendant. The metal had grown noticeably hotter since his conversation with Aurelius, as if responding to some unseen threat. What do you mean by that? I'm not entirely sure. The energy signature is muffled somehow. Whatever is watching you isn't entirely present in this realm. Jack forced himself to appear calm, continuing his casual pace around the room while his mind raced. If someone was observing him, they were doing it for a reason. Can you pinpoint where the observation is coming from? Not precisely. The sensation seems to be emanating from everywhere. It's as if the very air around you has eyes. Jack paused near the crystal window, pretending to admire the view of the sprawling capital below. In reality, he was using the reflection in the glass to scan his chamber more thoroughly. The bed with its silk sheets and golden posts looked innocent enough. The writing desk in the corner only had ink, a quill, and some parchment. The wardrobe containing his new clothes showed no signs of magical enhancement. Even the marble table where Lyra had placed his meal showed nothing unusual. But then Jack's gaze fell on something he hadn't noticed before. Beside the wardrobe, partially hidden in the shadow cast by an ornate tapestry, lay a small object on the floor. Jack's breath caught in his throat. That object definitely hadn't been there when he'd first entered the room. Someone had placed it there while he'd been unconscious, or perhaps while he'd been distracted by Lyra's visit. System, do you see that object by the wardrobe? Yes. And Jack? That's where the watching sensation is strongest. Moving as casually as he could manage, Jack wandered toward the wardrobe as if simply exploring his new accommodations. The closer he got to the mysterious object, the more his pendant heated against his chest. By the time he was standing directly over it, the metal was almost too hot to touch. The object was a key. But not just any key. This was a piece of craftsmanship that belonged in legends, not lying on the floor of a palace bedroom. The metal was so black it looked like staring into an abyss. The key was roughly the length of Jack's hand, with an ornate head that depicted what looked like a skull wreathed in flames. The teeth of the key were jagged and irregular, suggesting it was meant to open something very specific. Jack knelt slowly, reaching for the key with trembling fingers. The moment his skin made contact with the dark metal, a shock ran through his entire body. Not painful, but it was like touching a live wire, unable to determine origin or function. Warning, this artifact resonates with divine power not present in the local pantheon. Jack lifted the key, surprised by its weight. The thing was far heavier than its size suggested, as if it were made of compressed starlight. System, what do you mean by not present in the local pantheon? This artifact bears the signature of a deity not currently active in this region. Jack turned the key over in his hands, examining every detail. Along the shaft, he could make out what looked like writing in a language he didn't recognize, though something about the symbols felt familiar in a way that made his head ache. But it was the word etched near the key's head that made his breath catch. The word was written perfectly, as if whoever had left this wanted to ensure Jack understood its purpose. Insert where? Jack muttered aloud, then immediately regretted speaking. If someone was still watching him, he just revealed that he'd found their gift. He stood, key clutched in his fist, and began examining his chamber with new eyes. If this key was meant to open something, there had to be a corresponding lock somewhere in the room. The writing desk revealed nothing when he examined it closely. The wardrobe's lock was a simple brass affair that clearly wouldn't accommodate the ornate key. The door to his chamber was secured by crystal mechanisms that bore no resemblance to traditional locks. Jack was beginning to think he was missing something when his gaze fell on the door itself. There, at exactly eye level, was a small depression in the crystal surface. It was roughly keyhole-shaped, but so perfectly integrated into the door's design that it looked decorative. Jack would never have noticed it if he hadn't been specifically looking for somewhere to use the key. That can't be right, he thought. If inserting this key opens my door, then anyone could have freed me at any time. But even as the logical part of his mind protested, his body was already moving toward the door. Standing before the door, Jack could see that the depression was indeed the perfect size and shape for his mysterious key. The moment he held the key near the lock, the skull began to glow. "System, what do you think will happen if I use this key?" "I honestly don't know, Jack, but whatever divine power left this for you went to considerable trouble to place it here without detection. That suggests they believe you need whatever lies beyond this door." Jack's hand hesitated inches from the lock. Once he inserted this key, there would be no going back. He was already a prisoner of the crown, already marked as a dangerous weapon to be controlled and wielded. How much worse could his situation become? But then he thought of Aurelius's predatory smile, of Lyra's sad acceptance of her golden cage, of the casual way the Chosen One had spoken of breaking him down and rebuilding him in their image. The crown wanted to strip away everything that made him Jack. They just wanted to turn him into another loyal weapon. At least this key offered the unknown, and unknown was better than the certain misery of gradual spiritual death. Jack inserted the key. The moment the dark metal touched the crystal lock, reality convulsed around him. The door dissolved, revealing not the palace corridor beyond, but an impossible vista of starred darkness. Wind that carried the scent of ancient stone. Jack's feet left the marble floor as invisible forces pulled him toward the portal. He had just enough time to think before the darkness swallowed him whole. When the world finally solidified around him again, Jack found himself standing on a platform of black stone, suspended in a void so vast it made his mind reel. Above him wasn't the sky, but an endless darkness punctuated by stars that were the wrong color. Below was something that made his knees weak with vertigo, but it was the architecture that truly took his breath away. This wasn't just a dungeon, it was a monument to cosmic horror. Massive chains hung in the air between floors, some supporting floating platforms, others simply disappearing into the darkness as if they were meant to bind things too terrible to be seen. The air itself felt heavy with age and malice. This place was old, older than kingdoms, older than the current pantheon of gods, possibly older than humanity itself. A series of notifications popped up in front of his eyes. "Welcome to the Tardaris Spire. Warning, extreme caution advised. Current floor, entrance platform, descent available, floor 1. System, what the hell have I gotten myself into? Something far beyond what we've encountered before, Jack. The power readings from this place are disturbing. Whatever built this was operating on a scale that makes dragons look like house cats." Before Jack could respond, the air behind him began to shimmer. The space twisted, reality bending like hot glass, until a figure stepped through the distortion as casually as walking through a doorway. The figure was impossibly tall and clad in armor that seemed to be forged from the nightmares of dying stars. The metal was black as the void between worlds, but shot through with veins of crimson that pulsed like a heartbeat. Massive pauldrons rose from his shoulders like the wings of fallen angels, and his helmet was wrought in the shape of a skull whose eye sockets burned with the light of collapsing suns. When the figure spoke, his voice carried the weight of eons and the casual authority of someone who had watched civilizations rise and fall like summer grass. Well, took you long enough." Jack's mouth went dry. He didn't need an introduction to know who this was. The very air around the figure whispered of death. This was not just any god, but one of the primordial powers that had ruled before the current pantheon had even drawn breath. "You must be the god of death," Jack managed, his voice barely above a whisper. The armored figure chuckled, and the sound was like distant thunder rolling through a graveyard. "Got it in one, lightning boy. Though I have to say, you're handling this better than the last few mortals who found their way down here. Those poor bastards just screamed until their vocal cords gave out." He moved with fluid grace, despite his massive armor, approaching Jack with the casual confidence of someone in their own domain. "Welcome to my little slice of paradise. Hope you brought your appetite for pain and suffering, because the room service down here is absolutely killer." The god's humor was dark, but there was something almost friendly about his demeanor, like a teacher welcoming a particularly promising student to an advanced and probably lethal curriculum. Jack found his voice, though it still shook slightly. Why did you give me that key? Why am I here?" He stopped directly in front of Jack, close enough that the young man could see the intricate details carved into the god's armor. Up close, he could see that what he'd taken for decorative patterns were actually tiny scenes of battle and death played out across the metal surface. Straight to the point. I like that. O almighty Lord of the underworld, or I prostrate myself before your infinite wisdom. Just the important questions. He crossed his arms, the movement causing his armor to chime like distant funeral bells. The truth is, kid, I owe your boss upstairs more favors than I care to count. Draven, the Forgotten One, the storm that walks, whatever he's calling himself these days. Hades waved his hand dismissively. Point is, your patron pulled my ass out of the cosmic fire more times than I can count. Helped me out of some delicate situations involving the other gods and their irritating tendency to meddle in underworld affairs. Jack's hand went instinctively to his pendant, feeling its warmth even through the fabric of his robe. So this is, what, repaying a debt? Part of it anyway. He began pacing around the platform, his massive form walking so perfectly silent it was like a beast stalking its prey. See, Draven can't help you directly right now. Too many divine eyes watching, too much political bullshit in the pantheon. But me, I operate in the spaces between spaces, the places the other gods pretend don't exist. I can give you what he can't, the opportunity to escape. Opportunity to do what? Get myself killed in whatever nightmare you've built down there. Hades laughed, and this time the sound held genuine amusement. Oh, I like you already. Yes, there's a very good chance you'll die horribly down there. But there's also a chance you'll come out stronger than any mortal has ever been. Stronger than most gods, if we're being honest. The god stopped directly in front of Jack again, his burning eye sockets boring into the young man's soul. Tell me, lightning boy, what do you know about blessings? Jack swallowed hard, acutely aware that he was discussing cosmic power with a being who could unmake him with a thought. I know I have one from Draven. It's given me abilities beyond what normal mortals possess. Standard divine patronage, Hades nodded. One god, one blessing, one chosen mortal. It's how the game has been played since the current pantheon took over. But what if I told you there was another way? What if I told you that a mortal could bear more than one blessing, that with sufficient strength and will, a single individual could channel the power of multiple gods? Hades leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. What if I told you that you could be the first human in recorded history to achieve such a thing? Jack's mind raced. Multiple blessings. The power he'd gained from Draven alone had been enough to kill a disaster-class dragon. If he could somehow add another god's power to that, what would you want in return? Clever boy, nothing in this cosmos comes free. He straightened, gesturing toward the descending levels of the spire. I need someone to clean house down there. This place has been sealed for centuries because it was becoming problematic. Ancient things have been stirring in the deep levels, entities that were imprisoned here long before your species figured out fire. The god's voice grew more serious, losing some of its casual humor. Some of those seals are weakening. If they break completely, the things contained here will spill out into your world. Trust me when I say that would be very, very bad for everyone involved. Jack stared down into the impossible depths of the spire, trying to comprehend the scale of what the god of death was proposing. You want me to? What, fight primordial monsters that you felt were too dangerous to leave free? Not just fight them, master them. Prove that you're worthy of the power you're asking for. Hades' tone grew almost paternal. Look, kid, I'm not asking you to clear the whole spire. That would be suicide even for you. But if you can make it through the first 25 floors, if you can prove you've got the stones to handle real power, then we'll talk about that second blessing. 25 floors. Jack had nearly died fighting a single dragon on the surface. The idea of descending into this nightmare realm and surviving 25 levels of whatever horrors awaited was almost laughable. What's down there? He asked quietly. Pain, suffering, things that will try to break your mind before they kill your body. Hades shrugged as if discussing the weather. But also power, knowledge, and treasures that haven't seen daylight since the world was young. Plus a rather nifty reward system I've set up to keep things interesting. Death tokens, Hades announced with the enthusiasm of a carnival barker. Every time you kill something down there, you get tokens based on how ancient and horrifying it was. You can spend those tokens to open new passages, seal off areas that are too dangerous, descend to lower floors, or visit my personal shop for equipment and upgrades. Jack stared at the god in disbelief. You have a shop? What can I say? I believe in good customer service. Hades' tone was so casual it was almost surreal. Look, just go with it, kid. I know it sounds weird. But trust me when I say you'll appreciate having options when you're 30 floors down. and surrounded by things that eat nightmares for breakfast. The whole situation was insane. Jack was standing in an ancient dungeon, discussing shopping with the god of death himself. Somehow, Hades's willy-nilly attitude made it all seem almost reasonable. Then you stay up there in your golden cage until that pretty boy Aurelius breaks your spirit and turns you into just another weapon for the crown. His voice hardened slightly. Or until whatever stirring in the deep levels breaks free and turns your whole world into a slaughterhouse. Either way, not really a win for you. Jack looked down into the depths of the spire again. Then back at the god of death. It was a choice between certain spiritual death as a controlled weapon and possible physical death in pursuit of real power and freedom. When he put it like that, the choice was actually pretty easy. If I do this, Jack said slowly, if I somehow survive 25 floors of your nightmare dungeon, will you really give me a second blessing? Scout's honor, he said solemnly, raising one hand. Though I should mention I was never actually a scout, more of a reaper of souls type, but the sentiment stands. Jack couldn't help but crack a small smile at the god's irreverent humor. At least if he was going to die horribly, he'd be doing it for someone with a sense of humor. All right, he said, surprised by the steadiness in his own voice. I'll do it. Excellent. Hades clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the spire like thunder. I do so love it when mortals make terrible decisions in pursuit of power. It's like watching a particularly entertaining tragedy unfold. The god began to fade, his form becoming translucent as he prepared to depart. Oh, and Jack, a word of advice. The first floor is supposed to be the easy one. If you can't handle what's waiting down there, you might want to reconsider this whole endeavor. Wait. Jack called out as Hades grew fainter. How do I get back? How do I contact you if I need help? You don't, he replied cheerfully. That's rather the point. Sink or swim, lightning boy. Sink or swim. And with that, the god of death vanished, leaving Jack alone on the platform with nothing but the wind, the darkness, and the impossible task ahead of him. Jack stood in the sudden silence, acutely aware of how small and mortal he was in this place of ancient power. The spire stretched down into depths that seemed to go on forever, each level promising new horrors and challenges he couldn't even imagine. But he'd made his choice. Better to die fighting for freedom than to live as a gilded slave. Taking a deep breath, Jack approached the edge of the platform where a narrow staircase carved from the living rock descended to the first level. Each step was worn smooth by ages of use. Though he tried not to think too hard about what kinds of feet had walked this path before. As he reached the entrance to the first floor, Jack paused to center himself. Whatever lay beyond this threshold, he would face it as Jack Kaiser, not as the crown's weapon or Aurelius's project. He would prove himself worthy of Draven's faith and the god of death's offer. He stepped through the archway into the first level of the Tardarus spire. The chamber beyond was vast, easily the size of a cathedral, with a vaulted ceiling that disappeared into shadow. Phosphorescent fungi growing on the walls provided sickly green illumination that made everything look diseased and wrong. The air was thick with the smell of decay and rot, but it was the sound that made his blood freeze in his veins. Breathing, deep, slow, rhythmic breathing that seemed to come from multiple sources, big sources, really big sources. Jack's hand went to his spear, checking that his weapons were still with him. But ever since passing out, Jack didn't have a weapon on him. That's when the system notification appeared, floating in letters of blood-red fire before his eyes. Floor 1 of the Tardarus spire. Warning, enemies detected. 200 enemies. 2 field bosses. He was standing in the middle of an ancient dungeon without a weapon. System, Jack thought, forcing his voice to remain steady despite the hammering of his heart. Please tell me you have some good news about our situation. Bad news, you have no weapons. Lightning shock and lightning embrace are unavailable without a spear. Good news, your remaining skills are all magic-based and don't require weapons. Additional bad news, limited mana pool means you will need to be resourceful. Additional good news, you have 60 unallocated stat points that could significantly improve your survival chances. Jack let out a shaky breath, but underneath the fear, he felt something else stirring. He'd survived the dragon attack, and he could survive this too. All right, let's talk about strategy. I need to allocate these stat points intelligently. What do you recommend? Given your weaponless state and magic-only combat options, I recommend prioritizing magic stat for damage output. Your current magic stat is 53, but against terror and dread rank enemies, you'll need every advantage. Suggested allocation, plus 20 magic, plus 20 stamina, plus 10 vitality, plus 10 endurance. Jack considered the recommendation, his mind racing through the implications. More magic meant higher damage with his lightning spells. More stamina and vitality would keep him alive longer. Do it. Allocate the points. Stat points allocated. Jack Kaiser, level 18, 19,630 over 27,500, class, lightning mage rank 7, 8,240 over 50,000, endurance, 30 plus 25. Jack felt the change immediately. It was like someone had turned up the volume on every sensation in his body. His mind felt sharper, more attuned to the magical energies flowing through the spire. But most importantly, he could feel the lightning in his chest responding to his magical power, crackling with eager anticipation. Much better. Now let's review the mana cost and skills. Available skills without weapon. Thundershock, 20 mana 1029 damage. Thunderclap, 25 mana 294 damage. Thunderstomp, 50 mana 588 damage. The math was actually encouraging. With his magic stat at 73, his basic Thundershock would deal 1029 damage per hit. Thunderstomp could deal 588 damage. Against wretch-rank enemies that had anywhere between 400 and 800 HP, he could be lethal even without weapons. I need to understand this floor before I start fighting. Let me explore carefully. Jack began moving deeper into the chamber, his new senses picking up details he'd missed in his initial shock. The phosphorescent fungi on the walls weren't just providing light. They were growing in patterns, almost like they'd been cultivated. The smell of decay was stronger in some areas than others, but it was the architecture that told the real story. This wasn't just a natural cavern or even a constructed dungeon. This was a prison. Massive iron bars stretched from floor to ceiling in regular intervals, creating cells that could hold creatures much larger than humans. Some of the bars were bent or broken, their metal blackened as if by incredible heat or corrosive substances. Others remained intact, though their cell doors hung open like hungry mouths. Ancient chains hung from the ceiling and walls, some still bearing shackles large enough to restrain giants. The floor was worn smooth between paths of the cells, as if countless feet had walked the same routes for centuries. Guard posts were built into the walls at strategic intervals, now empty but still bearing the remnants of weapons racks and horns. This had been someone's job. Someone had lived here, worked here, and kept prisoners here. Jack had a sinking feeling about what kinds of prisoners this place had been designed to hold. A low moan echoed through the chamber, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The sound was wrong in a way that made Jack's teeth ache and his skin crawl. Wasn't the cry of any animal he knew. System, any idea what that was? Energy signature suggests a wraith-type entity. Incorporeal, likely immune to physical damage, vulnerable to magical attacks. As if summoned by their conversation, a shape began to coalesce near one of the broken cells. It started as a wisp of darkness, no more substantial than smoke. But as Jack watched, it gained definition and malevolent purpose. The wraith that formed was a nightmare of tattered shadows and burning hatred. It had once been humanoid, but death and centuries of imprisonment had stripped away everything recognizable. Its form flickered between solid and ethereal, with empty eye sockets that burned with cold fire. Spectral chains wrapped around its torso, and when it opened its mouth, the same bone-chilling moan filled the air. Enemy detected, tormented wraith immunities, physical damage weaknesses, lightning, holy magic warning. This appears to be a spawned entity. Source unknown. The wraith noticed Jack immediately, its burning gaze fixing on him with predatory hunger. It began to glide forward, its movement eerily silent despite the chains that seemed to be part of its form. Jack raised his hand, lightning already crackling between his fingers. Let's test these new stats. Thundershock, purple electricity erupted from his palm, striking the wraith center mass. The creature shrieked as the lightning tore through its spectral form, its shape flickering and wavering like a candle flame in the wind. Tormented wraith slain reward, 150 EXP, Wretch Core, congratulations on slaying your first wretch enemy. Reward, 1000 EXP, 1 stat point. The wraith dissolved with a final wail, leaving behind only a small skull-shaped token that clattered to the floor. Jack picked it up, examining the intricate carving on it. 75 death tokens acquired. Well, that wasn't too bad. If they are all that easy. Another moan echoed through the chamber. And another and another. Jack's heart sank as he realized what was happening. New wisps of darkness were forming near several of the cells, coalescing into fresh wraiths with the same malevolent hunger. The first wraith hadn't been a lone guardian, it was a scout. System, please tell me these things aren't going to keep spawning indefinitely. Scanning. Detecting multiple points of necrotic energy throughout the chamber. These appear to be anchor points that generate wraith entities at regular intervals. Recommendation: locate and destroy anchor points to stop spawning. Of course, it's not that simple. Jack counted at least 6 new wraiths forming, with more wisps of darkness gathering near other cells. How many anchor points are we talking about? Preliminary scan suggests 5-7 major anchor points distributed throughout the floor. Warning: anchor points will likely be defended. The wraiths finished materializing and immediately began gliding toward Jack with disturbing coordination. Their chains clinked softly as they moved, creating an eerie percussion that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. Jack backpedaled, keeping his distance while he assessed the threat. 6 wraiths meant potential overkill damage with his Thundershock, but each one would cost him 20 mana. Using Thunderclap would be more efficient for groups, though the damage was lower. Thunderclap should be more efficient for groups. When he brought his palms together, thunder boomed through the chamber as a wave of electrical energy exploded outward in a 3-meter radius. The result was less spectacular than expected. All 6 wraiths were caught in the blast, but the damage was lower than his single target attacks. Still, it was enough to eliminate most of them. Minus 294 damage to each target for tormented wraiths defeated. Reward: 600 EXP gained reward. 300 death tokens acquired. Jack finished off the remaining wraiths with another thunderclap. Then paused to assess his situation. Not bad for his first real combat test in the Spire, but the wraiths were already respawning near their anchor points, and he could hear other sounds in the distance. Growling, snarling sounds that suggested the wraiths weren't the only inhabitants of this floor. I need to find the anchor points, clear any defenders, and destroy the source. Repeat this until the floor is secured. Jack began moving toward the nearest source of necrotic energy. His map popped up when he thought about it, and could see a bunch of red dots, 2 purple dots, and a number of yellow dots. The prison complex was larger than he'd initially realized, with multiple wings branching off from the central chamber. Each wing seemed to house different-sized prisoners. Some were filled with smaller cells for human-sized prisoners, while others contained massive chambers that could have held giants or dragons. It was in one of the giant-sized cells that Jack found his first anchor point. The necrotic energy source was a grotesque fusion of bone, shadow, and corrupted magic. It looked like someone had tried to create a fountain, but instead of water, it flowed with liquid darkness that pooled on the floor before evaporating into the wisps that became wraiths. Ancient runes covered its surface, pulsing with malevolent energy, but the anchor wasn't unguarded. Sprawled around the corrupted fountain were 3 creatures that made Jack's blood run cold. They looked like wolves, but were the size of horses. Their teeth were too long and razor-sharp. Their claws scored grooves in the stone floor. Then he heard a bone-chilling howl. Enemy detected. Infernal Hound's X3 abilities. Pack Tactics: Fire Resistance, Bite Attacks cause burning damage. Warning: these creatures are significantly more dangerous in groups. The hounds noticed Jack immediately, their molten eyes fixing on him with predatory focus. Unlike the wraiths, which had attacked with mindless hunger, these creatures showed intelligence. They began to spread out, trying to flank him while staying close enough to support each other. Jack realized this was going to be much more challenging than fighting incorporeal wraiths. System: any suggestions for fighting multiple physical enemies without weapons? Thunder Stomp has high single target damage. Lightning Steps provides mobility. Recommendation: use the environment to your advantage and avoid being surrounded. The largest hound, clearly the pack leader, let out a bone-chilling howl that echoed through the chamber. The sound seemed to invigorate its packmates, whose eyes burned brighter as they prepared to charge. Jack didn't wait for them to coordinate their attack. The hounds reacted instantly, splitting up to come at him from multiple angles. Jack raised his foot and brought it down with enough force. The pillar he was hiding behind collapsed. Thunder cracked through the air as a bolt of electricity erupted from the ground beneath the nearest hound, catching it mid-leap. The hound snarled and staggered from the lightning strike. Badly wounded, but still very much alive and extremely angry. Infernal Hound, 212 over 800 HP remaining. The other 2 hounds snarled in rage. Instead of charging blindly, they began to circle Jack more carefully, forcing him to keep moving to avoid being trapped. Jack found himself in a deadly dance, using lightning steps to stay mobile while the hounds tried to corner him. Every few seconds, he'd stop long enough to hit one with a thundershock, slowly wearing down their HP while they snapped at Heir where he'd been moments before. It took one thundershock to finally drop the first wounded hound, and by then the other two had learned to work together even more effectively. But the hounds were learning his patterns. After several teleportations, they began anticipating his movements, positioning themselves to cut off his escape routes. When Jack materialized behind what he thought was safe cover, he found himself face to face with snapping jaws and claws that could rend steel. The hound's bite caught his left arm, its teeth sinking deep into his muscle. Pain exploded through Jack's body as the creature's saliva burned like acid where it touched his wounds. Burning bite inflicted burning effect, 5 damage per second for 30 seconds shit. Jack grabbed the hound's muzzle with his free hand and channeled electricity directly into its brain. Thundershock at point-blank range. The hound convulsed as lightning fried its head, but its jaws remained locked on Jack's arm. It took 2 more thundershocks to destroy the hound's jaw and release its grip. Infernal Hound slain reward, 275 death tokens. The last hound, seeing its packmates dead, let out a mournful howl before charging at Jack with suicidal fury. Jack barely managed to sidestep its initial rush, feeling claws rip across his ribs as the creature's momentum carried it past him. This is exactly why I need a weapon, Jack thought grimly as he spun to face the hound's next attack. Without a spear to keep distance, he was forced into close-quarters combat with a creature designed to tear apart anything within reach of its claws and teeth. The hound came at him again, this time feinting left before lunging right. Jack tried to anticipate the move, but the creature was faster than its size suggested. Claws grazed across his chest, parting the simple white robe and drawing blood from the skin beneath. But the attack also brought the hound close enough for Jack to grab its head with both hands. Lightning crackled between his fingers as he channeled every ounce of power he could muster. The explosion of sound and lightning was deafening in the enclosed space. The hound's head snapped back as electricity coursed through its skull. Infernal Hound slain reward, 200 death tokens. Jack staggered backward, breathing heavily as adrenaline coursed through his system. His left arm throbbed where the hound had bitten him, and he could feel blood trickling down his chest from the claw marks. But he was alive and the path to the anchor point was clear. Current status, HP 493 over 630, mana 212 over 300, burning effect expired. System, can you analyze that anchor point? I need to know how to destroy it. Scanning necrotic fountain. Analysis, anchor point is sustained by corrupted divine magic. Physical attacks will be ineffective. Jack approached the grotesque fountain cautiously, noting how the liquid seemed to reach toward him as he got closer. The runes covering its surface pulsed faster, as if sensing his intent. Thunder Stomp should do the trick. Jack positioned himself directly in front of the anchor point and raised his foot. Lightning crackled around his leg as he channeled power into the attack, then brought his foot down with tremendous force. Thunder boomed through the chamber as electricity erupted from the ground, striking the fountain like a divine judgment. The corrupted magic fought back, darkness writhing and twisting as it tried to maintain coherence. The fountain cracked, then shattered, its pieces dissolving into shadow that quickly evaporated. The flow of liquid darkness stopped immediately, and Jack could feel the necrotic energy that had been emanating from this location fade to nothing. Anchor point destroyed. Wraith spawning ceased in this sector. Reward, 500 EXP bonus acquired. 1 down. Jack checked his mana and was not that worried. He had already maxed his mana regeneration skill, so as long as he wasn't in a prolonged battle, it would come back. But before he could plan his next move, a sound echoed through the chamber that made his blood freeze. It was the clank of metal on stone, rhythmic and purposeful. Footsteps. Heavy footsteps that spoke of size, weight, and deliberate movement. From somewhere deeper in the prison came a voice that resonated with authority and malice. When it spoke, Jack could hear the weight of centuries in every word. Well, it seems we have a visitor. How refreshing. It's been so long since someone new came to play in my domain. The voice was followed by a sound that raised every hair on Jack's body, the deep, rumbling growl of something massive and very, very hungry. But this wasn't just one growl, it was 2. Warning, field boss entities detected the jailer and his companion approached. Jack's enhanced hearing could track the approaching footsteps as they moved through the prison complex with methodical precision. Whoever was coming knew these halls intimately and was in no hurry to reach him. They were confident, patient, and clearly looking forward to the encounter. System, how far away are they? Estimating approach vector and speed. approximately 3-4 minutes until direct contact. Additional sensor data. The entities are moving through areas with high concentrations of remaining anchor points. Warning. If current trajectory continues, you will be forced to engage both field bosses while wraith spawning is still active in multiple sectors. Jack's mind raced while looking at the map. The purple dots were heading towards him. He had maybe 3 minutes to decide. Try to destroy more anchor points and risk being caught by the field bosses in a vulnerable position, or find a defensible location and prepare for what would undoubtedly be the hardest fight of his life. The sound of approaching footsteps grew closer, accompanied now by the scrape of claws on stone and what sounded like chains dragging across the floor. Whatever was coming for him, it was big. It was confident, and it had been waiting in this prison for a very long time. Jack gripped his hands shut as he thought about the death tokens he had obtained so far. 1,000 death tokens was a decent start, but nowhere near what he'd need to make meaningful purchases from the mysterious shop. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, each metallic clank echoing through the prison corridors like a funeral dirge. Jack pressed himself against the cold stone wall, his wounded body protesting as he tried to control his breathing. His mana was slowly regenerating, but at 162 out of 300, he was far from full strength for what was coming. System, give me everything you can on these field bosses. Scanning approaching entities. Warning, limited data available. The jailer rank, Dread. The chained beast rank, Terror. Both entities are close together. Recommendation, avoid direct confrontation until mana reserves recover. That's not going to be an option, Jack thought grimly as the footsteps grew even closer. Through the phosphorescent gloom, he could make out shapes moving in the distance. One humanoid but impossibly tall, the other was low to the ground. The jailer stepped into view first, and Jack's breath caught in his throat. The creature had once been human, but centuries of exposure to the spire's corruption had transformed it into something far more terrible. He stood nearly 4 meters tall, its frame gaunt but powerful, wrapped in tattered robes. Rusted chains hung from its arms and torso like ceremonial vestments, and in its skeletal hands, it carried a massive key ring that clinked with every step. But it was the creature's head that truly horrified Jack. Where a face should have been, there was only an iron mask welded directly to the skull, with glowing red eye slits that burned with malevolence. Ah, there you are, little bug. I felt you destroy one of my anchors. Such initiative. It's been decades since someone showed such disrespect in my domain. Behind the jailer patted its companion, and Jack understood immediately why the god of death had called this place a prison for things too terrible to remain free. The two-headed hellhound was a nightmare, easily the size of a small dragon, with muscle that rippled beneath its hide. Enemy detected. The jailer abilities. Necromantic magic, chain manipulation, soul drain. Enemy detected. The chained beast. Abilities, dual flame breath, flame claws. Warning, these entities have never been separated. They fight as a single unit. Jack's heart sank as he processed the numbers. Nearly 30,000 combined hit points, and they worked together with the precision of lifelong partners. His strongest attack, Thundershock, would only deal 1,029 damage. Even if every single one of his attacks hit, he'd need to land over 30 strikes to bring them down. System, please tell me you have some tactical advice. Analysis, direct assault will result in 97.3% probability of death. Recommendation, use the environment, exploit their coordination, target structural weaknesses. The jailer raised one skeletal hand, and Jack felt the air around him grow thick and oppressive. Ancient magic crackled between the creature's fingers as chains throughout the chamber began to rattle and move of their own accord. You've caused quite enough trouble for one day, little mortal, but I appreciate the entertainment. It's been so terribly boring down here, watching the same prisoners for century after century. Tell me before I add you to my collection, how did you manage to reach this place? Jack forced himself to stand straighter, lightning already beginning to crackle around his hands. Fate, the jailer's laugh was like the sound of grinding metal. Fate is a cruel mistress. You have my sympathy. The creature gestured sharply, and every chain in the immediate area suddenly sprang to life. They whipped through the air like striking serpents, forcing Jack to dive and roll as metal links crashed into the stone where he'd been standing. But the chain attack was just a distraction. While Jack was focused on avoiding the animated metal, the two-headed hellhound had circled around behind him, both heads inhaling deeply as flames gathered in their throats. Incoming! Dual flame breath. Jack teleported just as the two-headed hellhound let out fire from Its mouths, the superheated air singing his hair even through his magical displacement. The flames were hot enough to turn stone red hot, and when they struck the ground, the rock began to melt. Jack brought his foot down hard, sending a bolt of electricity erupting toward the hound. The lightning struck true, but the massive creature barely flinched. Two-headed hellhound, 11,412 over 12,000 HP that barely scratched it. The jailer's metallic laughter echoed through the chamber. Is that the best you can manage? How disappointing. I was hoping for more of a challenge. More chains whipped toward Jack, but this time he was ready. He grabbed one of the attacking chains and channeled electricity directly into it, watching as lightning arced along the metal links back toward the jailer. The electricity raced along the metal, striking the jailer. The creature staggered, its glowing red eyes flickering as the lightning coursed through its undead form. The jailer, 13,971 over 15,000 HP clever. The jailer hissed, its voice carrying a note of approval. But cleverness will only carry you so far. The creature raised both hands, and Jack felt something terrible happening to the air around him. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, and wisps of necrotic energy began seeping from the walls. The jailer was drawing power from the prison itself, channeling the accumulated suffering of centuries into a single devastating attack. But Jack wasn't the only one who could use the environment to his advantage. As the jailer gathered its power, Jack noticed something crucial. One of the massive support pillars was directly behind the two-headed hellhound, and it was already weakened from the creature's flame breath. If I can bring that pillar down. Jack feinted left, drawing both the jailer and its companion toward him. The hellhound lunged at him, both heads snapping with jaws that could bite through steel. Jack waited until the last possible second, then used lightning steps to teleport directly behind the creature. Instead of targeting the hound directly, Jack aimed his attack at the already damaged stone. Thunder cracked through the air as electricity struck the weakened support. An ancient mortar that had held for millennia finally gave way. The massive pillar toppled with a sound like the end of the world, its multi-ton weight crashing down directly onto the two-headed hellhound. The creature's yelp of pain was cut short as tons of stone pinned it to the ground, both heads struggling weakly beneath the crushing weight. Two-headed hellhound, 3,412 over 12,000 HP, the jailer let out a roar of fury that shattered several nearby chains. You dare harm my pup! Necrotic energy exploded from the creature's form, washing over Jack like a tide of liquid death. Pain beyond mortal comprehension coursed through his body as the dark magic tried to tear his soul from his flesh. Temporary debuff, minus 20% to all stats for 60 seconds. Jack was caught off guard. He could feel their energy leaving his body abruptly. He gripped his chest tightly like he was trying to grab his heart to ease the pain. Jack staggered, feeling his strength severely weakened as the jailer's magic took hold. But even weakened, he could see his opportunity. The hellhound was trapped, and the jailer was positioning itself to protect its companion. For the first time since the fight began, they weren't perfectly coordinated. Jack sent a bolt of pure lightning streaking toward the jailer. The electricity struck the creature center mass, leaving a glowing mark that pulsed with electric energy. Now Jack had a choice: focus fire on the pinned hellhound, or continue wearing down the more dangerous jailer. The decision was made for him when the trapped creature began breathing fire at the fallen pillar, slowly melting its way free. Thunder stomp on the hound. Lightning erupted from the ground beneath the pinned creature, and this time Jack could see real damage. The hellhound's struggles grew weaker, one of its heads going limp. Two-headed hellhound, 2,941 over 12,000 HP, but the jailer wasn't going to let Jack finish off its companion so easily. The creature gestured sharply, and every broken chain in the chamber suddenly reformed, their links glowing red-hot as they whipped through the air. Jack found himself in a deadly dance, using lightning steps to avoid the animated chains while trying to maintain pressure on both enemies. His mana was dropping rapidly, down to just 69 points, and the debuff from the soul drain was making every movement feel sluggish and wrong. One more lightning steps, then I need to end this quickly. Jack teleported directly above the struggling hellhound and brought both hands down in a devastating strike. Two-headed hellhound, 1,293 over 12,000 HP, it wasn't enough. The creature was still alive, still dangerous, and it had almost melted through enough of the pillar to break free. Meanwhile, the jailer was preparing another soul drain attack that Jack knew he couldn't survive. That's when Jack remembered the one stat point he'd earned from killing his first wretch. In desperation, he allocated it to magic, pushing his damage just slightly higher. Magic increased to 74 new damage calculations. Thundershock 1040, Thunderstomp 594. By the time Jack had attacked the enormous Hellhound, his stats returned to normal. Two-headed Hellhound slain reward. 350 death tokens. The jailer's roar of grief and rage was inhuman in its intensity. The creature abandoned all pretense of tactical fighting, launching itself directly at Jack with chains whipping around it like a tornado of metal and fury. You killed my only friend, my only companion in this endless existence. I will make you suffer for eternity. Jack made it seem like he was out of mana, but he was slowly getting more mana back. Jack evaded him for a full 2 minutes. As the jailer bore down on him, Jack grabbed two of the creature's own chains and used its momentum against himself. He pivoted and threw his entire strength into redirecting the jailer's charge directly into another weakened support pillar. The impact was tremendous. The jailer struck the stone with bone-crushing force, and this time it was the undead creature that found itself pinned beneath falling masonry. Environmental damage, 6,000 HP. The jailer, 6,942 over 15,000 HP, but Jack's mana had recovered just enough for one final attack. He approached the trapped jailer, lightning crackling around his fist. The jailer, 702 over 15,000 HP. You don't understand. The jailer wheezed, its voice distorted by the metal mask. We were the only ones who remembered them, the prisoners, their names, their stories. When we die, they are truly forgotten. For just a moment, Jack hesitated, but then he thought of his family, of his freedom, of everything he was fighting for. The lightning struck the jailer's head directly, and the ancient creature's red eyes flickered once before going dark forever. Reward, 500 death tokens. Hidden quest complete. Defeat the field bosses of floor 1. Reward, 2,500 death tokens. Reward, 10 stat points. Jack collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily as the adrenaline finally began to fade. The silence in the chamber was deafening after the chaos of battle. Round him, the animated chains fell lifeless to the ground, and the oppressive atmosphere that had permeated the prison began to lift. But his work wasn't finished. There were still anchor points to destroy, still hundreds of enemies spawning throughout the floor, and Jack could feel something different in the air. With the jailer dead, the remaining creatures were no longer coordinated. They were just monsters, dangerous but leaderless. Time to finish what he'd started. The clearing of floor 1 took Jack another 6 hours of methodical combat. Without the field bosses coordinating the defense, the remaining enemies fell into predictable patterns that Jack learned to exploit with ruthless efficiency. He worked his way through each wing of the prison complex. The anchor points fell one by one. Each destruction brought a satisfying surge of experience and the blessed silence of ceased spawning. Man, this is awesome. I thought it would take a lot longer, but soon I'll be level 8. Each enemy type required different tactics, but Jack found himself adapting with increasing confidence. More importantly, the constant combat was teaching him to think tactically, to use his environment, and to manage his resources with the precision of a veteran warrior. By the time he destroyed the final anchor point, a massive necrotic altar in what had once been the prison's central courtyard, Jack had methodically cleared every wing, every cell, and every corridor of the complex. The silence that followed was not just the absence of sound, but the complete cessation of the malevolent energy that had suffused the floor. Floor 1 of Tartarus Spire, complete anchor points destroyed, 7 hidden areas discovered, 3 environmental kills, 2 reward, 23,350 death tokens. Class advancement available. Lightning Mage rank 7, Right Arrow rank 8, total death tokens, 27,299 Wretch cores obtained. 1 Vile core obtained, 1 Terror core obtained, 1 Dread core obtained. Jack stood in the center of the now silent prison, his body aching but his spirit soaring. The transformation was immediate and profound. Jack could feel the lightning coursing through his body. Jack Kaiser, level 18, 19,630 over 27,500, class. Lightning Mage rank 8, 10,790 over 100,000, endurance. 20 plus 35 death tokens, 27,200. Jack smiled as he felt the power flowing through him. His current skill set was complete until he could advance to an entirely new class. He had survived his first floor of Tartarus Spire, proved himself against impossible odds, and emerged stronger than ever. But as he looked toward the staircase leading to floor 2, he knew this was just the beginning. The god of death had warned him that the first floor was supposed to be the easy one. Suddenly, the eerie quiet of the dungeon stopped as Jack heard whistling throughout the chamber. The whistling echoed through the silent prison, a cheerful melody that seemed completely at odds with the oppressive atmosphere that had dominated the floor just moments before. Jack followed the sound, his footsteps echoing off the ancient stone as he made his way toward what he assumed would be the entrance to the next floor. System, any idea where that whistling is coming from? Unknown. The melody appears to be originating from the direction of the floor's transition point. Additional note, the tune sounds suspiciously like a tavern drinking song from the pre-imperial era. Jack couldn't help but crack a small smile despite his exhaustion. Only the god of death would whistle drinking songs in an ancient prison. As he rounded the final corner of the central chamber, Jack stopped dead in his tracks. Where there had been nothing but empty space before, now stood what could only be described as the most bizarre shop Jack had ever seen. Its walls were constructed from what appeared to be crystallized darkness, while the roof was made of some substance that looked like frozen starlight. A hand-painted sign hung above the door reading, "Emporium of the Damned, if we don't have it, you don't need it." The whistling was definitely coming from inside. Well, this is unexpected, Jack thought as he approached the impossible structure. I was expecting maybe a simple shop interface or a magical vendor. Whatever this is. The door swung open with a pleasant chime before Jack could even reach for the handle, and the unmistakable voice of the god of death called out from within. Come in, don't stand there gawking like a tourist. We've got business to discuss." Jack stepped through the doorway and immediately felt like he'd been transported to an entirely different realm. The interior of the shop was vastly larger than the exterior suggested, with impossibly high ceilings that disappeared into shadowy heights. Shelves lined every wall, stretching up into the darkness and filled with weapons, armor, and artifacts. But it was the figure behind the counter that truly caught Jack's attention. The god of death had traded his intimidating armor, or what appeared to be a simple shopkeeper's apron. Though the apron was black as midnight and embroidered with tiny silver skulls, the god's massive frame looked almost comical, bent over what appeared to be an accounting ledger, his skeletal fingers holding a quill that was definitely made from some kind of phoenix feather. "God of death?" Jack asked, unable to keep the surprise out of his voice. "You're the shopkeeper?" The god looked up with glowing eye sockets that somehow managed to convey amusement. "What, you were expecting some underpaid skeleton? Please. This is my shop, my rules, my inventory. Nobody handles my precious merchandise but me." He gestured grandly at the impossible array of items surrounding them. Besides, customer service is a dying art, literally, in most cases down here. Jack found himself grinning despite everything. There was something about the god's irreverent attitude that made even this surreal situation feel almost normal. So, how does this work exactly? Simple Hades slammed the ledger shut and vaulted over the counter with surprising grace for someone his size. "You've got death tokens. I've got merchandise, we make deals. Everyone goes home happy, well. Except for the things you'll be killing with my merchandise. But that's rather the point, isn't it?" The god began walking through the shop, gesturing at various sections with the enthusiasm of a used chariot salesman. "Now let's see what caught your eye. Basic equipment is over here. Swords, spears, armor, the usual mundane nonsense. Prices start at about 500 tokens for something basic." Jack followed Hades deeper into the shop. His senses picked up the subtle magical auras emanating from each piece of equipment. Even the basic gear felt more powerful than anything he'd encountered back home. "Here we have the good stuff," Hades continued, stopping before a section where weapons seemed to shimmer with barely contained power. "Rare quality weapons. These babies will serve you well through the middle floors of the spire. See that spear there?" He pointed to a weapon that seemed to be forged from crystallized lightning. "Lightning blade, perfect for someone with your particular talents. Only 5,000 tokens, and it'll amplify your electrical attacks by about 30%. Jack's eyes widened as he examined the weapon. The system immediately provided details, plus 30% lightning damage price. 5,000 death tokens that would be perfect for me, Jack thought, his mind already calculating how much more effective his attacks would be with a weapon like that. But 5,000 tokens is nearly a fifth of what I have. "I'll take it," Jack said, his voice steady despite the excitement coursing through him. He couldn't wait any longer. Having his own weapon would be beneficial. Excellent choice, Hades grinned, his skeletal fingers dancing over an invisible ledger. One lightning blade, fresh from the forges of the spire's deeper levels. That'll be 5,000 death tokens, please. He stuck his skeletal hand out and waited for the tokens as he grinned wide. Jack mentally confirmed the transaction, but the moment the payment was processed, the weapon's display case dissolved with a soft chime. Purchase confirmed. 5,000 death tokens spent. Lightning blade acquired current death tokens. 22,200. The spear materialized in Jack's hands, and he immediately felt the difference. Where his father's spear had been well-crafted steel, this weapon was pure magical artistry. The blade crackled with contained lightning, and he could feel his own electrical magic responding eagerly to its presence. His magic seemed to resonate through the weapon, amplifying everything. Store in system inventory, Jack thought, and the spear vanished seamlessly into his dimensional storage. Just so you know, the god of death mentioned casually, polishing another weapon with a cloth that seemed to be made of compressed starlight. That little beauty would be considered a treasure up in Elysium. All weapons and armor forged in Tartarus are leagues beyond anything your kingdom's smiths could produce. The magical density down here, the materials, the techniques. It's like comparing a campfire to the sun. Jack nodded, understanding dawning on him. No wonder the Chosen Ones was so powerful. They were armed with weapons that nosy people would never touch in their lives. And over here, he said, moving to an even more impressive display, we have the unique quality items. These are where things get interesting. The weapons in this section practically hummed with power. Jack could feel their magical signatures from several feet away, each one radiating the kind of energy that spoke of legendary craftsmanship and ancient enchantments. That beauty there. He pointed to a spear that seemed to be carved from a single piece of obsidian. Is called Void Piercer. It can punch through any armor, magical or otherwise. Bit pricey at 25,000 tokens, but worth every skull-shaped coin when you're facing something that thinks it's invulnerable. Ignores all armor and magical defenses plus 25 strength, plus 20 magic special skill. Dimensional strike can hit incorporeal enemies. Price 50,000 death tokens. Jack whistled low. This weapon would transform his, but it represented major investments. He was about to ask about payment plans when the god of death led him to a section that made his breath catch in his throat. And here, the god said with obvious pride, we have the legendary quality items. These aren't just regular weapons, they're game changers. The legendary section was smaller than the others, with only a dozen or so items on display, but each one radiated such power that Jack could feel his lightning magic responding to their presence. The weapons seemed almost alive, their magical auras shifting and pulsing like heartbeats. Storm's heart, he said, indicating a spear that appeared to be forged from compressed thunder clouds. It was wielded by the first lightning god before let's just say retirement wasn't voluntary. This baby doesn't just amplify your magic, it grows with you. 250,000 tokens. But you'd be hard-pressed to find a better weapon for someone with your particular gifts. Plus 100% lightning damage, plus 50 magic, plus 30 agility special skill, spear constantly radiates electricity. Note, grows stronger with wielder's power. Price 250,000 death tokens. Jack stared at the weapon in awe. It was beautiful, terrifying, and completely beyond his current budget. But just knowing it existed, knowing that such power was within reach if he could gather enough tokens, filled him with determination. Of course, he continued with a theatrical sigh, if you want to see the really special stuff, you'll need to look over there. He gestured toward the back of the shop, where Jack could now see several glass display cases. Each case was warded with magic so powerful it made the air itself shimmer, and the weapons within seemed to exist in their own pocket dimensions. Mythical rank artifacts, he explained, his voice taking on a reverent tone. These aren't just weapons, they're legends crafted by gods. Each one has shaped the course of history at least once. Jack approached the cases slowly, feeling like he was walking into a museum of impossible things. The first case contained a sword that seemed to be forged from pure sunlight, its blade so brilliant it was almost painful to look at directly. Price. Death tokens. The next case held what appeared to be a simple wooden staff. But Jack could sense the barely contained power within it. Ancient runes covered the shaft, glowing faintly as the god of death approached. Price. Death tokens. Jack turned and saw a fancy cloak. That's a marvel, the god of death said casually, pointing to what Jack had initially thought was just a luxurious cloak. grants immortality to the wearer. Well, practical immortality. You can still be killed, but you won't age and most poisons become mildly irritating at worst. Jack's mouth went dry. These weren't just powerful weapons. They were artifacts from legend. Items that mortals had started wars over. How much, he asked quietly. The god chuckled. More than you could earn in several lifetimes, I'm afraid. The cloak alone would cost you 100 million death tokens. These aren't meant for beginners. Come back when you've cleared 50 floors or so. Jack nodded, understanding but still feeling the sharp pain of disappointment. Still, just knowing that such power existed gave him something to aspire to. He was about to turn away from the cases when something caught his eye. In the corner, almost hidden behind the more dramatic displays, sat a simple black mask. It wasn't ornate like the other artifacts. Didn't glow with inner power or radiate magical energy. Something about it called to him. Without really thinking about it, Jack reached out and touched the glass case. The moment his fingers made contact, the system erupted with notifications. Artifact detected. Mask of the Soul Warden special property. Class unlock item, new class available. Soul Warden. Jack's heart nearly stopped. A new class meant new power and abilities. He spun around to face him, who was watching him with obvious amusement. You have a good eye, the god said with a grin that somehow came through despite his lack of actual facial features. Most people go straight for flashy weapons. Takes real insight to spot the truly valuable items. How much? Jack asked. For the mask, I mean. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, considering its incredible rarity, its unique properties, and the fact that it's one of only 3 Soul Warden class items in existence. He paused dramatically. I'd say 1 million death tokens is a reasonable price. Jack's face fell. 1 million tokens was 40 times what he currently had. It might as well have been a trillion. But then he continued, his voice taking on a more serious tone. However, I'm feeling generous today. You did clear my first floor rather impressively, and you showed proper respect for the old jailer's final words. That counts for something in my book. The god leaned against the counter, his glowing eyes fixed on Jack. Tell you what, I'll let you have it for 10,000 death tokens. But, he held up a skeletal finger, this squares my debt to Draven. Next time you talk to that storm-addled fool, you let him know we're even. Understood? Jack could barely contain his excitement. 10,000 tokens was still a significant chunk of his fortune, but it was manageable. With it, a new class could be learned. What exactly does the Soul Warden class do? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The god of death's grin widened. Oh, you're going to love this. Soul Warden lets you bind the souls of defeated enemies to your service. Instead of just killing them, you can make them your permanent companions. Build yourself a little army of the damned or blessed, depending on your taste. The god chuckled as he stared down Jack. Jack's mind raced with the implications. An army of bound creatures, growing stronger alongside him as he descended deeper into the spire. The possibilities were staggering and endless. The best part, he continued, is that it doesn't require any specific elemental affinity. How many creatures can I bind? Jack asked. Starts at 3, but the capacity grows as you advance in the class. Here's the really fun part. You can spend death tokens to upgrade your bound creatures, make them stronger, teach them new abilities, even evolve them into higher rank monsters. Jack was practically vibrating with excitement. This was exactly the kind of power he needed to survive the deeper floors of the spire. With bound creatures fighting alongside him, he'd have the flexibility to handle any situation. I'll take it, he said without hesitation. Excellent. He clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the shop like thunder. 1 Soul Warden class coming right up. That'll be 10,000 death tokens, please. Jack mentally confirmed the transaction, watching as a significant portion of his hard-earned tokens disappeared. But the moment the payment was processed, the mask case opened with a soft chime. Purchase confirmed. 10,000 death tokens spent. Soul Warden class available for learning current death tokens, 12,200. Jack reached for the mask with trembling hands. The moment his fingers touched the ancient artifact, knowledge flooded his mind. It was like remembering something he'd always known. Soul Warden class learned new skills available for purchase. Soul capacity, 3 creatures binding cost. Pest 2,500 tokens binding cost. Wretch 5,000 tokens binding cost. Vile 10,000 tokens binding cost. Terror 25,000 tokens binding cost. Dread 50,000 tokens. The mask dissolved in his hands, its essence merging with his consciousness. Jack could feel the new power settling into his mind. Like a key finding its lock. "Congratulations," the god of death said with genuine warmth. "You're now officially a dual-class warrior, lightning mage and soul warden." Jack grinned, feeling more powerful than he ever had before. With his lightning magic and his new ability to build an army of bound creatures, he was ready for whatever the deeper floors could throw at him. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "This is incredible." "Don't thank me yet," Hades replied with a chuckle. "Wait until you see what's waiting for you on the next floor. But speaking of which, you should probably head back to your little palace soon. Don't want them to start wondering where their prize chosen one has wandered off to." Jack blinked in all the excitement of clearing the floor and discovering the shop. He'd completely forgotten about his situation in the palace. "How do I get back? Is there another key or, same way you came, you've got that key I gave you, right? Just use it on any door down here. The magic is tied to you. It'll take you back to exactly where you need to be." Jack pulled the dark key from his system storage. It was hard to believe that this simple artifact had opened the door to so much power and possibility. "One more thing," he said as Jack headed for the shop door. "Time moves differently in the Spire compared to your world. You've been down here for about 12 hours. But only 30 minutes or so have passed up there." Jack's eyes widened. 12 hours felt like 12 hours to me. "That's because you're actually here, not just visiting in spirit, but the temporal differential holds." As Jack reached the door, he called out one last time, "Oh, and Jack, good luck with whatever's in that black box. I have a feeling you're going to need every advantage you can get." Jack paused with his hand on the door handle. "You know about the box." His laugh followed him out of the shop. "Kid, I'm the god of death. I know about everything that matters down here." Jack used the key on the shop's door. Watching as reality twisted around him once again, the sensation of interdimensional travel was becoming familiar, though no less disorienting. When the world solidified, he found himself back in his luxurious prison in the Tower of Chosen Ones. The crystal windows showed the same afternoon light as when he'd left, confirming his words about the time differential. Jack remembered the black box waiting for him. He'd been so focused on survival and the shop that he'd completely forgotten about his reward for slaying Spireless. He pulled the box from his system storage. The box definitely contained something powerful. Jack lifted the lid carefully and immediately understood why it had been such a significant reward. "Congratulations, you have obtained whatever Spireless had left behind as his reward for slaying the disaster-class dragon. It was definitely something extraordinary." He lifted the lid carefully and immediately understood why killing such a powerful creature had warranted such a significant prize. Inside, nestled in what appeared to be beating. "Congratulations, you have obtained Spireless's heart rank, legendary material description. The still beating heart of an ancient two-headed dragon. Contains concentrated essence of wind and water magic, along with primordial draconic power. Warning, extremely valuable." The heart itself was roughly the size of Jack's fist, a deep crimson organ that pulsed sporadically. Veins of silver and blue ran through its surface, glowing faintly with residual magic from the dragon's dual affinities. Jack reached out tentatively. The moment his fingers made contact with the warm beating heart, could feel the energy surge through his fingertips. Store in the system inventory system. He watched as the priceless organ vanished into his dimensional storage. System, what exactly could I do with something like this? Analysis. Spireless's heart has multiple potential applications. Option 1, consumed directly for permanent stat increases. Option 2, use as crafting material for legendary rank equipment or artifacts. Warning, this is a one-time choice. The heart cannot be divided or used for multiple purposes. Jack's mind raced with the implications. A permanent boost of that magnitude would make him significantly more powerful. But using it as crafting material might yield something even more valuable in the long run. For now, he'd keep it safe and consider his options carefully. After spending all that time in the dungeon, Jack lay down on the bed and drifted off as he closed his eyes. The next morning, a soft knock at his door woke him up. Jack quickly composed himself before sitting up on the bed. "Come in," he called out. The door opened to reveal Lyra. She wore simple training clothes today rather than her formal attire, and Jack noticed she carried herself with a relaxed posture. "Jack," she said with a small smile that seemed genuine, "I hope you've been resting well. Aurelius mentioned you seemed contemplative after your conversation yesterday." "Just thinking about my situation," Jack replied carefully. "It's a lot to process being here." Lyra nodded, and for a moment her composed mask slipped to reveal something that might have been sympathy. "I understand. The transition is never easy. Would you like to take a walk through the gardens? Fresh air might help clear your head. Jack considered the offer. After 12 hours of combat in an ancient prison, some genuine human interaction actually sounded appealing. Plus, Lyra had been one of the few people to show him any real kindness since his arrival. "I'd like that," he said. "Lead the way." The palace gardens were even more impressive than one at home. Perfectly manicured lawns stretched between marble fountains and flower beds that seemed to have been painted by master artists. Ancient trees provided shade over winding paths, and the air was filled with the gentle sound of flowing water and distant birdsong. "It's beautiful," Jack said as they walked along a path lined with roses that had a lovely aroma. "Aurelius had them designed as a place for chosen ones to find peace," Lyra explained, her voice taking on a wistful tone. "He believes that those who serve the crown deserve beauty and their lives, even if they can't always have freedom." Jack caught the subtle emphasis on that last word. "Do you miss it? Freedom, I mean." Lyra was quiet for a long moment, her pale eyes fixed on a fountain with crystal-clear water. "I've been here for 10 years, she said finally. "Sometimes I can barely remember what freedom felt like, but yes, I miss it. I miss making my own choices, going where I wanted to go, being able to say no when I disagreed with something." Her honesty caught Jack off guard. He'd expected the polished responses of someone conditioned to serve, not this quiet admission of loss. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked gently. "Because you still have a choice," Lyra replied, turning to face him with surprising intensity. "Your family is coming, Jack. They're going to try to negotiate for your release, and Aurelius will make you an offer that seems reasonable. But once you accept any part of their system, once you agree to even the smallest compromise, it becomes harder and harder to say no to the next one." Jack felt a chill despite the warm afternoon sun. "Are you warning me?" "I'm telling you to think carefully about what you're willing to sacrifice for the illusion of control," Lyra said. "I thought I could serve for a few years and then earn my freedom." That was a decade ago. Before Jack could respond, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Jack turned to see another young woman striding toward them across the garden. Where Lyra moved with controlled grace, Sierra practically radiated chaotic energy. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, and she wore a fitting training outfit that looked like it had seen better days. But everything about her caught Jack's attention. If this were Earth, she could have been a supermodel. An hourglass curve in her leather armor sat right below her chest, lifting it up, highlighting her bust. "Well, well," Sierra said as she approached. "The famous dragon slayer, taking a leisurely stroll through our prison garden." "How perfectly domestic." "Sierra," Lyra said with obvious resignation. "We were just—" "Oh, I know exactly what you were doing," Sierra interrupted with a grin that was all teeth. "Playing welcome wagon for our new resident legend. But I'm much more interested in seeing what he's actually capable of." She fixed Jack with a stare that made him feel like a specimen under a microscope. "Tell me, Dragon Killer, do you know how to fight without magic? Without weapons, just flesh and blood and skill?" Jack blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation. What do you mean?" Sierra's grin widened. "Hand-to-hand combat, martial arts, the ancient art of beating the shit out of your opponent using nothing but your body and your brain, actual fighting skills." "Sierra, that's hardly necessary," Lyra began, but the dark-haired woman cut her off with a dismissive wave. "Necessary? Maybe not. But definitely educational." Sierra's eyes glittered with anticipation. "I'm curious to see if our dragon slayer is actually a warrior or just someone who got lucky with a god's blessing." Jack felt his temper flare at the casual dismissal of his achievements. "I've survived plenty of fights." "With magic," Sierra interrupted. "With weapons, with the kind of power that most people can only dream of. But strip all that away and what's left? Are you actually skilled, Jack Kaiser, or are you just a very lucky amateur?" The challenge was clear, and Jack found himself responding to it despite Lyra's worried expression. He'd never backed down from a fight in either of his lives, and he wasn't about to start now. "Fine," he said, straightening his shoulders. "You want to spar? Let's spar." Sierra clapped her hands together with obvious delight. "Excellent, Lyra, be a dear and find us a suitable training area. Somewhere with soft grass and no valuable statuary to break when someone gets thrown into it." Lyra looked between them with obvious concern. "Are you sure this is wise? Aurelius might not approve of." "Aurelius isn't here," Sierra said with a dismissive shrug. "Besides, what's the worst that could happen? A few bruises, some wounded pride. Think of it as training." Despite her reservations, Lyra led them to a secluded section of the garden where a large circular lawn was surrounded by tall hedges, providing privacy from any observers. The grass was soft and well-maintained, providing a natural sparring mat. "Rules," Sierra announced as she began stretching with the fluid movements of someone who'd done this many times before. No magic, no weapons, no skills, just pure martial skill. First person to yield or get knocked unconscious loses. Simple enough. Jack nodded, though he was already beginning to realize he might have made a mistake. His combat experience was almost entirely dependent on his magical abilities and weapon skills. The few times he'd fought without them, but it had been desperate struggles for survival rather than skilled martial arts. "Begin whenever you're ready," Sierra said, settling into a fighting stance that looked deceptively casual, but somehow conveyed the impression of a coiled spring ready to explode into motion. Jack tried to mirror her stance, drawing on half-remembered martial arts moves and the basic combat training his system had provided. He raised his hands defensively and began to circle, looking for an opening. Sierra watched him with the patient attention of a predator studying wounded prey. "Interesting," she mused. "Your footwork is all wrong, your guard is too high, and you're telegraphing your intentions with every muscle in your body. But please, don't let me stop you from making the first move." Stung by her casual analysis, Jack lunged forward with what he thought was a solid right hook. Sierra moved like liquid mercury, sliding aside from his punch with minimal effort while simultaneously striking out with her palm to catch him in the solar plexus. The impact drove the air from Jack's lungs and sent him stumbling backward, gasping. But Sierra wasn't finished. She flowed forward like a dancer, her leg sweeping out to catch his ankle and send him tumbling to the grass. Jack rolled away desperately, trying to regain his footing, but Sierra was already there waiting for him. She grabbed his wrist as he tried to push himself up, using his own momentum to flip him over her hip in a throw that sent him sprawling across the lawn. "Come on, Dragon Slayer," Sierra taunted, though her voice held more amusement than malice. "You killed Spireless with a single attack, and this is the best you can do? Where's that legendary prowess?" Jack pushed himself to his feet, his body already aching from impacts with the ground. His enhanced physical stats were keeping him from serious injury, but they weren't helping him fight any more skillfully. If anything, his increased strength was making his movements more clumsy as he tried to compensate for his lack of technique. He tried a different approach, feinting with his left hand while launching a kick with his right leg. Sierra caught his ankle mid-kick, twisted sharply, and sent him spinning to the ground again. Before he could recover, she was on top of him, her knee pressed against his chest and a hand positioned at his throat. "Yield?" she asked pleasantly. "No," Jack gasped, trying to get her off, but Sierra's position was perfect, using leverage and technique to control him despite his strength. His struggles only exhausted him further while she remained perfectly balanced. "Your choice," Sierra shrugged. She shifted her weight slightly, and suddenly Jack couldn't breathe at all. Pressure points, he realized she was cutting off his air supply with precise finger placement against his throat. Spots began to dance in his vision as his oxygen starved brain started to shut down. With his last conscious thought, he managed to tap the ground in surrender. Sierra immediately released the pressure, allowing Jack to suck in desperate gulps of air as she gracefully stood and offered him a hand up. "Not bad for a first attempt," she said with genuine warmth, as if she hadn't just choked him unconscious. "You've got good instincts and your physical conditioning is excellent. But your technique," she shook her head with obvious disappointment, "is terrible." Jack finished, accepting her help to stand. His legs felt unsteady and his pride was considerably more bruised than his body. "I get it. I'm not actually a fighter, I'm just someone with abilities." "Oh, don't be so dramatic," Sierra laughed. "You're not terrible, you're untrained. There's a difference. Terrible implies no potential for improvement. Untrained just means no one's bothered to teach you properly." She began walking in a circle around him, her green eyes studying his form with professional interest. "You've got the physical tools, strength, speed, endurance. Your reflexes aren't bad and you don't panic under pressure. But you fight like someone who's always had magic to fall back on. You have no footwork, no understanding of leverage or momentum, and no concept of reading your opponent's intentions." "Is there a point to this analysis?" Jack asked, still catching his breath. "The point," Sierra said, stopping directly in front of him, "is that you have potential. Raw, unpolished, completely undisciplined potential. With the right training, you could actually become dangerous in close combat." "Are you offering to train me?" Jack asked, surprised by the suggestion. Sierra's grin returned, wild and unpredictable. "Maybe, I haven't decided yet. It depends on whether you're worth the effort, but I will say this, watching you fight was interesting. The fact that you're willing to get thrown around and choked out for the sake of learning something new. She trailed off, studying him with an expression he couldn't quite read. That's either very brave or very stupid, Jack said. In my experience, Sierra replied. The best warriors are usually a little bit of both. Lyra, who had been watching the entire exchange with obvious concern, finally spoke up. Are you finished trying to kill each other? Because Aurelius will be expecting Jack for the evening meal soon. Kill each other? Sierra laughed. Lyra, darling, if I wanted to kill him, this conversation would have been much shorter. I was being gentle. Jack looked at her in disbelief. That was gentle? Oh yes, Sierra nodded enthusiastically. I didn't break anything. Didn't cause any permanent damage, and I made sure you stayed conscious long enough to learn something, very gentle by my standards. She began walking back toward the main palace, calling over her shoulder as she went. Think about what I said, Dragon Slayer. Power without skill is just potential energy waiting to be wasted, but power with skill. She paused, looking back with that unsettling grin. That's how legends are made. As Sierra disappeared around a hedge, Lyra moved to Jack's side with obvious concern. Are you all right? She didn't seriously hurt you, did she? Jack flexed his arms and legs to check for damage. Other than some bruises and wounded pride, he seemed to be intact. I'll live, though I feel like I just learned a very humbling lesson about the difference between having power and knowing how to use it. Sierra has that effect on people, Lyra said with a slight smile. She's complicated. Brilliant, dangerous, completely unpredictable, but also one of the most skilled fighters I've ever seen. If she's offered to train you, that's actually a significant honor. She doesn't usually bother with people she considers hopeless. And what do you think? Jack asked softly. Am I hopeless? Lyra considered the question seriously. No, she said finally. You're untrained, like she said, but you also didn't give up, even when you were clearly outmatched. That counts for something. Jack thought about everything he'd experienced in the last day. Clearing floor 1 of Tardar Aspire, learning a legendary class, and now being thoroughly schooled in hand-to-hand combat by someone almost foot shorter than him. Each experience had shown him new aspects of power and skill he'd never considered. I think, he said slowly, I need to start learning martial arts. Lyra nodded approvingly. That's probably the wisest thing anyone said in this palace for months. Come on, let's get you cleaned up before dinner. And Jack, she paused, her pale eyes looked serious. Don't let today discourage you, everyone starts somewhere. Lyra said with a slight smile. With Sierra gone, they made their way back to the palace. Lyra, he said quietly, what you said earlier about my family coming to negotiate. When? Her step faltered almost imperceptibly. Soon, she said, not meeting his eyes. Jack felt something cold settle in his stomach. You think he'll use that against me somehow? I think, Lyra said carefully, that Aurelius is very good at making people believe they have choices when they really don't. He'll present options that seem reasonable, generous even, but each one will draw you deeper into his web. They had finally returned back to the palace. And Lyra turned to face him fully. Remember what I told you about saying no. Jack, once you start compromising, it becomes easier to compromise again and again, before Jack could respond. A palace servant approached with a respectful bow. Master Jack, His Majesty requests your presence in the private dining hall. He has important matters to discuss with you. The private dining hall was a masterpiece of understated. Powered. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over walls lined with portraits of kings dating back centuries, their painted eyes seeming to follow Jack as he entered. The table itself was carved from a single piece of obsidian, so perfectly polished it reflected the ceiling like still water. But it was the man seated at the head of the table who commanded Jack's attention. King Eric Valdris was not what Jack had expected. Where Aurelius radiated predatory elegance and controlled menace, the king possessed a different kind of authority entirely. He was perhaps 45, with graying temples that were worn down from the weight of crown and responsibility. His clothes were fine but not ostentatious. When those eyes fixed on Jack, there was something there that made the young man pause. Not the calculating assessment of Aurelius or the cold evaluation of a political opponent, but something warmer. Recognition, perhaps, or maybe even respect. Your Majesty, Jack said, offering what he hoped was an appropriate bow. The etiquette lessons from his noble upbringing felt rusty after everything he'd been through. Jack Kaiser. The king's voice carried the authority of absolute power, but it was tempered with something Jack hadn't expected. Genuine warmth. Please sit. We have much to discuss. Jack took the seat indicated, noting how the servant who had escorted him retreated with silent efficiency, leaving them alone. Even Aurelius was absent, though Jack could feel the chosen one's presence somewhere nearby. King Eric poured wine from a crystal decanter, the liquid dark as blood in the candlelight. "Tell me, young Kaiser, what do you know of your family's history with the crown?" The question caught Jack off guard. "Not as much as I probably should, your majesty. I know the Kaisers have served the realm for generations, but the specifics—" He shrugged, letting the gesture convey his uncertainty. "Your father never mentioned our friendship." There was something almost vulnerable in the king's voice. A crack in the royal composure that Jack found startling. "No, your majesty. He spoke of duty to the realm, of service and honor, but—" Jack paused, studying the king's face. "You knew him personally?" King Eric's laugh was soft, tinged with old memories. "Knew him? Jack, your father and I grew up together. We trained with the same weapons master, chased the same girls, got drunk on stolen wine in the castle cellars." The king's eyes grew distant. "He was the closest thing to a brother I ever had." Jack felt something shift in his understanding of the political landscape. This wasn't just about a powerful chosen one and royal authority. There were personal stakes here, old bonds that complicated everything. "Then why?" Jack began, but the king held up a hand. "Why did I allow Aurelius to bring you here? Why didn't I simply ask your father to present you at court in the traditional manner?" King Eric sipped his wine, buying time to choose his words carefully. "Because, Jack, your demonstration against Spiralus created ripples that reached far beyond our borders. Within hours of that battle, I received messages from 3 neighboring kingdoms. All of them wanted the same thing." The king leaned forward, his intensity palpable. "You?" Jack felt his stomach tighten. "They want to recruit me, recruit, capture, eliminate." The methods varied, but the goal was universal. King Eric's voice grew harder. "Draconia offered a fortune in gold and dragon eggs for you. Cordelia suggested an educational exchange that would have lasted decades. Sanctorium." The king's expression darkened. "Sanctorium declared you a divine instrument that should serve their god exclusively." The implications crashed over Jack like a cold wave. His demonstration of power hadn't just made him valuable. It had made him a target on an international scale. "So you had me brought here for protection?" Jack asked, though something in the king's manner suggested the situation was more complex. "Partly." King Eric's admission was frank. "But I'll be honest with you, Jack, having someone who can eliminate disaster-class threats single-handedly, that's not just valuable." The king stood, moving to one of the tall windows that looked out over the capital. The city stretched to the horizon, thousands of lights twinkling in the gathering dusk. "Do you know what keeps me awake at night, Jack? It's not enemy armies or political intrigue. It's the knowledge that somewhere out there, things like Spiralus exist, creatures that can destroy cities, topple governments, and bloodlines with their mere presence." Jack remained silent, sensing the king was working toward something important. Traditional armies are useless against such threats. Even groups of chosen ones struggle against certain disaster-class entities. "But you." King Eric turned back to face Jack, his expression intense. "You ended one of the ancient terrors as if it were nothing more than a troublesome beast." "It nearly killed me," Jack pointed out. "I was unconscious for 3 days afterward." "But you survived, more importantly. You won." The king returned to his seat, his gaze never leaving Jack's face. "That makes you the most valuable military asset in the known world. Every kingdom wants that power under their control." Jack felt the weight of that statement settle over him. Like a shroud. "You believe keeping me here is the solution?" King Eric's smile was sad, almost apologetic. "I believe keeping you safe is the solution, whether that's here in the palace, at the magical academy in Cordelia, or hidden away in some remote location. That's what we need to discuss." The king refilled both their wine glasses, his movements deliberate and thoughtful. "Aurelius believes you can be trained, integrated into our chosen one program, made into a perfect weapon for the crown. He's not wrong. You have incredible potential." But Jack sensed there was more coming. "But I knew your father when we were boys. I know the Kaiser blood, the stubborn pride. The absolute refusal to bend even when breaking would be easier." King Eric's eyes held something that might have been admiration. "You're not going to simply accept whatever role we assign you, are you?" Jack met the king's gaze steadily. "No, your majesty, I'm not." "I thought as much." King Eric raised his glass in a small salute. "Your father would be proud." He never could stomach being told what to do either. They drank in comfortable silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken negotiations hanging between them. "What are you proposing?" "Your majesty," Jack asked finally. "Patience," the king said with a slight smile. Your family should arrive within the next few days. I believe this conversation should include your father. He has insights into the political world that might be useful." Jack nodded, understanding that he was being given time to consider his position, but something in the king's tone suggested there was more to his relationship with Alaric than simple childhood friendship. "Your Majesty, may I ask you something? Why do I get the feeling that you owe my father more than just the loyalty of old friendship?" King Eric's smile turned sharp, and for a moment, Jack saw something dangerous flicker behind those winter storm eyes. "Because, young Kaiser, you have excellent instincts. Yes, I owe your father a debt that goes far beyond childhood bonds, one that I can never fully repay." The king stood, signaling that the meal was ending. "But that's a story for when he arrives. For now, know this. You are under my personal protection while you're in this palace, not as a prisoner, not as a weapon, but as the honored son of my dearest friend." Jack rose as well, bowing slightly. "Thank you, your Majesty." "Call me Eric when we're alone," the king said with surprising warmth. "Save the formality for public occasions. I have one other concern." "Eric, can I have some actual clothes?" The king laughed. "Yes, Jack. I'll have some clothes sent to you, and you can do as you please." As Jack was escorted back to his chambers, his mind raced with the implications of what he'd learned. The king's respect for his father, the international pressure, the delicate balance between protection and control. It all painted a picture far more complex than Aurelius's simple integration program, but most intriguing was that debt the king mentioned. What had Alaric Kaiser done that would make a king feel eternally obligated? System, what do you make of all this? The political situation is more complex than initially apparent. King Eric's personal connection to your father creates leverage you can exploit. However, his mention of international pressure suggests time constraints. Other kingdoms won't wait indefinitely. Jack settled onto his impossibly comfortable bed, staring up at the crystal ceiling. Jack decided to relax. Abd was going through his stats and looking at everything. System, how do the classes work? Do I have set them up separately to use during combat? Just tell me and we can swap them as necessary. You can only have one class equipped currently, so I can have more than one class at a time than by those words. The system had slipped and gave information to Jack he wasn't prying for. Jack Kaiser, level 18, 19,630 over 27,500 class. Lightning Mage rank 8, 10,790 over 100,000 reputation points. 100,027 martial talent rank. S blessings. Draven's pendant. Why did my stats drop? Because you were unconscious. The penalty for failing to complete your daily tasks is -1 to all stats. I forgot about that. Alright, so I think let's focus in maxing our skills. I'm going to need every advantage I can get when we go back to the Spire. Consuming 2 pest cores, 1 enraged pest core, 299 wretch cores, 194 vile cores, 4 dread cores, 1 terror core. Congratulations, skills now have new benefits. Skills: Analyze level 8, Polearm Mastery max, Thundershock max, Spear Toss max, Lightning Steps max, Lightning's Embrace max, Lightning Shock max, Mana Regeneration max, HP Regeneration max, Thunderclap max, Thunderstomp max, Call of FHE Lightning level 2, Branded max, Overcharge level 2 Thundershock. Creates a small burst of lightning from one's palm. Range 3 meters. Damage is determined by magic stat times talent rank. Spear Toss, toss your spear with increased velocity. Range is determined by stamina times 0.6 meters. Damage is determined by strength times 4 lightning steps. Dash in any direction by 5 meters. Lightning Embrace adds lightning to the tip of your spear. Damage is determined by magic stat times 1.2. HP Regeneration recovers 30 HP points per minute. Passive, Lightning Shock shoots a lightning strike from your spear. Damage is determined by magic stat times 2.5. Mana Regeneration recovers 30 mana points per minute. Passive, Thunderclap, clap your hands to create a loud bang. Sends an AoE field of lightning at enemies. Damage is determined by magic stat times 3. Range is 6 meters. Thunder Stomp, stomp your foot to send thunder through the ground towards an enemy. Releases a large thunderbolt that shocks the enemy. Damage is determined by magic stat times 6. Call of the Lightning, channel lightning inside of your body before releasing it back at an enemy. Charges available 5. Branded, throw a lightning bolt at the enemy. If it hits, it leaves the enemy branded. If you are within range, your skill will always hit without fail. If the enemy is branded, increase damage by 3. Increases range for skill, Tonight, for the first time since arriving at the palace, he felt relaxed. Meanwhile, on the road to the capital, the steady rhythm of hoofbeats on cobblestone did nothing to calm Alaric Kaiser's churning thoughts. Each mile that brought them closer to the capital felt like a step deeper into a nightmare he'd never imagined facing. His mount, a massive black destrier named Shadowstrike, sensed his rider's agitation and tossed his head restlessly. Even the horse understood something was deeply wrong with this journey. "How could you do this to me, Eric?" The thought burned through Alaric's mind like acid dripping through a building. 30 years of friendship, of brotherhood forged in blood and battle, and this was how it ended. With his firstborn son stolen away like a common criminal, the irony was bitter enough to choke on. Eric owed everything to him, his crown, his kingdom, his very life. That night 25 years ago, when the coup had nearly succeeded, when Eric had frozen in terror as assassins closed in on his chambers, Alaric's hands tightened on the reins as the memory crashed over him with devastating clarity. Blood on marble floors, the sound of steel on steel. Eric cowering behind his bed while 3 armed men advanced with drawn blades. "Long live King Marcus," the lead assassin had shouted, invoking Eric's ambitious uncle who'd orchestrated the entire rebellion. Eric had been paralyzed, his sword forgotten on the floor, his voice stolen by terror. He would have died there, his throat cut like a slaughtered sheep, if Alaric hadn't burst through the door. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Alaric's dark magic had filled the room like a living nightmare, his blade moving with the precision of a master swordsman backed by rigorous training. When it was over, 3 bodies lay cooling on the king's floor, and Eric was alive, crowned king by right of survival rather than birth. Even now, the memory of that revelation made Alaric's stomach turn. Queen Isabella, Eric's own wife, had been the one feeding information to the conspirators. Her lover, Duke Marcus, had promised her a crown and freedom from a marriage she'd grown to despise. She had led them directly to Eric's private chambers, had told them exactly when the guards would be at their lightest rotation, and even provided them with the key to the royal wing. Finding her in Marcus's bed that very night, still warm with treachery and adultery, had been almost anticlimactic after the violence in the king's chambers. "Please," she had begged, her naked form trembling as Alaric's dark mana filled the duke's bedroom. "I never meant for anyone to die, I just wanted to be free." Freedom? She had been willing to murder her own husband for freedom. But Eric, even in his terror and betrayal, had been unable to order his wife's execution. The political scandal alone would have destroyed his legitimacy as a king. Cuckolded ruler, betrayed by his own queen, the kingdom would have collapsed into civil war within months, so Alaric had handled it quietly. Isabella died of a sudden fever 3 days after the coup attempt. The court physicians were baffled by her swift decline. Duke Marcus suffered a hunting accident, trampled by his own horse in a tragic mishap that left his body unrecognizable. The conspiracy died with them, taking its secrets to unmarked graves. Eric kept his crown, his kingdom, and his reputation intact. The official story said foreign assassins had struck and had a heroic intervention by Alaric Kaiser, not anything about his treacherous wife or backstabbing uncle. For 25 years, that secret had bound them together. Eric owed Alaric not just his life, but his entire legacy. Every decision he made as king, every law he signed, every victory he celebrated. All of it existed because Alaric had been willing to do what Eric could not. And this is how he repays that loyalty, by stealing my son. The rational part of Alaric's mind understood the political pressures Eric faced. Jack's display of power had indeed created international complications that couldn't be ignored. But the father in him, the part that remembered holding his newborn son and promising to protect him always, burned with a fury that made his dark magic writhe beneath his skin like a second shadow ready to claim someone's soul. Behind him, the rest of his family rode in their own private hells. Genevieve's face was carved from ice, her usual warmth replaced by the cold calculation that had earned her the nickname Lady Mania among their enemies. His daughters alternated between worry and rage, their conversations muted but intense. And Finn, the former chosen one road with the grim satisfaction of a man watching his predictions come true. He'd warned them about the crown's true nature, about how chosen ones were ultimately treated as resources rather than people. 25 years of friendship, and Eric couldn't even call me directly. Couldn't even explain why he felt this was necessary. He sent that golden-haired snake Aurelius to do his dirty work. The memory of seeing Jack's unconscious body being hauled away to serve the crown still made Alaric's vision blur with rage. No discussion or negotiation, just a man who abused his powers. You taught me about power, Eric, about how those who hold it will use it without hesitation when pressed. I just never thought you'd use it against me. The capital's towers came into view on the horizon, their crystal spires catching the last light of the setting sun. Somewhere behind those walls, Jack was learning the same lessons about power and politics that Alaric had hoped to spare him for a few more years. His son was brilliant, stubborn, and powerful beyond measure. He was being molded into the crown's perfect weapon. The thought made something dark and violent stir in Alaric's chest, something that reminded him of why people feared the Kaiser name. You want to play games with my bloodline, old friend. You want to test bonds forged in blood and sealed in secrecy. Alaric's lips curved in a smile that would have terrified his enemies. Arcmana began to leak from his body, turning the evening air cold and bitter. Then let's see how well you remember why you needed me in the first place. The convoy continued toward the capital as night fell, carrying with it the promise of reckoning between old friends and the potential for a political crisis that could shake the very foundations of the kingdom. In his chambers high above, Jack Kaiser slept peacefully, unaware that his father rode toward him with murder in his heart and revolution in his mind. The Pantheon existed in a space between worlds, where time moved like honey and reality bent to the will of its divine inhabitants. Here in the Hall of Eternals, two ancient powers sat across from each other at a table forged from compressed starlight, their conversation carrying the weight of eons. Draven appeared in his true form here, no longer the frail old man who had greeted Jack in that pastoral meadow. His frame was massive, corded with muscle that spoke of divine authority. Lightning crackled constantly around his form, not the controlled energy of a blessing, but the raw, untamed power of storms given consciousness. His hair was white as fresh snow, his beard flowed like cascading thunder, and his eyes held the depth of tempests. Across from him, the god of death had shed his theatrical shopkeeper persona. He was death incarnate in all his terrible glory. He was not so friendly anymore. Shadows writhed around him like living things, and when he breathed, frost formed in the air. Yet despite his fearsome appearance, he tapped one skeletal finger on the table with obvious concern. So, Death said, his voice carrying the weight of eternity, you've set the boy on the path. Are you certain this is wise? He paused, studying Draven's face with eyes like burning coals. His potential, it's unlike anything I've seen in a mortal. The way he channeled your power survived what should have killed him instantly. Draven's response came with a rumble of distant thunder. Did you expect something different? He faced down Spireless without hesitation the moment his family was threatened. He descended into your spire knowing full well he might die. The boy chooses courage over safety every time. Lightning danced more intensely around the storm god's form as his agitation grew. Death leaned forward, his armor creaking like the gates of the underworld. That's exactly what concerns me. His raw power output defies every natural law. No mortal should be able to channel divine energy on that scale, it suggests. The god of death's voice grew dangerously quiet. It suggests he's not entirely mortal. The temperature in the hall dropped perceptibly. Both gods understood the implications of such a statement. If Jack possessed some fragment of divine essence, if there was more to his nature than appeared. He destroyed a disaster-class dragon with a single strike, Draven said quietly. Not through technique or strategy, but through pure, overwhelming force channeled by righteous fury. The power I gave him should have reduced him to ash. He gestured, and images appeared in the air between them. Look at how he fights. The tactical thinking, the way he adapts to impossible situations, the absolute refusal to yield even when outmatched. The images shifted, showing Jack's confrontation with Spireless, his venture into the Tardarus Spire, his various dungeon expeditions. Both gods watched in silence as he navigated challenges that had broken legendary heroes. The mortals don't understand what they're dealing with, Draven said, his voice heavy with concern. They see a powerful chosen one, someone to be controlled and directed. They have no idea how dangerous their games could become. His growth rate is unprecedented, Death agreed grimly. Most chosen ones spend years before they're able to chant. This boy advances in days what others achieve in years. There's something different about him. The air in the hall grew heavy with unspoken concerns. Both gods had witnessed the rise and fall of countless heroes, the corruption of noble souls, and the terrible consequences when power was misused. The political situation is deteriorating rapidly, Death continued. Multiple kingdoms want him for themselves. Religious cults are forming around his legend. The crown grows more desperate to maintain control with each passing day. And desperate people make catastrophic decisions, Draven concluded, lightning coiling around him like agitated serpents. Exactly. The god of death stood, his massive frame casting shadows that seemed to swallow light itself. If they push him too far, if they try to break his spirit, the consequences could extend far beyond the mortal realm, Draven finished grimly, power like his, unleashed without restraint or purpose. Both gods fell silent, contemplating scenarios neither wanted to voice aloud. They had seen what happened when beings of immense power lost themselves to rage or despair. Continents had been shattered. Entire species had been wiped from existence. There's another concern, Death said finally, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. If he continues to grow in power, if he keeps breaking through what should be mortal limitations, others will take notice. Draven's eyes narrowed. You mean the old powers? The ones who came before us, the ones who still watch from the spaces between reality. Death's voice carried a chill that made even the Hall of Eternals feel cold. If they sense something that threatens the cosmic order, the implications hung between them like a blade balanced on its edge. The old powers had little patience for disruption and even less mercy for those who caused it. We need to guide him carefully, Draven said, rising from his chair. Lightning coiled around him with increasing intensity. The spire will help. It will force him to grow stronger gradually, to learn control through necessity, but if the humans continue to treat him as a prisoner, they will, Death said with grim certainty. The pressure from other kingdoms, the fear of his potential. The simple human need to control what they don't understand. They'll tighten the cage until something breaks. The god of death's laugh was like the sound of tombstones falling. Then we'll all discover just how much divine essence flows in that boy's veins, and whether the mortal realm can survive the revelation. Both gods stared into the swirling images of Jack's adventures, watching a young man who had no idea of the cosmic forces gathering around him like storm clouds. He deserves better than what's coming, Draven said quietly. Heroes usually do, Death replied. That's what makes them heroes. What makes their stories so tragic. The Hall of Eternals fell silent, except for the distant rumble of thunder and the whisper of shadows, two ancient powers watching over a mortal who might be far more than he appeared. Meanwhile, in the depths of the void, in a realm that existed between existence and nothingness, where the very concept of reality grew thin and fragile, something ancient stirred in its eternal prison. The god of time had been bound here for millennia, his consciousness scattered across temporal fragments like broken glass reflecting a shattered mirror. His prison was not made of bars or chains, but of paradox itself. He existed in all moments and no moments, experiencing past and future simultaneously while being denied the present. But something had changed, a ripple in the cosmic fabric so subtle that even the other gods had missed it, a familiar resonance that spoke of power he had thought lost forever. The god of time's countless eyes bleeding through the cracks suddenly focused with terrible intensity. The word echoed through temporal dimensions, causing reality to stutter and skip like a damaged recording. Stars aged years in moments, then reversed to their youth. Civilizations rose and fell in heartbeats before, rewinding to their origins. Cannot have returned, I made certain. I devoured the essence, scattered the power, bound the soul to endless cycles of mortality. The god of time pressed against his prison's boundaries, feeling them strain under his desperate fury. Cracks appeared in the void, hairline fractures that leaked poisonous time into the spaces between worlds. Shockwaves was sent through eternity. The prophecy that had driven the god of time to such desperate measures in the first place spoke of a child who would surpass the father, who would reshape the very foundations of existence. He had tried to prevent it by consuming his offspring, by ensuring they could never fulfill their destined roles. The god of time could sense it across the dimensional barriers. Someone had awakened their power and shattered boundaries. It was subtle and gradual, like watching a star ignite from cosmic dust. But it was unmistakable. The god of time's laughter was the sound of centuries collapsing, of timelines being erased and rewritten. With tremendous effort, the god of time gathered his scattered consciousness, pulling fragments of his awareness from across the temporal spectrum. The prison held, but barely. Each focused thought sent new cracks spiraling through the void. Back in the Hall of Eternals, Draven suddenly stiffened, lightning crackling more violently around his form. his head turned toward the distant void, divine senses picking up the faintest echo of temporal disturbance. "What is it?" Death asked, noting his brother's alarm. "I thought I heard a crack somewhere," Draven said grimly. Both gods fell silent again, the weight of impossible choices pressing down on them. The images floating between them shifted one final time, showing Jack asleep in his palatial prison, unaware of the cosmic forces gathering around him like storm clouds. "Guard him well, brother," Death said softly. "The next few months will determine the fate of more than just one mortal realm." Draven nodded, his form beginning to fade as he prepared to return his attention to the mortal world. "And pray that, when he learns the truth, he forgives us for the burden we've placed on his shoulders." The Hall of Eternals emptied, leaving only echoes of thunder and shadows, while across dimensions and realities, ancient powers prepared for a confrontation that had been millennia in the making. 3 days had passed since Jack's dinner with King Eric. 3 days of carefully orchestrated normalcy, while anticipation built in his chest like a caged storm. His family would arrive today, and his father Alaric rode with murder in his heart, though Jack remained blissfully unaware of the political powder keg approaching the capital. But first, he had other business to attend to. The obsidian key felt warm in Jack's palm as he approached his door before sunrise. The palace slept around him, its crystal walls reflecting the faintest starlight like trapped galaxies. He'd grown stronger these past days, his maxed skills humming with potential, but strength without application was meaningless. Today, he would test himself against the spire's deeper horrors. The key slid into the crystal lock with that familiar sensation of reality bending around him. The door dissolved, revealing not the palace corridor but the yawning entrance to the Tardarus spire. Jack stepped through, feeling the oppressive weight of ancient malice settle over him like a familiar shroud. "Well, well, he returns for more punishment." The god of death's voice echoed from the shadows with theatrical enthusiasm. "How'd you sleep on all that silk and gold, knowing you've got real challenges waiting down here?" Jack couldn't help but grin as he made his way towards the second floor. "Better than I expected. Though I keep thinking about what you said, that the first floor was supposed to be the easy one." "Oh, it was." His laughter boomed through the spire. "Wait until you see what I've cooked up for floor 2. It's going to be a load of laughs for everyone." The Emporium of the Damned sat exactly where Jack remembered it, its crystallized darkness walls gleaming with malevolent energy. The god of death waited at the front door for Jack, still wearing that ridiculous shopkeeper's apron embroidered with tiny skulls. "So," he said, leaning forward with obvious interest, ready to make another purchase, "I've got some lovely new arrivals. A cursed mirror that shows your worst fears, boots that let you walk on lava, oh, and a particularly nasty little dagger that steals souls with every cut." "Actually," Jack said, pulling up his system interface, "I want to seal floor 1. Permanently." The god of death raised one skeletal eyebrow. "Seal it? Why would you want to do that? It's perfect for low-level grinding when you need easy tokens." "Because I don't plan on needing easy tokens," Jack replied with quiet confidence. "I'd rather focus on bigger challenges." "I like your attitude, kid. Stupid, but I like it." He chuckled as he produced an ornate contract from beneath the counter. "Sealing a floor costs 10,000 death tokens. It prevents all spawning, locks out access permanently, and gives you a nice little bonus to boot." "Are you sure about this?" Jack confirmed the transaction without hesitation, watching as 10,000 tokens vanished from his total. The moment the payment was processed, he felt something shift in the spire's structure. Floor 1 was done sealed away like a completed chapter of his life. Floor 1 permanently sealed bonus, plus 5% experience gain on all subsequent floors' current death tokens, 7,200, excellent. The god of death clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the shop like thunder. "Now let me show you to your next playground. Fair warning, floor 2 operates a bit differently than what you're used to." The god of death led him to a staircase that definitely hadn't been there before, its steps carved from what looked like compressed shadow. As they descended, the air grew thicker, carrying with it the distant sound of roaring crowds and clashing steel. "Floor 2, Hades explained as they walked, is special. It's not just about clearing enemies and moving on. It's about entertainment, spectacle, and the kind of violence that makes the denizens of Tardarus actually pay attention." The staircase ended at a massive archway carved with scenes of combat so realistic they seemed to move in Jack's peripheral vision. Beyond the arch lay something that made his breath catch in his throat. The eternal Colosseum stretched before him like a Vision from the depths of hell itself. The entire structure was carved from obsidian so black it seemed that it disappeared into shadow above. The arena floor was a perfect circle of polished stone, surrounded by thousands upon thousands of seats filled with creatures that defied mortal comprehension. But it was the sound that truly overwhelmed him. The crowd's roar was deafening. A mixture of cheers, screams, and inhuman howls that seemed to come from every direction at once. Jack could feel the noise in his bones, a physical pressure that made his teeth ache. "Welcome to the show, kid," he said with obvious pride. "Try not to die too quickly. It's bad for ratings." Before Jack could respond, the god of death vanished, leaving him standing alone at the Colosseum's entrance. The massive gates were wide open, but instead of leading directly to the arena floor, they opened onto what appeared to be a registration area. Tables lined the walls, each one staffed by creatures that looked like they'd crawled out of nightmares. Some were clearly once human, their forms twisted by centuries in the spire. Others were things that had never been mortal, beings of shadow and flame and crystallized malice. First time, the voice made Jack spin around. The creature addressing him had once been human, but that was clearly centuries ago. His skin was gray as old parchment, his eyes were solid black, and when he smiled, Jack could see that his teeth were made of what looked like polished bone. Yes, Jack managed, still processing the surreal situation. "Thought so, you've got that deer in headlights look." The promoter, for that's clearly what he was, pulled out a scroll covered in writing that seemed to be in a language he couldn't understand. "Name's Vex. I handle new fighter registration. Are you here to compete or spectate?" "I'm not sure," Jack said honestly. "I was expecting something more. Dungeon-like?" "Oh, this is a dungeon all right, just with better entertainment value." Vex grinned, showing off those disturbing teeth. "See, the thing about the Colosseum is that it's not about grinding through endless corridors. It's about proving yourself in front of an audience that's seen everything. Impress them, and you'll earn more tokens than you know what to do with." "Bore them?" He shrugged eloquently. "What exactly are my options?" "Simple. You can register as a fighter, step into the arena, face whatever gets thrown at you, live or die by your own skill. Or you can buy a spectator pass and watch from the stands." Vex leaned closer, his black eyes gleaming. "But let me tell you something, kid. The real power, the real rewards, they're all down there in the sand." Jack hesitated. This wasn't what he'd expected from the spire's second floor, but then again, expecting the predictable from the god of death had been foolish. "What do I need to do to register as a fighter?" "Just sign here." Vex thrust the scroll toward him. "Standard contract, you agree to compete, we agree not to let you die permanently." "Well, mostly. There's always some risk. Blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Just sign." Standard liability waivers, combat rules, prize structures. Before he could second-guess himself, he signed his name with a quill that definitely wasn't made from any bird he recognized. "Excellent." Vex rolled up the contract with obvious satisfaction. "You're now officially registered. The first fight won't be for a bit, so I suggest you head to the stands and get a feel for how things work around here. Section C, row 15, your seat's waiting." Still somewhat dazed by the rapid turn of events, Jack made his way into the Colosseum. The scale of the structure became even more apparent once he was inside. The arena floor was easily 100 meters across, surrounded by seating that rose in perfect tiers. Every seat was occupied by creatures that belonged in legends and nightmares. "Enemy count detected. 14,267 warning, multiple enemies types present." Jack's system picked out details that made his stomach turn. Some of the spectators were clearly once human, their forms twisted by whatever had brought them to Tartarus. Others were beings of pure shadow, creatures of crystallized flame, and creatures with no eyes. "System, what am I looking at here?" Analysis. The spectators are denizens of Tartarus, entities that exist within the spire's deeper layers. Most are beyond current analysis capabilities. Recommendation: do not engage unless you want a quick death. Row 15 was about halfway up the Colosseum, offering an excellent view of the arena floor. Jack found his designated seat and settled in, trying to process the surreal situation he'd stumbled into. The air was thick with the smell of old blood and burning. Sulfur and the constant noise of the crowd was overwhelming. First time, the voice beside him spoke with an accent Jack couldn't place. He turned to see who had spoken and nearly fell out of his seat. The woman, for she was clearly female, at least from the waist up. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin was pale as moonlight, her hair was a cascade of midnight black that fell to her shoulders. Her eyes were deep green like a forest, and when she smiled, Her lips revealed teeth that were perhaps a touch too sharp to be entirely human, but it was her lower body that marked her as something other than mortal. Where her legs should have been, a serpentine tail coiled beneath her, scaled in patterns of deep emerald and shadow. Entity detected, Melania warning. Analysis insufficient. The name's Melania, she said, extending a hand with fingers that ended in delicate but deadly-looking claws. And you're either very brave or very stupid to be sitting in the general admission section. Jack, he replied, accepting her handshake and trying not to think about how easily those claws could open his throat, and probably a bit of both. Her laughter was like silver bells ringing in a graveyard. I like honesty, it's so rare up here. She gestured toward the arena floor, where figures were beginning to emerge from gates set into the walls. So what brings a mortal to our little entertainment venue? I'm here to get stronger, Jack said simply. And this seemed like the place to do it. Oh, you have no idea. Melania's eyes gleamed with anticipation. You're in for quite a show. Today's main event is going to be special. The undefeated champion is fighting again. As if summoned by her words, a figure emerged from the largest gate on the arena floor. Even from their elevated position, Jack could see that this was no ordinary gladiator. The champion stood nearly 3 meters tall, his body a masterwork of muscle and scarred flesh. He wore minimal armor, just enough to cover his face and his crotch. He carried a massive two-handed sword that gleamed with wherever the light was coming from. Field boss detected. The undefeated champion warning. Extremely dangerous, the crowd's roar intensified as 3 other figures entered the arena from opposite gates. These were smaller than the champion but clearly skilled fighters in their own right. Each carried different weapons. Entity detected. Arena gladiator times 3, 3 against 1, Melania observed, her tail coiling with excitement. The champion requested the handicap. Said one-on-one fights were getting boring. A figure appeared in what looked like an announcer's booth carved into the Colosseum wall. This creature was even more disturbing than the promoter. Its form constantly shifted between different shapes, never settling on any single appearance for more than a few seconds. Ladies, gentlemen, and indescribable horrors. The announcer's voice boomed through the Colosseum, somehow audible over the crowd's roar. Welcome to today's special event. The crowd responded with a sound that made Jack's bones vibrate. Thousands of inhuman voices raised in anticipation, creating a wall of noise that was almost as powerful as a swing of a sword. In the north corner, we have 3 challengers, veterans of 100 battles, survivors of the deepest pits. Each gladiator raised their weapon as they were introduced, and the crowd's response varied depending on apparent popularity. The spear wielder seemed to be a favorite, earning cheers that shook dust from the upper tiers. And in the south corner, the being who needs no introduction, undefeated in over 2,000 battles, the champion of champions. The champion simply stood motionless as the crowd went absolutely berserk. Jack had to cover his ears as the sound reached painful levels. Begin, the announcer roared. What followed was the most brutal display of combat Jack had ever witnessed. The 3 challengers moved with perfect coordination, clearly having fought together before. The dagger wielder went for the champion's legs while the hammer fighter targeted his torso, leaving the spear user to control distance and look for openings. It should have worked. Against any normal opponent, such tactics would have been overwhelmingly effective. But the champion was no normal opponent. He moved with a grace that belied his massive size, his sword flowing through the air in arcs that seemed to bend physics. The first challenger to fall was the hammer wielder, who overcommitted to a power strike and found himself bisected from shoulder to hip in a single counter-attack. The crowd's roar reached new heights as blood fountained across the arena sand. Jesus Christ, Jack breathed, his stomach lurching at the casual brutality. Magnificent, isn't he? Melania's voice was full of genuine admiration. I've been watching him fight for decades, and he still finds new ways to surprise me. The remaining 2 challengers pressed their attack with desperate fury, but the outcome was inevitable. The dagger wielder lasted another 30 seconds before the champion's pommel caved in his skull. The spear user managed to actually draw blood, a shallow cut across the champion's ribs before that massive sword took his head clean off. The entire fight lasted less than 2 minutes. Enemies defeated, 3 total enemy count, 14,267 notice. Enemy count unchanged. Jack stared at the system notification in confusion. System, why hasn't the enemy count decreased? Analysis, Floor 2 operates on different parameters than Floor 1. Enemies appear to regenerate or respawn through unknown mechanisms. I mean, this is a grinding floor. I can come back and fight the same enemies repeatedly. Yes, assuming you don't die. The implications hit Jack like a lightning bolt. This was a resource to exploit. He could return here as often as needed, building up death tokens while honing his skills against increasingly difficult opponents. Down in the arena, the champion was already walking back toward his gate. The crowd's cheers got louder and louder. Creatures with shovels and buckets emerged from hidden entrances to clean up the carnage. Impressive, wasn't it? Melania asked, noting Jack's stunned expression. That's what passes for entertainment around here. Blood, skill, and the ever-present possibility of death. How long has this been going on? Jack asked, still trying to process what he'd witnessed. Centuries, she replied with a casual shrug. Maybe millennias. Time moves strangely in the deeper levels of Tartarus. The champion has been undefeated for as long as anyone can remember. The champion was clearly beyond his current abilities. He was level 45, with 25,000 hit points, was far outside his weight class. But what made it truly terrifying was the champion didn't use any magic or fancy skills. Just used raw power AMD speed. This was a different type of enemy Jack hadn't faced yet, and if the floor really did allow for unlimited grinding. You're thinking about fighting, aren't you? Melania's voice held a note of amusement. I can practically see the wheels turning in your head. Maybe, Jack admitted. I need to get stronger, and this seems like it might be the place to do it. Oh, it is, she purred, her tail coiling with what looked like anticipation. But you should know that fighting here isn't just about combat skill. It's about showmanship, about giving the crowd what they want to see. Bore them, and they'll turn on you faster than you can blink. As if to demonstrate her point, spectral gates began opening around the arena floor. The crowd's roar shifted to something more predatory as creatures began emerging. A pack of two-headed hellhounds came out, their flames leaving scorch marks on the sand. Intermission entertainment, Melania explained. Watch how they work the crowd. Enemy detected. Two-headed hellhound abilities. Flame breath, intimidation. War Howl. Jack found himself analyzing each creature that appeared, mentally cataloging their abilities and considering their potential as bound companions. The hellhounds were impressive but not quite right. They were too pack-oriented, and he needed something more independent since he could only bind 3 Kratoras. Then a shadow passed overhead. Jack looked up to see a massive black bird circling the arena. It was easily the size of a horse, its feathers so dark it was hard to see it clearly. When it cried out, the sound screeched against his ears. Entity detected. Carrion Raven abilities, flight, lightning immunity, death sense. System, remind me of the binding costs. Soul Warden binding costs, Terra rank, 25,000 death tokens current balance, 2,200 tokens. He was still short of what he needed for a Terra rank. A few successful fights in the arena would easily cover the difference. You're planning something, Melania observed. Her green eyes fixed on his face with predatory intensity. I can smell ambition on you like blood in the water. Just thinking about possibilities, Jack replied carefully. He wasn't sure how much to reveal to this creature, beautiful as she might be. Possibilities. She tasted the word like fine wine. I haven't heard that word used seriously in decades. Most beings down here gave up on possibilities long ago. Next up, the announcer's voice boomed. We have a special treat. 3 volunteers from our lovely audience will have the chance to face champion-level opposition. Jack felt his blood turn to ice as a spotlight suddenly illuminated their section of the stands. The crowd's attention focused on him like a knife being held to his throat. Volunteer 1, the announcer continued with obvious satisfaction, our newest registrant. Give a warm welcome to Jack Kaiser. The crowd erupted in a mixture of cheers, boos, and inhuman sounds that had no terrestrial equivalent. Jack sat frozen in his seat, realizing that his casual signature on that contract had committed him to more than he'd bargained for. Melania's laughter was like crystal breaking. Oh, darling, she said, her eyes bright with malicious amusement. Spectral gates around the arena floor began to glow, preparing to disgorge whatever horrors had been chosen for his trial by combat. Jack's hand instinctively went to his system storage, where the lightning blade waited alongside his various other tools. Before Jack could respond, the world around him shimmered and twisted. Reality bent like heated glass as a magical force seized his body. The sensation was disorienting. Every nerve screamed as space folded around him. When his vision cleared, he was standing in the center of the arena floor, blood-soaked sand beneath his boots and the deafening roar of the crowd pressed down on him. The lightning blade materialized in his hand. electricity crackling along its length. The crowd's bloodthirsty cheers reached a fever pitch as one of the beasts let off a deafening screech. The arena floor felt solid beneath Jack's boots, but everything else seemed to shift and blur as adrenaline flooded his system. The crowd's roar was a physical force pressing down on him, thousands of inhuman voices raised in bloodthirsty anticipation. He could taste copper in the air, whether from fear or the lingering blood of previous battles, he couldn't tell. System, allocate all 14 free stat points to magic. 14 stat points allocated to magic. Magic stat increased to 86, plus 40 from equipment, new magic total, 126 recalculating damage values. The power surge was immediate and overwhelming. Lightning crackled more intensely around his body, responding to his enhanced magical capacity. The lightning blade hummed in his grip, its crystalline surface reflecting the electrical energy that now flowed through him like liquid fire. Multiple spectral gates continued to iris open around the arena's perimeter, each one revealing glimpses of the horrors waiting beyond. Jack counted them quickly, 15 gates in total, just as the announcer had promised. Ladies, gentlemen, and creatures of the abyss, the shape-shifting announcer's voice boomed across the Colosseum. Tonight's special event, a true free-for-all, no alliances, no mercy, last one standing claims victory. The first figures to emerge were the gladiators, 9 hardened warriors who stepped onto the sand with the confident stride of seasoned killers. Each one wore different armor styles, and each carried a deadly weapon. A massive man wielding a two-handed axe took point, while behind him spread out fighters with swords, spears, and even a pair wielding exotic curved blades that gleamed with magical enhancement. Enemy detected. Arena gladiator times 9 skills. Fireball, wind slash, sand tomb, aquacutter, but Jack's attention was immediately drawn skyward as 6 magnificent griffins burst from their gates simultaneously. Their wings beat the air with thunderous force, sending sand swirling across the arena floor in miniature cyclones. Each creature was a masterpiece of predatory evolution. They had eagle heads with razor-sharp beaks, lion bodies rippling with muscle, and talons that could tear through steel. Enemy detected. Griffin times 6 skills. Flight, talon strike, wing attack. The griffins immediately took to the air, circling the arena like vultures over a battlefield. Their golden eyes tracked not just Jack, but the gladiators below, assessing threats and potential prey with cold intelligence. From 4 smaller gates bounded the 2-headed hellhounds, their dual mouths already dripping flame. Each beast was the size of a small horse, their crimson fur seeming to smolder in the arena's strange lighting. They moved in perfect coordination, despite having 2 separate consciousnesses in each body, their 4 eyes per beast creating an overlapping field of awareness that made them nearly impossible to surprise. Enemy detected. 2-headed hellhound times 4 skills. Flame breath, pack coordination, intimidating howl. Finally, from the last gate, a shadow fell across the arena as the carrion raven descended. The massive bird was even more imposing up close. It was easily 12 feet from wingtip to wingtip, with feathers so black they blended in with the Colosseum. When it landed on one of the arena's decorative pillars, the stone cracked under its weight. Its eyes were like obsidian mirrors, reflecting nothing while seeing everything. He detected. Carrion raven times 1 skills. Flight, death sense, scavenging, shadow strike. 20 enemies in total. Jack's mind processed the tactical situation with crystalline clarity. The gladiators would likely try to eliminate the flying threats first. The hellhounds would hunt in coordination, using their flame breath to control territory. The griffins would strike from above at targets of opportunity, and the carrion raven, that massive beast, was just watching what was happening. Begin the slaughter, the announcer roared. Chaos erupted instantly. The gladiators moved with practiced efficiency, 3 of them immediately launching ranged attacks at the circling griffins. Fireballs and wind slashes cut through the air, forcing the aerial predators to break formation and dodge. One griffin shrieked as a wind blade clipped its wing, sending it into an uncontrolled spiral before it managed to recover. But the hellhounds had other ideas. The pack charged directly at the gladiators, flames erupting from their twin mouths in coordinated streams. The arena sand turned to glass where their fire touched, creating a treacherous battlefield of superheated obstacles. Aquacutter, one of the gladiators shouted, sweeping his blade in a wide arc. A crescent of pressurized water shot toward the lead hellhound, but the creature's partner intercepted it with a gout of flame that turned the attack into scalding steam. Jack found himself in the eye of the storm, equidistant from all the major combatant groups. For a precious few seconds, none of them were focused on him. They were too busy with immediate threats to worry about the lone human in simple palace clothes. None of them viewed him as a threat. Time to make an entrance. Lightning steps carried him 20 meters in the blink of an eye, appearing directly behind the gladiator formation. His thunder stomp cratered the arena floor, sending a massive bolt of electrical energy erupting upward through 3 fighters who had been standing too close together. Jack tapped his foot 3 times in quick succession. It used tripled the amount of mana, but Jack learned that if he was quick enough, he could easily overpower enemies. This is crazy. Who knew it would be this easy? The lightning tore through them like they were made of paper. The enhanced damage from his boosted magic stat was devastating. What should have been a powerful but survivable attack became instant obliteration. 3 arena gladiators eliminated damage dealt. 4,428 death tokens earned. 1,050, the crowd exploded in surprised cheers. They'd expected the human to be quickly overwhelmed, not to immediately eliminate 3 terror rank enemies in a single move. But Jack's dramatic entrance had consequences. Every remaining combatant suddenly realized he wasn't just another victim, he was a serious threat. 2 griffins dove simultaneously from different angles. Their talons extended for killing strikes. Jack rolled sideways, feeling their razor-sharp claws part the air where his head had been moments before. The lightning blade flashed out in a defensive arc, its electrified edge catching one griffin across the chest as it passed overhead. Griffin HP, 4,682 over 5,000. The wounded griffin shrieked and wheeled away, dark blood spattering the sand. Its partner attempted a follow-up strike, but Jack was already moving, lightning steps carrying him clear of the attack zone. Hellhound bounded toward him, both heads breathing fire in alternating pulses that created a continuous stream of deadly flame. Jack waited until the last possible moment, then triggered Thunderclap. The electrical explosion caught the Hellhound at point-blank range. The damage teared through the creature's magical resistance. The beast's agonized howl cut through the arena's cacophony as it collapsed, steam rising from its burned fur. 2-headed Hellhound eliminated death tokens earned. 350. Wow, that one must have been weakened already. Jack threw himself sideways as the arena floor beneath his feet suddenly liquefied, trying to drag him down into a pit of quicksand. One of the gladiators had flanked him during his fight with the Hellhound, timing the magical attack perfectly. But Jack's agility carried him clear of the trap, and his counter-attack was immediate and brutal. Lightning shock lanced from his spear tip. The concentrated electrical energy punching through the gladiator's bronze armor like it was 8 of tin foil. Arena gladiator eliminated death tokens earned. 350. The battle was becoming a whirling melee of fire, steel, and magic. 2 hellhounds had cornered a gladiator against the arena wall, their coordinated flame breath slowly cooking him alive despite his desperate defensive spells. Meanwhile, the remaining griffins had ganged up on another fighter, their aerial superiority allowing them to strike and withdraw before retaliation was possible. Jack found himself momentarily without immediate threats, the surviving combatants too busy with their own battles to focus on him. He used the respite to study the carrion raven, which remained perched on its pillar like a feathered gargoyle. The massive bird hadn't joined the fight yet, but its obsidian eyes tracked every movement below. Jack could feel its gaze on him. It was cold, calculating, and intelligent. This wasn't just a beast operating on instinct. This was a predator with the patience to let others exhaust themselves before striking. That's the one I want, he realized. The intelligence, the flight capability, the tactical awareness. That's exactly what I need as a companion. Griffin's death scream snapped his attention back to the immediate battle. One of the aerial predators had gotten too aggressive, diving low enough for a gladiator's wind slash to catch it across the throat. Golden blood rained down as the majestic creature crashed to the sand, its wings twitching once before going still. Griffin eliminated. Death tokens earned. 350, but the gladiator's victory was short-lived. The remaining hellhounds had broken away from their previous target and now surrounded him in a triangle formation. Their coordinated flame breath attack left nothing but ash and melted armor. Arena gladiator eliminated by 2-headed hellhounds. Death tokens earned. 350. Jack counted the remaining enemies. 3 gladiators, 4 griffins, 2 hellhounds, and the watching raven. The numbers were becoming more manageable. But the surviving combatants were the most dangerous. the one skilled or lucky enough to survive the initial chaos. This is awesome. I'm getting EXP because my thunderclap's range got bigger. I don't even have to kill them all. A shadow passed overhead as two griffins broke away from harassing a gladiator and turned their attention toward Jack. Their approach was coordinated, one diving from his left while the other came in low from his right. Jack smiled grimly and planted his feet. Let's see how they handle this. Thunderstomp erupted beneath his feet with devastating force. The shockwave caught both griffins in mid-flight, the electrical discharge cooking them from the inside out. They crashed to the arena floor with bone-breaking impacts, their magnificent forms reduced to twitching corpses. 2 griffins eliminated, damage dealt. 1,476 death tokens earned. 700. The crowd's roar reached new heights. They were witnessing something unprecedented, a single combatant dismantling opponents that should have been far beyond his capabilities. In the stands, Melania leaned forward with predatory interest. Magnificent, she breathed to herself. Simply magnificent. The remaining combatants had finally recognized the true threat. A gladiator and a hellhound that had been locked in combat suddenly disengaged, both turning toward Jack with mutual understanding. Sometimes the enemy of my enemy was exactly what it appeared to be. The gladiator launched a firebolt while the hellhound breathed flame, their attacks converging on Jack's position from different angles. Triggered lightning steps, teleporting clear of the inferno that engulfed where he'd been standing. His counterattack was immediate and precise. Thundershock lanced out from his palm toward the gladiator, the electrical discharge tearing through the warrior's magical defenses. The man screamed as lightning cooked him in his own armor, his body convulsing before toppling backward. Arena gladiator eliminated, damage dealt. 1,719 death tokens earned. 350, but the hellhound had used Jack's focus on its temporary ally to close distance. Both heads lunged forward simultaneously, jaws gaping wide to reveal furnace-hot throats. Jack brought the lightning blade up in a desperate parry, the crystalline spear tip catching one of the beast's heads just behind the jaw. Electrical energy discharged directly into the creature's brain, dropping it instantly. 2-headed hellhound eliminated, death tokens earned. 350. Sudden silence fell over the immediate area around Jack. He spun in a slow circle, counting the remaining enemies. 2 gladiators were still fighting each other near the arena's eastern wall, too focused on their personal duel to notice anything else. 1 griffin circled high overhead, wary after watching its packmates get obliterated. The last hellhound prowled the arena's perimeter, also keeping its distance, and the carrion raven still watched from its perch, unmoved and unmoving. The 2 dueling gladiators finally concluded their battle. The survivor, a woman wielding twin curved swords, turned immediately toward Jack. Her armor was scorched and dented, but her eyes held the cold focus of a professional killer. Wind slash, she shouted, sweeping both blades in crossing arcs. Twin crescents of compressed air screamed toward Jack, their edges sharp enough to cut stone. Lightning steps carried him sideways, but the attacks were aimed wide. Not at where he was, but where he would be. The second wind blade caught him across the ribs, arting his palace clothes and drawing a line of blood across his chest. Damage taken, minus 125 HP. Current HP, 505 over 630. Jack hissed in pain and anger. This gladiator was good. She was experienced enough to predict his teleportation patterns and skilled enough to execute coordinated attacks. But she'd made one critical mistake. She'd drawn his blood in front of an audience that thrived on violence. Thunderclap erupted from his position with devastating force. The enhanced magical attack created a dome of electrical death that expanded outward in all directions. The gladiator tried to dodge, but the area of effect was too large. Lightning enveloped her completely, and her death scream was lost in the thunder. Arena gladiator eliminated, death tokens earned. 350. The last hellhound had watched the woman's destruction with obvious intelligence. Instead of charging in foolishly, it began to circle Jack at maximum range, both heads breathing flame to create a ring of fire that would limit his mobility options. Clever girl, Jack thought, recognizing the tactic. But not clever enough. He waited until the hellhound was directly between him and the circling griffin, then launched his attack. Lightning shock lanced upward at a steep angle, the electrical beam passing just over the hellhound to strike the aerial predator. The griffin shrieked and plummeted, its wings seizing as lightning cooked its nervous system. Death tokens earned. 350. The griffin's body crashed directly into the hellhound, crushing the fire-breathing beast beneath several hundred pounds of dead weight. Both creatures lay motionless in a tangle of feathers, fur, and blood. Two-headed hellhound, eliminated by environmental damage death tokens earned. 350 Jack stood alone in the center of the arena, surrounded by the corpses of 19 Terra rank enemies. His clothes were torn and bloody, his breathing was labored. But he was alive. The lightning blade hummed in his grip, still crackling with residual energy. The crowd had gone completely silent. Thousands of creatures that had lived for centuries, that had seen every form of violence imaginable, sat in stunned disbelief. A single mortal had just accomplished something that should have been impossible. But Jack's attention was focused entirely on the last surviving enemy. The carrion raven finally stirred on its perch, spreading wings that blocked out what little light filtered down from above. When it opened its beak, the sound that emerged was like a dying animal. A massive bird launched itself from the pillar with lazy grace, in no hurry despite being the last enemy standing. It knew what Jack was only beginning to understand. This final confrontation would determine more than just victory in a gladiatorial contest. This would be a battle for the right to claim a soul. Jack raised his spear as the carrion raven circled overhead, its obsidian eyes reflecting the lightning that danced around his body. The crowd held its collective breath, sensing that they were about to witness something that would be spoken of in whispers for centuries to come. The raven folded its wings and death incarnate descending on silent feathers. Jack smiled and went to meet it. The collision was spectacular. Lightning met shadow in a burst of electrical fury that lit up the entire arena. The carrion raven's shadow strike ability allowed it to partially phase out of reality, reducing the damage from Jack's thundershock, but the magical energy still tore through its supernatural defenses. Damage dealt, 1,290 carrion raven HP, 3,910 over 5,200. The massive bird's talons raked across Jack's chest, parting cloth and skin like paper. But instead of withdrawing to attack again, it grabbed onto him with both feet, lifting him into the air with a powerful flap. Damage taken, minus 200 HP current HP. 365 over 630. Jack found himself 20 feet above the arena floor, held in the grip of a creature that could drop him to his death at any moment. The raven's plan was obvious. Gain enough altitude, then release him for a killing fall. But Jack had other ideas. Jack grabbed one of its legs and wasted no effort to finish the battle. The electrical discharge erupted from his palms, causing the raven to release its grip. Lightning steps triggered just before impact, teleporting him safely to the arena floor while the carrion raven crashed beside him, stunned and smoking. Damage dealt, 1,719 carrion raven HP. 2,191 over 5,200. The great bird struggled to rise, one wing clearly damaged. But its eyes still held that cold intelligence, and Jack could see it calculating new strategies even as it bled onto the sand. I need to end this, Jack realized, before it recovers enough to fly again. He approached carefully, putting his spear on his back. The raven watched him come, its head cocked at an angle that was almost curious. When Jack was within striking distance, it lunged forward with surprising speed, its beak aimed at his throat. Jack grabbed its beak, struggling to hold it back as he was pushed back. Jack smiled faintly, and the raven realized its mistake. Jack released 2 thundershocks from his palms with enough force to cook the insides of a rhino. The massive bird's final cry echoed across the arena as it toppled sideways, its obsidian eyes going dark. Carrion raven eliminated. Damage dealt, 3,438 final EXP gained, 1,808 death tokens earned, 350. Jack stood over the fallen raven, breathing heavily. Around him lay the bodies of 20 Terra rank enemies, their combined strength enough to level a small city. And he had defeated them all. The arena remained silent for a long moment. And slowly one creature in the stands began to clap, others joined in, and within seconds the entire Colosseum erupted in thunderous applause that shook dust from the ancient stone walls. But Jack barely heard them. He was staring down at the carrion raven's body, his mind already turning to what came next. System, switch my active class to Soul Warden. Class changed. Soul Warden, rank 1, Soul Link available, current soul capacity, 3. Jack knelt beside the massive bird, placing his hand on its still warm feathers. The system's interface appeared, offering him the binding option he'd been planning for. Soul Link available, target. Carrion Raven, Terra rank, binding cost. 25,000 death tokens, current balance, 9,200 tokens. Jack's heart sank. Even with the additional tokens from the battle, he was still far short of what he needed. But then notifications began flooding his vision. Hidden quest completed. Impossible odds defeat 20 Terra rank enemies in a single combat. Reward 16,000 death tokens. Reward 10 stat points. Current balance 25,200 death tokens. Combat evaluation complete. Performance rating B. Bonus reward 250 death tokens. Current balance 25,450 death tokens. Jack smiled with relief. He had more than enough. Soul Link Carrion Raven. Binding in progress. Cost deducted 25,000 death tokens. Current balance 450 tokens. Power flowed from Jack into the dead creature, dark energy that felt different from his lightning magic. This was the power over death itself, the ability to command souls and bind them to his will. The Carrion Raven's eyes snapped open, but they were no longer obsidian black. Now they glowed with a faint inner light, reflecting the bond that tied its soul to Jack's. The massive bird rose to its feet with fluid grace, its wounds healing as the soul link took hold. It turned to look at Jack, and he could feel its acknowledgement through their connection. The crowd's applause died as whispers began to spread through the stands. Creatures that had lived for millennia were witnessing something that belonged in legend. Impossible, someone breathed. The Soul Warden, another voice whispered. But that was just a myth. Jack stood, his hand resting on the Carrion Raven's neck. The great bird was magnificent. Through their bond, he could feel its eagerness to take flight, to serve its new master. We're going to do great things together, Jack thought, and felt the Raven's agreement ripple through their connection. In the stands above, Melania smiled with predatory satisfaction. "Oh, darling," she murmured to herself, "you have no idea what you've just unleashed upon this world." The thunderous applause continued to wash over the arena as Jack stood beside his newly bound companion, the Carrion Raven's glowing eyes reflecting the chaotic energy of the crowd. Through their soul link, he could feel the creature's satisfaction, not just at being alive again, but at being bound to someone worthy of its power. A soft chime echoed in Jack's mind, cutting through the noise. "Congratulations on binding your first soul title unlocked. Soul Warden description, Death's Gatekeeper with a rebellious streak. You've decided souls belong to you now, not the afterlife. Effect, all Soul Warden skills gain 25% increased efficiency. Reward, 1 black ticket reward. Mystery box rare." Jack blinked at the notifications. A black ticket. He'd never seen anything like that mentioned in the system before. The mystery box suggested there were reward mechanics he hadn't discovered yet. System, what exactly is a black ticket? Black tickets are premium currency for accessing restricted areas of the Spire and special vendor inventories. Reward chance is 1 in 1,000. Jack could feel the crowd's bloodlust beginning to shift into something else, respect, perhaps even fear. The whispers spreading through the stands spoke of legends and myths that was suddenly, terrifyingly real. Soul Warden, the voices carried on the arena's strange acoustics. The old stories were true. He commands life itself. What's worse, the god of death having your soul or him? What else can he do? Jack placed his hand on the Carrion Raven's sleek head, feeling the warmth of life flowing through what had moments ago been a corpse. The connection between them was unlike anything he'd experienced. "We should go," he thought, and felt the Raven's agreement ripple through their bond. The crowd began to disperse as arena workers emerged to clean up the carnage, but Jack noticed several creatures lingering in the stands, their attention fixed on him with predatory interest. Word of his abilities would spread quickly through whatever. Dark networks connected the Spire's denizens. Making his way toward the exit, Jack was intercepted by the familiar gray-skinned figure of Vex, the fight promoter. The creature's bone-white teeth gleamed as he approached with obvious satisfaction. "Now that," Vex said, gesturing broadly at the blood-soaked arena, "was entertainment. The crowd hasn't been that excited since the champion's debut centuries ago." "I survived, that's what matters." "Survived?" Vex laughed, a sound like grinding stone. "Kid, you didn't just survive, you put on a show that'll be talked about for centuries, which brings me to why I'm here." The promoter produced a leather pouch that clinked with the distinctive sound of death tokens. Standard arena payout for a spectacular performance, 5,000 tokens. 5,000 death tokens received. Current balance, 5,450 tokens. Jack accepted the pouch, surprised by its weight. He'd expected some reward for winning, but this was more generous than anticipated. "There's also this," Vex continued, pulling out an ornate wooden box carved with symbols that he couldn't make out. Random reward for first-time winners. Could be anything from a magical trinket to something genuinely useful. Mystery box, rare, received, might as well see what I've won. Jack touched the box's clasp, and it sprang open with a soft musical chime. Inside, nestled in dark velvet, lay a simple silver ring set with a stone that looked like captured starlight. Ring of Stats acquired effect. Increase stat point gain by +1 durability. Infinite. Jack slipped the ring onto his left hand, feeling a subtle shift in his perception as it adjusted to his magical signature. Not a game-changing artifact, but something that could mean the difference between life and death in the right circumstances. Good pull, Vex observed with professional appreciation. Time magic items are always useful, especially for someone in your line of work. Fighting impossible odds and somehow coming out on top, the promoter clarified with another grinding laugh. Word of advice, though, you might want to lay low for a while. That little demonstration of yours has attracted attention from some very interested parties. Before Jack could ask what he meant, Vex melted back into the crowd of departing spectators, leaving him alone with his bound companion and more questions than answers. The carrion raven tilted its massive head, and through their soul link, Jack felt its amusement at his confusion. The creature understood the arena's politics better than he did, having observed from its perch for who knew how long. Let's get out of here, Jack decided. I need to get back before someone notices I'm gone. He made his way through the Colosseum's winding corridors, past betting windows and vendor stalls that sold everything from healing potions to weapons maintenance kits. The carrion raven followed silently, its presence drawing nervous glances from other patrons. Finding a secluded alcove near what looked like maintenance access, Jack pulled out the obsidian key that had brought him to the spire. The dark metal was warm to the touch, responding to his intent. System, the raven is bound to me. Will it be able to travel through the portal? Soul-bound creatures share dimensional access with their master. The raven will accompany you. Jack found a door marked with symbols he couldn't read. It was probably a supply closet or equipment storage. The key slid into the lock with that familiar sensation of reality bending. Jack stepped through, feeling the spire's oppressive atmosphere lift from his shoulders. The moment they crossed the threshold, the carrion raven began to change. Its massive form compressed and folded in on itself, feathers darkening from deep black to something closer to a shadow-given substance. Within seconds, the 12-foot wingspan had contracted to that of a normal raven, though its eyes retained that supernatural glow. The transformation was so seamless that Jack barely felt the shift through their soul link. The creature's intelligence and power remained unchanged, only its physical form had adapted to its new environment. Smart, Jack thought, and felt the raven's smug satisfaction at the compliment. The small raven perched on Jack's shoulder, its claws finding its place without discomfort. To any casual observer, it would appear to be nothing more than an unusually well-trained pet. Jack moved to his crystal windows, checking the palace grounds below. The morning light hadn't changed significantly, another reminder of the time differential between the spire and the mortal realm. But something was different about the courtyard. Where before it had been empty except for patrolling guards, now there was activity. Servants rushed about with obvious purpose, and he could see additional guards taking positions. Then he saw them, 2 ornate carriages bearing familiar heraldry, followed by mounted figures in black armor trimmed with silver. His heart nearly stopped as recognition crashed over him. House Kaiser had arrived. Through the crystal, he could make out individual figures disembarking from the lead carriage. His father Alaric moved with the controlled grace of a predator barely containing his fury. Lady Genevieve emerged next, her face a mask of cold calculation that Jack had never seen before. But it was the figure stepping down from the second carriage that made Jack's breath catch. Finn's distinctive form was unmistakable, even at this distance. The former chosen one moved with the careful balance of someone expecting trouble, his one good eye sweeping the palace grounds for threats. They brought Finn, Jack realized. The raven on his shoulder shifted, its enhanced senses picking up on Jack's tension. Through their bond, he felt the creature's readiness to fight, its willingness to defend its new master against any threat. Palace guards approached the Kaiser party with respectful deference, but Jack could see the underlying tension in their postures. His father's reputation preceded him, and everyone involved understood that this was no ordinary diplomatic visit. As the groups disappeared into the palace, Jack stepped back from the window. His family was here. Aurelius would want to control the encounter, and King Eric would be trying to manage a political situation that could explode at any moment. But they had no idea what he'd become during his brief absence. System estimated time until they request my presence. Analysis suggests 15-30 minutes. You will likely be summoned for the formal meeting. Jack used the time to clean up and change clothes, trading his blood-stained palace garments for fresh attire. The raven perched on various pieces of furniture, its glowing eyes tracking his movements while its consciousness remained partially focused on the palace beyond their room. Through their soul link, Jack could feel the creature's analysis of their situation. It understood hierarchies and power structures, having observed them for so long in the spire. To the raven, this was simply another form of combat. One fought with words and politics instead of claws and lightning. "You're right," Jack admitted. "This is going to be just as dangerous as the arena." A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Through the crystal surface, he could make out the familiar silhouette of a palace servant. "Master Jack," the voice was carefully neutral. "His Majesty requests your presence in the throne room. Your family has arrived for the formal audience." Jack straightened his clothes one final time and checked his appearance. The raven settled more firmly on his shoulder, its form so perfectly that of a normal bird that only its glowing eyes betrayed its true nature. "Ready?" he asked his companion through their bond. The response was wordless but crystal clear. He was eager for the coming confrontation, absolute loyalty to Jack, and a predator's instinct for finding weakness in enemies. Jack opened the door and followed the servant toward what would undoubtedly be the most important political meeting of his life. His family had come to negotiate his freedom, Aurelius would try to maintain control, and King Eric would attempt to balance friendship against royal necessity. The throne room doors loomed before Jack like the gates of judgment itself. Each massive panel of gold-veined marble stood 20 feet tall, its surface carved with scenes of conquest that seemed to writhe in the flickering torchlight. Ancient kings rode to battle, their armies crushing enemies beneath hooves and blades, while divine figures looked down from crystalline clouds with expressions of cold approval. The weight of history pressed down on Jack's shoulders as he approached, the small raven shifting its grip with obvious tension. "This is it," Jack thought, his hand unconsciously moving toward where his lightning blade would have rested. But he carried no weapons here, only the mysterious power he'd gained in the spire and the ancient intelligence perched on his shoulder. The palace servant who had escorted him bowed deeply. "Lord Kaiser," the man said, his voice carefully neutral. "His Majesty awaits." The doors swung open with silent precision, revealing the throne room in all its intimidating glory. Jack's breath caught as he stepped inside. The chamber was a monument to royal power that dwarfed even his family's mansion. Soaring columns of black marble stretched upward into shadow, each one carved with spiraling reliefs that depicted the triumphs of kings long dead. The floor was polished obsidian that reflected everything like dark water, creating the unsettling impression of walking across a bottomless lake. Massive banners hung between stained glass windows that cast colored light in patterns across the vast space. The royal arms dominated the largest banner, a crowned king with both hands on his blade. But it was the people gathered in the center of the chamber that made Jack's heart race with a mixture of relief and dread. King Eric sat upon the throne, a masterwork of crystal and precious metals that seemed to be melted together. The throne was massive, designed to make its occupant appear godlike to supplicants below. Yet despite the overwhelming grandeur, Eric himself looked smaller than Jack remembered. The king wore simple but elegant robes of midnight blue, their only ornamentation the silver crown that caught the stained glass light. His expression was carefully neutral as he observed the tableau before him, but Jack could see the tension in his shoulders. The way his knuckles had gone white where they gripped the throne's armrests. To the king's right stood Aurelius, and Jack immediately understood why the man commanded such respect and fear. The chosen one was resplendent in golden armor that seemed to generate its own light, each plate perfectly fitted to his powerful frame. His amber eyes fixed on Jack the moment he entered, calculating and assessing with the cold precision of a predator. There was something different about Aurelius now, a hardness that hadn't been present in their previous encounters. The political maneuvering of the past few days had clearly taken its toll, and Jack could see the frustration simmering beneath the man's perfect composure. Beside him, Lyra maintained her position with perfect military bearing. Her silver hair caught the stained glass light like spun moonbeams, and when she noticed Jack's entrance, she offered a respectful bow toward the throne. But there was something in her pale eyes, a flicker of genuine sympathy that she quickly suppressed. It was Sierra who drew Jack's attention most forcefully. The dark-haired chosen one lounged against one of the massive columns with deliberate casualness, her black leather armor and wild grin completely at odds with the formal setting. When she saw Jack, her green eyes lit up with predatory interest that made his skin crawl. "Well, well," she purred, her voice carrying easily across the chamber's acoustics. "The Dragon Slayer returns, and he's brought a friend." Every eye in the room immediately focused on the small raven perched on Jack's shoulder. To most observers, it would appear to be nothing more than an unusually well-trained pet. Jack could feel the immediate shift in atmosphere as the more experienced fighters recognized what they were actually seeing. The raven itself seemed to preen under the attention, its obsidian eyes reflecting the chamber's light while maintaining that supernatural glow that marked it as something far more dangerous than it appeared. Aurelius straightened like a hunting hound catching a scent, his hand moving unconsciously toward the sword at his hip. "That's no ordinary bird," he said, his voice carrying the authority of absolute certainty. "Terra rank," came a gravelly voice from the shadows near the chamber's edge. Finn stepped forward into the light, his scarred features grim with professional assessment. "Haven't seen a carrion raven bound in decades. How in the hell did you manage to tame that creature, boy?" Before he could respond, his focus shifted entirely to his family. They stood in a loose formation near the center of the chamber, and the moment his eyes found them, the political intrigue faded to background noise. Alaric Kaiser looked like a volcano on the verge of eruption. His jaw was set in a rigid line, his shoulders held with military precision, and when his golden eyes met Jack's, the relief there was so intense it was almost overwhelming. Dark mana leaked from his form in visible tendrils, making the air around him seem thick and oppressive. Jack had seen his father angry before, but this was different. This was the cold, calculated fury of a man who had been pushed beyond his limits and was now deciding whether to unleash hell upon those responsible. Lady Genevieve stood beside her husband, and Jack barely recognized the woman who had raised him. Her usual warmth had been replaced by something far more dangerous, an icy calculation of the situation. She wore traveling clothes of fine black wool, but Jack could see the subtle bulges that suggested hidden weapons. His mother, he realized with a start, had come prepared for war. Octavia maintained her perfect composure as always, but Jack could see the slight tremor in her hands, the way she kept glancing between him and the chosen ones as if memorizing their positions. She had positioned herself slightly ahead of her younger sisters, ready to step between them and danger without hesitation. Annabelle clutched a leather portfolio to her chest, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Of all his sisters, she had always been the most emotional, the one who wore her heart on her sleeve. Seeing her distress made something cold and angry stir in Jack's chest, and Celeste, his middle sister, stood with the rigid posture expected of nobility, but Jack caught the slight sway in her stance, the way she held herself just a little too carefully. Even here, even now, she was fighting her demons, but when her eyes met his, the relief there was unmistakable. "Jack." Alaric's voice carried the weight of mountains, each syllable carefully controlled. "Are you harmed?" The simple question hung in the air like a blade poised to fall. Jack could hear the unspoken threat beneath it. If harm had come to him, there would be consequences that transcended politics and diplomacy. "I'm fine, father," Jack replied, his voice steady despite the emotional weight of the reunion. "They've treated me well, have they?" Lady Genevieve's voice could have frozen fire. Her gaze swept across Aurelius and the other chosen ones with surgical precision. "Taken from your home without warning, held against your will, subjected to political manipulation." King Eric rose from his throne, the movement sending ripples of tension through the assembled group. "Lady Kaiser," he said, his voice carrying the authority of absolute power, "your concerns are understandable, but the situation is more complex than." "Don't." Alaric's single word cut through the king's explanation, like a blade through silk. "Don't you dare try to justify this, Eric. I know why you did it, and I understand the political necessities, but you could have told me." The king's expression flickered with something that might have been shame. Jack watched the interplay between the two men, seeing decades of friendship warring with political reality. There was history here, old debts and older betrayals that went far deeper than the current crisis. "Alaric," Eric began, but the Duke cut him off again. "You let me think my son had been taken as a prisoner," Alaric continued, his voice growing colder with each word. Dark mana began to seep from his form more visibly. creating writhing shadows that danced across the obsidian floor. You let me ride here believing I would have to negotiate for his freedom when all along this was a theater. Demonstration for the watching kingdoms that Elysium's chosen ones support our interests. Silence fell across the throne room like someone had just been buried. Jack could feel the political currents shifting around them, old secrets being dragged into the harsh light of truth. Through his soul link, the Raven's ancient intelligence whispered warnings about the escalating tension, the way hands were moving toward weapons, the scent of violence building in the air. You used our friendship, Alaric said quietly, and somehow the soft tone was more terrifying than if he had screamed. You owe a debt that can never be paid. King Eric had the decency to look genuinely pained. The weight of the crown seemed to press down on him visibly, aging him years in moments. Old friend, the pressures from other kingdoms. We are no longer friends. The words fell like hammer blows, each one echoing in the vast chamber. We are duke and king, master and debtor, nothing more. Jack felt his breath catch at the finality in his father's voice. Whatever bond had existed between these two men, forged in youth, sealed in blood and secrets, had just been severed. The political ramifications were staggering. House Kaiser controlled a third of the kingdom's military might, vast territories, and crucial trade routes. If Alaric withdrew his support, Sierra's laughter cut through the tension like broken glass, the sound echoing off the marble walls with malicious glee. "Oh, this is delicious," she said, pushing away from her column with fluid grace. Her dark hair caught the stained glass light as she moved closer to the center of the chamber. Political intrigue, family drama, ancient debts, and broken friendships. But can we talk about the really interesting part? Her green eyes fixed on Jack with predatory focus that made his skin crawl. There was something deeply wrong with her gaze, the look of someone who found genuine pleasure in others' pain. How did little dragon slayer here manage to tame a terror-rank creature? It's not tamed, Finn interjected, his one good eye fixed on the raven with professional assessment. It's bound from soul magic. Those words sent ripples of shock through the assembled group. Jack could see the implications clicking into place in their minds. Soul magic was supposed to be a lost art, its practitioners dead for centuries. Aurelius stepped forward, his amber eyes blazing with sudden intensity. Impossible. Soul magic is a forbidden art. The last practitioners were hunted down and executed during the Purge of Shadows. Jack met the Chosen One's gaze steadily, feeling the weight of ancient power flowing through him. The raven on his shoulder shifted slightly, its supernatural eyes reflecting the chamber's light like tiny stars. "Apparently not as forbidden as you thought," Jack replied calmly. Sierra's grin widened until it was almost feral, revealing teeth that were perhaps a touch too sharp to be entirely human. "Now that's interesting. Tell me, Dragon Slayer, what else have you learned during your stay in our lovely palace?" Before Jack could respond, Lyra stepped forward with fluid grace. Her bow toward the throne was perfect, respectful, precise, and utterly without warmth. "Your Majesty," she said, her voice carrying across the chamber with crystalline clarity, "if I may suggest, perhaps the details of Lord Kaiser's abilities should be discussed in a more private setting." King Eric nodded slowly, clearly grateful for the diplomatic lifeline. "Lady Moonwhisper raises a valid point. This chamber has too many ears for such sensitive discussions." "No." Lady Genevieve's voice cut through the diplomatic maneuvering like a blade through silk. "Whatever games you're playing, whatever political theater this is meant to serve, my son comes home with us. Today." The words hung in the air like a challenge. Jack could see the muscles in Aurelius's jaw tighten, the way Sierra's eyes lit up with anticipation. Violence was a heartbeat away from erupting in the throne room. "Mother," Jack said quietly, stepping forward slightly, "it's more complicated than—" "No, it isn't." Annabelle's soft voice carried absolute conviction despite its gentle tone. "You're our brother. You belong with your family, not as a tool for the crown." Celeste stepped forward, and for just a moment, Jack caught the scent of wine on her breath despite the early hour. But her voice remained steady and controlled as she spoke. "The Chosen Ones serve the crown willingly," she said, her words carefully measured. "They serve by choice, not by coercion." Was Jack given a choice? The question hung in the air like a loaded crossbow. Aurelius's expression darkened, but before he could respond, Finn's harsh laughter echoed through the chamber. "Choice." The former Chosen One's voice dripped with bitter amusement as he stepped fully into the light. His scarred face was a map of old battles and older betrayals. "Tell them about choice, Aurelius. Tell them what happens to Chosen Ones who try to leave." "Enough," Aurelius commanded, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. but Finn ignored him completely, his one good eye blazing with old hatred. Tell them about the conditioning, Finn continued relentlessly, his words aimed like daggers. The gradual erosion of will. The careful manipulation that turns powerful individuals into perfectly obedient weapons. Tell them about the ones who refuse to be broken. Finn. King Eric's voice carried a warning that could have frozen blood, but the former chosen one was beyond caring about royal displeasure. Show them the trophy room, Finn said, his voice rising to fill the vast chamber. All those weapons and armor from chosen ones who learned too late that service to the crown is a cage with golden bars. The silence that followed was deafening. Jack could feel the political landscape shifting around them like tectonic plates, old secrets being dragged into the harsh light of truth. The accusations hung in the air like smoke from a burning bridge. Sierra's laughter cut through the tension again, but this time it held genuine amusement rather than malice. "Oh, Finn," she said, shaking her head with mock sadness. "You always did have a flair for the dramatic, but he's not wrong," she added, her gaze shifting to Jack with predatory interest. "The crown doesn't let its assets walk away, ever. Unless," King Eric said quietly, his voice somehow carrying clearly across the vast chamber despite its low volume, "special arrangements are made." All eyes turned to the king as he descended from his throne, each step echoing in the crystalline silence. The throne seemed to diminish behind him, revealing the man beneath the crown. "Lord Kaiser," he said formally, his voice taking on the ceremonial cadence reserved for royal pronouncements. "In recognition of your service to the realm and the unique circumstances of your recruitment, you are hereby released from service to the crown." The words should have been cause for celebration, but Jack caught the subtle emphasis, the careful phrasing that suggested more was coming. "You may return to your family," Eric continued, "with our gratitude for your service and our blessing for your future endeavors." Relief flooded through Jack, but he forced himself to remain still, to listen for the catch he knew was coming. However, King Eric said, and there it was. "Given your unique abilities and the political realities we face, the Crown requests that you remain available should your services be needed for matters of national importance." Meaning, Alaric's voice was dangerously quiet, dark mana still writhing around his form like living shadows. "Meaning Jack will be free to live his life as he chooses," the king replied carefully, "but should disaster class or worse threats emerge, should the realm face existential danger that armies cannot handle, we would ask for his aid." It was a masterful compromise, Jack realized. He would have his freedom, but the crown maintained a claim on his power for true emergencies. It satisfied everyone's immediate needs while leaving room for future negotiation. "And if he refuses such a request?" Lady Genevieve asked, her voice carrying the clear implication that refusal was entirely possible and potentially likely. King Eric met her gaze steadily, and Jack saw something like genuine respect in the monarch's eyes. "Then he refuses. No chosen one in the history of this kingdom has ever been granted such autonomy. It is a privilege I extend only because of the debt I owe his father." Jack felt the political currents swirling around him, the careful balance between personal freedom and royal necessity. Through his soul link, he could sense the Raven's analysis of the situation. This was as good an offer as they were likely to receive, and pushing further might result in a much less favorable outcome. "I accept," Jack said, his voice carrying clearly across the chamber. Sierra clapped her hands together, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the vast space. "Well done, Dragon Slayer," she said with genuine admiration. "You've managed something no chosen one has achieved in centuries, freedom with a very small asterisk attached." "This is unprecedented," Aurelius said, his voice tight with barely controlled frustration. "The implications for discipline for the hierarchy of service are my concern, not yours," King Eric said firmly, his royal authority reasserting itself. "The decision is made." As the formal negotiations concluded and the tension began to drain from the chamber, Jack felt a profound sense of relief. He was going home. He would see his room again, his books, his training grounds. He would be able to continue his secret expeditions to the Tardara Spire without the constant oversight of the palace. But as the various parties began to shift toward departure, Sierra sauntered over to Jack with that predatory grace he was beginning to find deeply unsettling. "Tell me, Dragon Slayer," she said, her voice pitched for his ears alone, "how exactly did you manage to bind a soul? That's not exactly common knowledge these days." Jack met her green eyes steadily, seeing the dangerous curiosity lurking there. "I learned from experience." Her grin widened, revealing those slightly too sharp teeth. I do so enjoy a man of mystery. We should continue your combat training when you return. As she caressed his arm, before Jack could respond, she was gone, melting back into the crowd of courtiers and servants with fluid grace. Oh my skin is crawling. I think she's into me. Correct, Sir seems to have grown a liking for you over the past few days. As his family gathered around him, relief and joy finally began to replace the political tension. The formal farewells were brief and carefully neutral. King Eric offered polite words about continued friendship between their houses, while Alaric responded with equally polite but noticeably cooler acknowledgments. The friendship was truly broken, but the political relationship would continue out of necessity. As they prepared to depart, Jack caught Lyra's eye across the chamber. She offered him a small nod. Whether of respect, farewell, or something else, he couldn't be sure. But there was something in her pale eyes that suggested their paths would cross again. The journey from the throne room back to their carriages felt surreal. Jack walked surrounded by his family, their presence a shield against the political currents that still swirled around them. The raven on his shoulder remained alert, its enhanced senses tracking the movements of palace guards and servants. As they reached the courtyard where their carriages waited, Jack felt a profound sense of transition. He was leaving this place changed, not just in power, but in understanding. He had seen the inner workings of royal politics, witnessed the casual cruelty with which people were treated as resources rather than individuals. The carriages departed the palace as the sun reached its zenith, their wheels clattering on cobblestone as they passed through the capital's gates. Jack settled back against the plush cushions, finally allowing himself to truly relax for the first time in days. But far behind them, in the depths of the Crystal Palace, a servant made his way through corridors, known only to those who served the crown's most secret purposes. He descended stairs that didn't appear on any architectural plan, passing through chambers that officially didn't exist, until he reached a room dominated by a single communication crystal. The servant placed his hands on the crystal's surface, channeling just enough mana to activate the enchantment. The crystal flared to life, its surface swirling with colors that shouldn't exist. "My lord," the servant said, his voice carefully neutral. "The Kaiser boy has departed with his family." The king granted him unprecedented autonomy. The crystal pulsed, and when the response came, the voice that emerged was deep and riveting. The kind of voice that could command armies or seduce kingdoms. There was power in it, authority that transcended mortal understanding. "How fascinating," the voice said, each word carefully savored. "And his abilities, the reports I've received are quite intriguing. Soul magic, my lord." He bound a terror-rank creature. "Yes, this is indeed profound." The voice sounded excited, though restrained by its measured tone. "The old prophecies may yet come to pass." The servant waited in respectful silence as the crystal pulsed with swirling energy. "Continue your observations," the voice finally commanded. "I want to know everything about young Jack Kaiser, his training, his family, his ambitions, everything. And remember, he must not know of our interest. Not yet. The timing must be perfect." The crystal went dark, leaving the servant alone in the hidden chamber. Above him, the palace continued its daily routines, unaware that ancient powers had begun to stir, that prophecies were stirring to life, and that the boy who had just won his freedom had attracted the attention of forces that predated kingdoms and empires. In his carriage, miles from the capital, Jack felt a strange chill run down his spine. The raven on his shoulder stirred uneasily, its supernatural senses detecting something that normal perception could not grasp. "What is it?" Jack thought through their soul link. The raven had no response. The familiar grounds of the Kaiser estate stretched before Jack like a canvas painted in memories. 3 days had passed since his return from the capital. The morning mist clung to the training grounds where he now stood, sweat beading on his forehead as he completed the final repetition of his daily regimen. His muscles ached with the satisfying burn of exertion, each movement precise and controlled despite the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm him. The enhanced difficulty of his exercises had increased dramatically since acquiring the Ring of Stats, pushing his body to limits he hadn't thought possible just weeks ago. 100 squats, Jack counted silently, his breathing controlled despite the fire in his legs. The small raven perched on a nearby fence post watching with those glowing eyes. The system's familiar chime echoed in his consciousness as he completed the final exercise, bringing with it the rush of power that had become as addictive as the finest wine. Daily quest complete reward, 10 EXP 2 stat points 10 skill points Ring of Stats bonus, plus 1 additional stat point, The notification brought a grin to Jack's face despite his exhaustion. The ring's enhancement to his growth was already proving invaluable, turning each training session into measurable progress toward his goals. This is awesome. I can get 14 free stat points a week now. But FHE creation is what do I focus on first? I suggest you wait. Because if you just keep focusing on magic, you'll just be a glass cannon. You need balance. Wait until you know what you need more to balance yourself. Impressive dedication, my boy. The voice cut through his conversation with the system. Jack spun toward the familiar voice, finding his father approaching through the morning mist with the measured stride of a man accustomed to command. Alaric Kaiser cut an imposing figure even in simple training clothes, his presence commanding attention through sheer force of personality. "Father," Jack said, straightening despite his fatigue. "I didn't hear you approach." "Skill learned through necessity," Alaric replied, his voice carrying the weight of decades spent in political battlefields more dangerous than any dungeon. "Your training has become quite rigorous since your return. The servants speak of you rising before dawn each morning." There was something in his father's tone that suggested this was more than casual observation. Jack nodded slowly, studying the older man's expression for clues about what was coming. "The routine helps me focus," Jack said carefully, "after everything that happened at the palace." "Yes, the palace." Alaric's voice hardened slightly, dark mana swirling more visibly around his form. "We should discuss that, among other things. Walk with me, Jack. There are matters we need to address, and I believe the gardens will provide adequate privacy." The formal tone sent a chill down Jack's spine despite the morning warmth. This wasn't going to be a casual father-son conversation. This was Duke Alaric Kaiser summoning his heir for a discussion of consequence. They walked in comfortable silence through the estate's meticulously maintained grounds, their footsteps crunching softly on gravel paths that wound between flower beds bright with summer blooms. The raven followed at a respectful distance, its supernatural senses alert for any threat to its master. The gardens had always been Lady Genevieve's pride, but Jack noticed new details now that spoke to the family's elevated status. Additional guards patrolled the perimeter with professional vigilance, their black armor gleaming in the morning sun. Servants moved with increased urgency, and he could see construction beginning on what appeared to be additional defensive structures. "The dragon slaying changed everything," Alaric said quietly, as if reading his son's thoughts. "Our political position, our security concerns, our responsibilities to the realm, nothing will ever be the same." They reached a secluded alcove where marble benches surrounded a fountain carved with the Kaiser family crest. Alaric gestured for Jack to sit, then took his own place next to him. "Before we discuss the future, I need to ask you something important." Alaric's golden eyes fixed on his son with laser intensity. "What do you want from this life, Jack? What are your goals, your ambitions, your dreams? Speak truthfully, for the answer will determine everything that comes next." The question hung in the air like a blade poised to fall. Jack could feel the weight of expectation, the knowledge that his response would shape not only his own destiny, but potentially the fate of their entire house. Through the soul link, he sensed the raven's keen interest in his answer. Jack met his father's gaze steadily, drawing on the confidence he'd found in the depths of Tardara Spire. "I want the ability to walk where I want and do what I want. I don't want any restrictions on my choices or my freedom." The silence stretched between them for several heartbeats, broken only by the gentle splash of the fountain and the distant sounds of estate activity. Then, to Jack's surprise, Alaric threw back his head and laughed. The sound was rich and genuine, completely at odds with the serious atmosphere of their conversation. "By the gods," Alaric said, wiping tears from his eyes as his laughter subsided. "You truly are my son. That's exactly what I would have said at your age. Exactly what I did say, in fact, when my own father pressed me about my ambitions." The Duke's expression grew more serious, though warmth remained in his eyes. "It's doable, Jack. Everything you've described is absolutely achievable, but you need to understand the magnitude of what you're asking for." Alaric stood and began pacing around the fountain, his movements fluid despite the weight of armor concealed beneath his clothes. "True freedom, the kind you're describing, requires one of two things. Either you need your own nation, with all the political and military power that entails, or you need to be so individually powerful that no one in any existing nation can compel your obedience." The implications crashed over Jack like a cold wave. His father wasn't just acknowledging his dreams, he was laying out a roadmap for achieving The casual way Alaric discussed building a nation or becoming a one-man superpower spoke volumes about the Duke's own ambitions and abilities. In terms of personal power, Alaric continued, his voice taking on the cadence of a lecturer. You're currently operating at the level of a copper-rank warrior in martial capabilities. Your magical output places you firmly in the 3rd star, probably the 3rd or 4th tier. Impressive for someone your age, but laughably inadequate for the goals you've described. Jack felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. But his father's next words cut off any defensive response. Don't mistake that assessment for criticism. You've achieved more in the past month than most manage in a decade. But if you want the kind of freedom we're discussing, you'll need to reach at least diamond rank in martial arts and achieve 7th star mastery in magic, preferably higher. The fountain's gentle splashing seemed to grow louder in the silence that followed. Jack tried to process the scale of improvement his father was describing. Diamond rank warriors were seasoned warriors who trained for decades, and 7th star mages were typically the headmasters of magical academies or royal court wizards. That seems impossible, Jack said finally. Difficult, not impossible, Alaric corrected, settling back onto his bench. You have advantages that others lack. Your divine blessing, your unique magical affinity, and your talent grades. But advantages mean nothing without the will to exploit them fully. The Duke leaned forward, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. The dragon slaying proved you have the power to threaten existing political structures. But power without the skill to use it effectively is just a target painted on your back. Every ambitious noble, every foreign kingdom, every religious fanatic who thinks they know better than you do, they'll all come for you eventually. Jack's hand moved unconsciously to where Draven's pendant lay hidden beneath his shirt. So what do you suggest? Jack asked. Training, intense, focused, relentless training in every aspect of combat and leadership. Alaric's voice carried the ring of absolute conviction. You'll need martial instructors to teach you proper technique, magical tutors to help you advance through the star ranks, political advisors to navigate the complexities of noble society, and military strategists to help you understand large-scale conflict. The scope of what his father was proposing was staggering. Jack felt simultaneously excited and overwhelmed by the possibilities. But first, Alaric said, standing with renewed purpose, let me show you something that might put our discussion in perspective. Come, walk with me through Sorn. I want you to see what your actions have already accomplished. They left the gardens through a side gate that opened directly onto the city streets. The transition from manicured estate grounds to urban environment was jarring, but what struck Jack most forcefully was how different everything looked. The streets that had been muddy and pothole-ridden during his childhood now showed fresh cobblestone work. Buildings that had displayed peeling paint and cracked facades now gleamed with new construction and careful maintenance. Market stalls overflowed with goods that Jack remembered, being scarce or prohibitively expensive just a month ago. But it was the people who showed the most dramatic change. Citizens who had walked with the hunched shoulders and downcast eyes of the perpetually hungry now moved with the confident stride of prosperity. Children played in the streets wearing clothes that were clean and properly fitted. Merchants hawked their wares with the enthusiastic energy of those who expected customers to actually have money to spend. The dragon materials, Alaric explained, his voice carrying easily over the sounds of bustling commerce. Spireless provided resources that have transformed this city's entire economy. Dragon scales for armor and construction, dragon bone for tools and weapons, dragon blood for alchemical applications. The list goes on. They paused at a corner where a group of children were playing with wooden swords, their laughter ringing through the morning air. Jack watched them with growing amazement, remembering how different these same streets had looked during his youth. The beast core and dragon heart are gone, Alaric said. They just magically disappeared. The dragon eyes I'm keeping for my own purposes, but there's one piece that I've been saving specifically for you. Curiosity piqued. Jack followed his father through increasingly prosperous neighborhoods until they reached a warehouse that he didn't remember from his previous explorations of the city. The structure was new, built from the same high-quality stone that characterized the recent construction boom. Inside, the warehouse was a marvel of organization. Crates and containers filled the space in neat rows, each one labeled with symbols that spoke of valuable contents. But it was the object in the center of the space that drew Jack's attention like a magnet. Spiralis's tail lay coiled in a specially constructed case, its scales still gleaming with the deep blues and silvers that had made the dragon so beautiful in life. Even severed from the rest of the creature, the appendage radiated a sense of barely contained power that made the air itself feel thick and oppressive. Dragon tails are among the most valuable materials in existence, Alaric explained, his voice filled with professional appreciation. The scales can be worked into armor that's virtually impenetrable. The bones can be forged into weapons that hold magical enchantments indefinitely. The muscle tissue contains alchemical properties that boggle the mind. Jack approached the case slowly, feeling an almost physical pull from the massive appendage. This was power made manifest, raw material that could be transformed into artifacts of legend. "It's yours," Alaric said simply. "Do with it what you will. Sell it, trade it, have it crafted into equipment. The choice is entirely yours." Jack's mind raced with possibilities. The tale represented wealth beyond imagination, enough to fund armies or purchase kingdoms. But something held him back from making any immediate decisions. The weapons and armor he'd seen in the Tartara Spire had been leagues beyond anything that existed in the mortal realm, if he could find a smith within the spire itself. "I'll hold on to it for now," Jack said finally. "I have some ideas about what might be done with it, but I need to explore my options more thoroughly." Alaric nodded approvingly. Wise, hasty decisions with resources this valuable tend to lead to regret. Jack pulled out what appeared to be a simple storage cube, its surfaces smooth and unremarkable. To his father's eyes, it would look like an expensive but standard magical storage device. In reality, it was just a polished rock that Jack used as a prop when accessing his system storage. He placed his hands above the dragon tail, concentrating on storing it within his dimensional space. The massive appendage vanished, leaving behind only empty air and the lingering scent of dragon. Alaric's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "I didn't realize you had acquired a storage cube. Those are expensive pieces of equipment, especially ones with that kind of capacity." "I managed to acquire it during my adventures," Jack said carefully, tucking the fake cube back into his pocket. His father studied him for a long moment, clearly sensing that there was more to the story than Jack was revealing. But Duke Alaric Kaiser hadn't survived decades of political intrigue by pressing for information that wasn't freely offered. "No matter how you acquired it, having access to dimensional storage will be invaluable for what comes next," Alaric said instead. "Which brings me to the final matter we need to discuss." Today, they left the warehouse and began walking back toward the estate, the late morning sun casting long shadows across the newly prosperous streets. Jack could feel tension building in his father's posture, the way his shoulders set and his stride became more measured. "The training I mentioned earlier," Alaric said as they walked. "It won't be something you can accomplish alone or with just family instruction. The level of skill you need to achieve requires specialized knowledge that comes from experience fighting against the best opponents in the world." Jack's pulse quickened with anticipation. The way his father was building up to this revelation suggested something significant was coming. "I have several candidates in mind," Alaric continued, his voice taking on the formal tone he used for important announcements. "Each one represents a different aspect of the training you'll need: combat technique, magical theory, political maneuvering, strategic thinking. Together, they could provide you with the foundation necessary to achieve the freedom you desire." They had reached the estate gates, where guards snapped to attention at their approach. Jack could see servants moving about their duties in the distance, the familiar rhythm of household activity providing a backdrop to their conversation. "The first potential mentor," Alaric said, pausing dramatically as they entered the estate grounds, "is someone you've already met. Someone whose knowledge of the darker aspects of power could prove invaluable for what lies ahead." The Duke's smile was sharp as a blade, carrying implications that made Jack's blood run cold with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "But that," Alaric said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "is a discussion for tomorrow. Tonight I suggest you rest and prepare yourself. The path we're about to embark upon will test every limit you thought you possessed." With that ominous pronouncement hanging in the air like an unsheathed sword, Duke Alaric Kaiser turned and walked toward the main house, leaving his heir standing alone in the courtyard with nothing but questions and the growing certainty that his life was about to change in ways he couldn't yet imagine. The raven settled onto Jack's shoulder with a soft rustle of feathers, its glowing eyes reflecting the afternoon sun like tiny stars. "I wonder who these instructors are." The morning sun cast long shadows across the cobblestone streets of Sorn, as Jack made his way toward the new industrial district. Serafina accompanied him just like before. The transformation of the city continued to astound him. The sound of hammers on anvils rang out from multiple directions, punctuated by the calls of vendors hawking their wares and the rumble of cart wheels on stone. The air carried scents of fresh bread, wood smoke, and the distinctive tang of metalwork. All indicators of a thriving economy built on the foundation of a dragon corpse. "Young master," Serafina said, her voice carrying easily over the urban cacophony, "the factory complex has exceeded even your most optimistic projections. Production capacity has tripled since your departure, and the housing units are nearly complete." Jack nodded approvingly, noting how his personal handmaid had grown into the short time he was gone. "Any problems with the new workers?" Jack asked, remembering his father's warnings about rapid expansion creating security vulnerabilities. "None that couldn't be handled," Serafina replied with a slight smile that suggested there were stories behind that simple statement. "Cedric has proven invaluable in recruiting reliable personnel. His reputation in the former slums carries weight, and people trust his judgment about employment opportunities." They turned a corner, and the factory complex came into view, causing Jack to stop in his tracks with genuine amazement. What had been a single workshop just a week ago had expanded into multiple workshops with housing units behind it. Multiple buildings connected by covered walkways formed maze of production facilities, each one specialized for different aspects of his growing product line. Smoke rose from carefully controlled furnaces, while workers moved between buildings with the purposeful efficiency of a well-organized operation. "The match production facility handles our core business," Serafina explained as they approached the main gate. "The new processing building manages the imbersalt refining, and that smaller structure houses our newest venture." She gestured toward a building that seemed to shimmer slightly in the morning light, its windows tinted with what appeared to be specially treated glass. "The cosmetic production facility. We've been waiting for your return to begin full-scale operations." Jack's pulse quickened with anticipation. The slime ectoplasm he'd collected in the labyrinth represented an entirely new revenue stream, one that could potentially dwarf even his successful match business. The fact that the raw materials came from a source that everyone in this world thought as useless made it even better. The factory gates opened at their approach, guards snapping to attention as they recognized the young master. Jack noted with approval that Serafina managed to convince his father to have guards posted. Inside the complex, organized chaos reigned supreme. Workers moved with practiced efficiency between stations, their movements coordinated by supervisors who called out instructions over the sounds of production. The air hummed with productive energy that reminded Jack of the most successful businesses from his previous life. "Master Jack," Cedric's voice boomed across the workshop floor as the former vagrant approached with obvious excitement. The transformation in the man continued to amaze Jack. Where once had stood a broken individual crushed by the thought of never having work, now walked someone who carried himself with the dignity of meaningful employment. "Cedric," Jack replied warmly, clasping the man's calloused hand. "Serafina tells me you've been instrumental in our expansion. How are the new facilities working out?" "Better than we dared hope, sir," Cedric replied, his weathered face creasing into a grin that spoke of genuine pride. "Production has increased threefold, and quality control remains excellent. The workers you've provided with housing are particularly motivated. They understand this isn't just employment, it's a chance at a better life." Jack felt warmth spread through his chest at the man's words. This was what he'd hoped to achieve. Not just personal wealth, but genuine improvement in people's lives through opportunity and fair treatment. "Show me the cosmetic facility," Jack said, eager to see what his team had accomplished during his absence. "We followed your instructions exactly," Serafina explained as they toured the facility. Blue-eyed grass processed through spring water heating, red lavender oil extraction using magic stones, moonsilver tree ash preparation for lye creation. Everything is ready for the final ingredient. Jack could barely contain his excitement as he surveyed the prepared materials, the chance to introduce products that would revolutionize personal care in a world where such concepts barely existed. "Time to complete the process," Jack announced, accessing his system storage. Slime ectoplasm materialized in carefully measured quantities, the translucent substance gleaming with an otherworldly sheen that caught the facility's magical lighting. "This is the final component," he explained to the gathered workers, noting their expressions of curiosity and slight apprehension. Slime ectoplasm provides the binding agent that makes these products effective. Follow the procedures exactly, and we'll have our first commercial batch ready by the end of the day. Jack emptied his storage into a large bin. 492 ectoplasms were left in the bin for workers to make more shampoo. When all is said and done, Jack would have 2,460 batches of shampoo. Each one would be a higher quality than anything in the current market. If I can sell these puppies at 5 gold apiece, I'll be able to make 12,300 gold per month. Assuming I sell out, of course. That would be 1.23 million USD. That would make Jack a millionaire every single month. The production process began immediately, workers moving with practiced efficiency to combine the new element according to Jack's carefully written instructions. The housing complex is equally impressive, Serafina said as they left the workers to their tasks. Every family now has access to clean water, proper sanitation, and enough space for children to grow up healthy. The change in morale has been remarkable. They walked through streets that had been transformed from slums into what could only be described as a model workers' district. Neat rows of well-constructed houses lined tree-shaded avenues, each dwelling equipped with the kinds of amenities that had been luxury items just months ago. Children played in communal gardens while their parents worked in the factories, secure in the knowledge that their families were safe and well provided for. The sight filled Jack with a profound sense of accomplishment that had nothing to do with personal power or political advancement. "This is what success looks like," he murmured, watching a group of children chase each other between the garden rows with uninhibited joy. "The workers speak of you like you're some kind of saint," Serafina observed, her voice carrying a note of bemusement. "They've started calling this district Kaiser's Haven, and there are rumors of families traveling here from other cities seeking employment." The implications were both exciting and concerning. Rapid growth brought opportunities, but it also attracted attention from those who might view their success as a threat to existing power structures. "We'll need to be careful about expansion," Jack said thoughtfully. "Success breeds jealousy, and jealousy breeds enemies." As if summoned by his words, a commotion erupted near the factory's main entrance. Raised voices carried across the compound, and Jack could see workers gathering around what appeared to be a heated argument between their security guards and several well-dressed strangers. "Trouble," Serafina said grimly, her hand moving instinctively toward a concealed weapon that Jack hadn't known she carried. They approached the disturbance quickly, the raven on Jack's shoulder ruffling its feathers with obvious agitation. Through their soul link, he could sense the creature's readiness to defend against whatever threat was developing. "I don't care what your employer's policies are," one of the strangers was saying, his voice carrying the arrogant authority of someone accustomed to getting his way. "Phalanx Solutions has legitimate business interests here, and we demand to inspect your production facilities." The speaker was a thin man in expensive robes, his face bearing the soft features of someone who had never known physical hardship. Behind him stood 2 companions who carried themselves with the disciplined bearing of professional enforcers, their hands resting casually near weapon hilts. "And I've explained that access requires authorization from the owner," the security captain replied with admirable restraint, his own hand moving slowly toward his sword. "No authorization, no entry." "Perhaps," the thin man said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You don't understand who you're dealing with. Phalanx Solutions has contracts with noble houses throughout the kingdom. Our influence extends far beyond this provincial backwater." Jack felt anger kindle in his chest like a carefully banked fire. The casual dismissal of sworn citizens, the implied threats, the obvious attempt at industrial espionage. "Gentlemen," Jack said, his voice carrying across the courtyard with quiet authority that made everyone present turn in his direction. "I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I'm Jack Kaiser, and these are my family's facilities. Perhaps I can help clarify our policies." The thin man's expression shifted from arrogant confidence to careful assessment as he took in Jack's appearance. The simple training clothes couldn't hide the confident bearing or the subtle signs of dangerous power that radiated from the young noble. "Lord Kaiser," the man said, offering a bow that managed to be technically respectful while conveying subtle condescension. "I am Marcus Thorne, Chief Acquisitions Specialist for Phalanx Solutions. We've heard remarkable things about your family's innovations." "Have you?" Jack replied pleasantly. Oh, his voice carried undertones that made the raven shift nervously on his shoulder. "And what exactly brings Phalanx Solutions to this humble operation?" "Business opportunities," Marcus replied smoothly. We believe there might be potential for collaboration between our organizations. Perhaps we could discuss terms over a more civilized setting. The offer was clearly a fishing expedition, an attempt to gain access to proprietary information through false partnership negotiations. Jack had seen similar tactics employed by corporate rivals in his previous life, though the stakes here were considerably higher. I appreciate the offer, Jack said with a smile that was all teeth. But Kaiser Holdings isn't currently seeking partnerships. Our production methods are proprietary, and we prefer to maintain direct control over our operations. Marcus's expression darkened slightly, the veneer of polite business courtesy beginning to crack. That's unfortunate. Phalanx Solutions had hoped for a more cooperative relationship. We have significant resources and political connections that could benefit a smaller operation like yours. The threat was barely veiled, but it was there. Jack felt his anger shift from kindle to a large fire, lightning beginning to crackle faintly around his fingertips before he forced himself to maintain control. I'm sure you do, Jack replied evenly. But as I said, we're not interested. Serafina, please ensure our visitors are escorted safely off the premises. The dismissal was clear and final. Marcus's face flushed with anger at being treated so curtly by someone he clearly considered a provincial upstart. Lord Kaiser, I think you may be making a mistake. Phalanx Solutions doesn't take rejection well. Neither do I, Jack said quietly, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Lightning leaked from his form, sparking off in random directions. I suggest you remember that when considering your next actions. The two enforcers behind Marcus shifted nervously, their professional instincts recognizing the aura of someone truly dangerous. Whatever intelligence they'd gathered about Jack Kaiser clearly hadn't prepared them for this level of personal menace. Marcus retreated with as much dignity as he could manage, his companions flanking him as they made their way toward the factory gates. But Jack could see the calculation in the man's eyes, the wheels turning as he considered alternative approaches to obtaining what he wanted. That won't be the last we see of them, Serafina observed grimly as the Phalanx representatives disappeared into the city streets. No, Jack agreed. But next time they'll find us better prepared. Double the security patrols. If they want to play games, we'll show them how the Kaiser family handles unwelcome attention. With the immediate threat addressed, Jack turned his attention back to business matters. The slime ectoplasm production was proceeding smoothly, and Serafina had demonstrated her capability to manage complex operations without constant oversight. I'm leaving you in charge of the end product, Jack told her as they concluded their tour. The cosmetic line should be ready for when the store officially opens. Of course, Master Jack, Serafina replied with a bow that conveyed both respect and confidence. The workers have complete faith in your vision. Jack felt a surge of pride at her words, but underneath it lay the growing realization that his responsibilities were expanding faster than his ability to manage them personally. He needed to delegate more effectively, to build a structure that could function without his constant presence. First, he had other priorities to address. I'll be away for several hours, he told Serafina as they returned to the estate. The luminous labyrinth awaited, and with it, the opportunity to explore more of the labyrinth than before. The raven shifted on his shoulder as they approached the estate's teleportation chamber. The crystal hummed with barely contained power as Jack placed his hand on its surface, the familiar sensation of dimensional travel washing over him like a tide of displaced reality. The world blurred and shifted, colors bleeding together until everything dissolved into pure sensation. When reality reasserted itself, Jack stood once again in the entrance chamber of luminous labyrinth. System, show me the available Soul Warden skills. Soul Warden class skills, available Soul Resonance. Enhance bound creatures stats by 20% for 10 minutes. Soul Restoration, heal bound creatures within 15-meter range. Healing amount determined by magic stat times 2. Additional skills locked until class levels up. Current skill points, 270 cost. 40 skill points each. The skills were exactly what he needed to transform his raven from a simple companion into an effective fighter. The raven on his shoulder shifted with obvious interest as it sensed the new possibilities opening through their connection. Purchase both skills. Confirm use of 80 skill points. 80 skill points expended. Soul Resonance acquired. Soul Restoration acquired. Current skill points, 190. The knowledge flooded into Jack's consciousness like water filling an empty vessel. He could feel new pathways opening in his mind, connections to the primordial forces that govern the boundary between existence and void. The power was intoxicating in its depth, though different from the raw destructive energy of his lightning magic. Let's test these abilities. Jack focused on the raven through their soul link, channeling the new soul resonance power with careful precision. Energy flowed from him into the creature, and he watched in fascination as his raven seemed to absorb a black energy. Its obsidian eyes blazed with enhanced intelligence, and when it spread its wings, the span seemed broader than before. Soul resonance activated bound creature stats enhanced by 20% duration. 10 minutes, the creature's already formidable intelligence had been sharpened to an almost painful degree. "How does that feel?" Jack asked through their bond. The response came not in words but in pure emotion. Gratitude, excitement, and an almost overwhelming sense of loyalty that threatened to bring tears to his eyes. The raven understood exactly what Jack had given it, and the depth of trust implied by sharing such power. "Let's see. Soul restoration I can't use until the raven gets injured. Maybe I should name the thing, it's bound to me until it dies. Correction. The raven is bound to you for eternity or you die and the god of death claims its soul." Wait, does that mean it can't actually die? The system was silent and did not answer Jack. Damn system, always hiding details from me. I should be correct in my assumption then. I wonder what happens if it loses all its HP. Jack paused, lost in thought for a moment. The healing scales with my magic stat, Jack realized. So currently I should be able to heal almost 250 HP. Jack realized something important. Which means when I'm using this class, I need to rely on martial skills and my companions for actual fighting. That would be accurate, but you could just swap between classes. The realization hit Jack like he ran into a brick wall at full speed. His father's assessment about needing martial training wasn't just good advice. It was absolutely essential for survival. If he planned to use Soul Warden abilities in combat, he needed to be able to defend himself with nothing but physical skill and weapons technique. The thought was both terrifying and exciting. Jack had grown comfortable relying on magical power to solve problems, but true mastery would require competence across multiple domains. Magical power, martial skill, tactical thinking, political maneuvering, each one essential for the freedom he desired. Time to get serious about this, Jack thought as he prepared to dive deep into the labyrinth. Oh right, I should name this thing. Let's see, what should I call you? Maybe Birdie? No, how about Raven? No, nothing sounds right. You're terrible at naming things. Haha, very funny, I know this is not my strong suit. Any suggestions then? Corvin, I like it. Let's name you Corvin. Type, Carrion Raven. Skills, flight, death sense, scavenging, shadow, strike, innate ability, lightning immunity. Nice, this thing seems beefy and strong. But system, these stats seem weird. If I get 15 points of HP, for every level, how come this Raven gets 52 per level? Monster ranks determine how much a stat goes up, AMD, how much damage they can do. The stronger the rank, the stronger the creature. All stats and abilities jump up drastically once they hit nightmare rank. That's an interesting mechanic. So let's say Corvin became a nightmare rank. What would his stats go up by? Nightmare rank creatures' HP would go up by 500 per point. Whoa! Jack whistled hard and loud. It vibrated through the labyrinth before the labyrinth started to shake, and a loud, deep noise rang out. That stat is impressive, but something was annoyed that I just whistled. Jack stood at the entrance to the labyrinth. His lightning-scarred spear gripped firmly in his calloused hands. The familiar stone archway loomed before him, ancient runes pulsing with a faint magical resonance that made his skin tingle. After everything that had happened with the dragon, after nearly dying and being reborn through lightning itself, he was finally ready to return. Time to get back to work, he thought, rolling his shoulders to work out the tension. The weight of Draven's pendant against his chest was a constant reminder of how far he'd come and how much further he needed to go. Just as he was about to step forward, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. System notification, labyrinth status, update enemy. Count 15,000 previous, 10,247 field boss count, for dungeon instability. Rising, Jack's eyes widened, his grip tightening on his spear until his knuckles went white. What the hell? The words escaped his lips in a harsh whisper that seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive silence surrounding the dungeon entrance. 15,000? How did the numbers jump by almost 5,000 in just a few weeks? His heart hammered against his ribs like a caged beast trying to break free. And 4 field bosses. There were 3 when I left. You seem confused, Jack. Would you like an explanation? You're damn right I'm confused. Jack's voice boomed through the empty clearing, startling a flock of ravens from nearby trees. Their harsh cries filled the air before they disappeared into the darkening sky. How does a dungeon just multiply its monsters like that? The system's response came with an almost ominous weight to it, as if the very air around Jack grew heavier. Dungeons are not static entities. They are living, breathing wounds in reality itself. When left unattended, they grow, they fester. They become something far more dangerous than they were ever meant to be. Jack felt a cold chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with the evening air. Living wounds in reality. What kind of cryptic bullshit is that supposed to mean? Allow me to educate you on the true nature of dungeons and why your family's negligence borders on catastrophic irresponsibility. The words hit Jack hard. No person would ever dare speak to his family like that. His jaw clenched so hard he could hear his teeth grinding together. Negligence? My family has protected these lands for generations. Has it? Tell me, Jack Kaiser, what do you know of the Voidlands? Jack's mind raced. The Voidlands, everyone knew of them. A cursed realm where demons ruled over twisted landscapes, where the very air was said to be poisonous to most living beings. But the details were always vague, shrouded in mystery and fear. I know they're demon territory. It's dangerous and off-limits to most travelers. The Voidlands were not always as they are now. 300 years ago, they were known as the Prosperity Kingdoms, a thriving continent where demons, dwarves, humans, and countless other species lived in harmony. Great cities of crystal and stone reached toward the heavens. Markets bustled with trade from across the known world. It was, by all accounts, a paradise. Jack's blood turned to ice in his veins. A paradise? But that would mean, yes, you begin to understand. The Voidlands are what remains after a complete dungeon. Break. The weight of those words crashed down on Jack like an avalanche. His legs nearly gave out beneath him, and he had to lean against the dungeon entrance to keep from collapsing. A complete dungeon break. You mean the entire continent was destroyed by a single neglected dungeon. For 50 years, the local noble family ignored their ancestral duty. They grew complacent, focusing on politics and wealth while their dungeon festered in the darkness. The monster count rose from hundreds to thousands to hundreds of thousands. The field bosses multiplied and grew stronger. And then, Jack could barely breathe. His chest felt like it was being crushed by an invisible weight. What happened? A tyrant-class demon lord emerged. Not just any demon, a creature of pure malevolence that had been twisted by decades of unchecked growth within the dungeon's depths. It broke free with an army of sovereign and disaster-class monsters at its command. In a single night, the Prosperity Kingdoms fell. Millions died. The few survivors fled, leaving behind only ruins and the tortured screams of the damned. Jack's hand trembled as he wiped cold sweat from his forehead. The implications were staggering, terrifying beyond comprehension. And the good demons, the ones who lived there peacefully, slaughtered alongside everyone else or corrupted into monstrous versions of their former selves. The tyrant demon lord showed no mercy to anyone. It did not matter if you were a demon, dwarf, human, or otherwise. Evil recognizes no kinship with good, even among the same species. Oh gods, Jack thought, his mind reeling. The dragon incident. When I was recovering, when my father was dealing with the aftermath. How long were the dungeons left unattended? Your family's dungeons have gone unchecked for 10 days, Jack. The signs are all there. Increased monster spawns. Multiple field bosses appearing where there should be one. The dungeon's very structure is beginning to strain against its boundaries. Jack's breath came in short, sharp gasps. 10 days. In less than 2 weeks, their family dungeon had gone from manageable to potentially catastrophic. How long do we have before? At current growth rates, perhaps 6 months before a partial break becomes inevitable. A full break like the Voidlands? 2 years, maybe 3 if you're fortunate. The words hit Jack like thunder, reverberating through his skull. 2 years. 2 years before his family's lands could suffer the same fate as the Prosperity Kingdoms. Jack straightened, his spine snapping rigid as steel. Lightning began to crackle unconsciously around his fingers. Purple arcs dancing between his knuckles. I need to tell my father. He needs to know about this immediately. Do you? And what will Lord Kaiser do with this information? Send knights, hire adventurers, delegate the responsibility once again while he handles more important political matters. The system's words were like acid burning away Jack's initial impulse. Because deep down, he knew the truth. His father would do exactly that. Find someone else to handle the problem while he focused on the aftermath of the dragon attack, on rebuilding, on maintaining their family's political standing. But I'm just one person, Jack thought desperately. How can I possibly handle 15,000 monsters and 4 field bosses on my own? You are not the same person who fled this dungeon weeks ago, Jack Kaiser. You have slain a dragon. You have been blessed by ancient powers. You have transcended the limitations of ordinary men. This is your trial, your responsibility, your chance to prove that the Kaiser bloodline still remembers its true purpose. Jack closed his eyes, feeling the weight of destiny settling on his shoulders like a mantle of lead. When he opened them again, they blazed with electric determination. You're right. This is my duty. My family's legacy depends on it. He turned to look at the small black raven perched on his shoulder. What do you think, Corvin? Jack asked, his voice carrying a new note of resolve. Ready to paint this dungeon with monster blood? The raven's obsidian eyes gleamed with an intelligence far beyond any normal bird. It let out a single, sharp cry. Corvin managed to sound eager for violence. Jack couldn't help but grin, the expression fierce and predatory. That's what I like to hear. Corvin leaped from Jack's shoulder, his small form beginning to shimmer and expand mid-flight. Black feathers rippled and grew, wings stretching wider and wider until they cast shadows across the ground. The transformation was accompanied by a sound like rushing wind as the raven returned to his true, magnificent size. Where moments before had been a small raven, now stood a massive raven nearly 6 feet tall with a wingspan that could easily carry a grown man. His feathers were black as midnight, and his talons were like curved daggers, and his beak could punch through a steel plate. Corvin's cry split the air like a war horn, reverberating off the dungeon walls and echoing into the depths below. Jack felt his pulse quicken with anticipation. He vaulted onto Corvin's back with practiced ease, settling between the powerful wings. The raven's feathers were surprisingly warm beneath him, and he could feel the coiled strength in the creature's muscles. All right, Corvin, let's see what we're dealing with. Jack pulled up his map through the system. The map was absolutely crawling with red dots. Where before there had been scattered clusters of enemies, now the entire dungeon seemed to pulse with crimson markers. It looked like a disease spreading through veins, covering every corridor, every chamber, and every hidden alcove. 15,000 monsters, Jack thought, his grip tightening on Corvin's feathers. It's like looking we'll be fighting an infestation. But there, in the northwestern section of the dungeon, was a particularly dense cluster of red dots. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all packed together in what appeared to be a large chamber. There, Jack pointed toward the cluster. Perfect testing ground. I want to see what you can really do, Corvin. The raven's head turned to follow Jack's gesture, those intelligent eyes assessing the target. Then Corvin's beak opened in what could only be described as a predatory grin. The sound was filled with bloodthirsty anticipation. With a powerful downstroke of his wings, Corvin launched them into the air. The rush of wind tore at Jack's hair and clothes as they soared through the dungeon's cavernous passages. Stalactites blurred past them like stone spears, and the echo of their flight bounced off the walls in a continuous rumble. As they approached a slime cluster, Jack could hear them before he could see them. A wet, squelching symphony. It sounded like hundreds of gelatinous bodies sliding over stone. The sound was nauseating, like listening to someone chew with their mouth open, but amplified 1,000-fold. All right, switch me back to lightning mage, Jack commanded, feeling the familiar surge of power as his class changed. Class changed. Lightning mage rank 8, the change was immediate and intoxicating. Lightning coursed through Jack's veins like liquid. Electricity, making every nerve ending sing with power. It crested a ridge, and suddenly the slime chamber spread out below them in all its disgusting glory. The chamber was enormous, easily the size of a cathedral, and it was completely filled with slimes. Green slimes, blue slimes, red slimes, some as small as melons and others as large as carriages. They moved in a constant, writhing mass that made Jack's stomach churn. The cacophony of slime sounds echoed off the chamber walls, creating a wet symphony of revulsion. And there, towering above the smaller slimes, were 2 massive shapes that could only be the slime hordes. Hundreds of individual slimes fused into building-sized monstrosities. Their translucent bodies pulsed with sickly light. Each movement sent waves of smaller slimes, scattering away from their bulk. One of the slime hordes let out a sound like a drowning whale mixed with a deflating balloon. Jack pointed down at the seething mass of monsters. There's your target, Corvin. Show me this shadow strike ability of yours. Corvin's response was to fold his wings and enter a steep dive, but this was no ordinary descent. As they plummeted toward the slime chamber, Jack watched in amazement as shadows began to curl around the raven's form like living smoke. The darkness didn't just cover Corvin, it seemed to merge with him, turning his already black feathers into something that absorbed light itself. The transformation was accompanied by a sound like whispered death, as reality itself seemed to bend around the diving raven. What happened next defied comprehension. Corvin became less bird-like and more like a force of nature. Shadow-wrapped projectile that moved faster than Jack's senses could fully track. The world blurred into streaks of color and motion as they struck the slime horde at what had to be over 100 miles per hour. The impact was like a thunderclap made manifest. The first slime horde exploded in a shower of green goo that painted the chamber walls. But Corvin didn't stop there. He couldn't stop. The shadow strike carried them through the entire chamber in a straight line of absolute destruction. Slimes burst like overripe fruit as Corvin's shadow-wreathed form tore through their ranks. Small ones simply disintegrated on contact. Medium ones exploded in showers of acidic gel. Even the larger ones couldn't withstand the devastating momentum of the attack. Jack held on for dear life as they carved a path of carnage through the seething mass. The smell was indescribable. It was like rotting fish mixed with vinegar and decay. They struck the second slime horde dead center, and this one didn't just explode. It virtually disintegrated. The massive creature let out one final cry, before its form lost cohesion entirely, collapsing into a tidal wave of green sludge that swept across the chamber floor. Corvin's momentum finally began to slow as they reached the far end of the chamber, shadows peeling away from his form like shed skin. He spread his wings to break their flight, talons scraping against stone as they landed with surprising grace considering the devastating display they'd just witnessed. Jack slid off Corvin's back on unsteady legs, his entire body vibrating with residual adrenaline. The chamber around them was unrecognizable. What had been a writhing mass of hundreds of slimes was now just puddles of acidic goo and the lingering stench of destruction. The notification chimes came like a cascade of victory bells. Ding, 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 642 vile slimes defeated, 2 slime hordes defeated. Reward, 192,500 EXP. Reward, 642 vile cores. Lightning Mage rank 8 Right Arrow rank 9 current experience. 139,550 over 250,000. The rush of leveling up hit Jack like a tidal wave of pure energy. Lightning crackled around his body in brilliant purple arcs, his muscles and bones singing with increased power. Every cell in his body hummed in response. Yes! Jack's triumphant shout echoed through the devastated chamber, his voice carrying the crackling undertone of barely contained lightning. But as the euphoria of advancement faded, Jack noticed something troubling. Wait, Corvin didn't get any experience. How is that possible? Bound creatures do not gain experience through combat. They must consume monster cores to evolve. Jack frowned, turning to look at his magnificent companion. That seems unfair. You did all the work there. Evolution for bound creatures follows different rules than advancement for awakened beings. A Terra rank creature like Corvin requires specific core consumption to reach the next rank. How many cores are we talking about? For Corvin to advance from Terra to Dread rank, he must consume 1,000 Terra rank cores. However, lower rank cores can substitute a conversion rate of 10, 1 per rank difference. Vile cores would require 10,000. Wretch cores would require 100,000. Pest cores would require 1,000. Jack let out a low whistle that echoed strangely in the empty chamber. 10,000 vile cores just to get him to the next rank? That's going to take a while. Corvin let out a soft croak that somehow managed to sound patient and understanding. Don't worry, partner, Jack said, reaching up to stroke the raven's neck. We'll get you those cores, all of them, I promise. Jack checked his status, noting that he was tantalizingly close to maxing out his class. I need about 110,000 more experience to hit the level cap. How many more slimes do you think that is? A quick mental calculation told him he needed roughly 366 more. Vile rank kills to max out his current rank. Fortunately, this dungeon seemed to have plenty of slimes to go around. All right, Corvin, let's find another cluster and finish this ranking up properly. They took to the air again, Corvin's powerful wings carrying them through the twisting passages of the labyrinth. Jack consulted his map as they flew, noting several smaller clusters of red dots scattered throughout the nearby areas. Perfect for what he needed. The next hour was a blur of slaughter. Jack would identify a cluster of slimes. Corvin would position them just right. Then they would unleash devastating strikes that left nothing but puddles and core fragments in their wake. Thunder stomp. Jack's voice boomed as he leaped from Corvin's back, his feet crackling with electrical energy. When he landed among a group of 24 slimes, the resulting shockwave was spectacular. Lightning erupted from the point of impact, spreading through the ground in a web of electrical death. Slimes popped like balloons filled with glowing gel. It was cut short by the overwhelming power of Jack's attack. Lightning's embrace. Jack channeled electricity through his spear, the weapon's tip blazing like a captive star. He swept it in a wide arc, cutting through slimes like they were made of wet paper. Between Jack's magical devastation and Corvin's continued shadow strikes, they carved through slime population after slime population. Each victory brought a cascade of experience notifications and the satisfying clink of cores hitting stone. 366 additional vile slimes defeated. Reward, 109,800 EXP. Reward, 366 vile cores obtained. Current experience, 249,350 over 250,000 total vile cores. 1,008. Jack wiped slime residue from his face, grinning despite the disgusting coating that covered most of his armor. Almost there. I just need about 650 more experiences to hit the cap. 1,000 vile cores, Jack thought, looking at his accumulated loot. That's a decent start toward getting Corvin evolved, but we'll need a lot more. He consulted his map again, noting the 4 pulsing purple dots that indicated field boss locations. These would be significantly more dangerous than slimes, but they would also provide much more experience and likely higher-ranked cores. Time to test ourselves against something with a bit more bite, Jack mused, studying the nearest purple dot. It was located in what appeared to be a large circular chamber about 2 miles northwest of their current position. Corvin must have sensed his intentions because the raven lowered himself, wings spread for easy mounting. Jack climbed aboard, settling into the familiar position between his companion's powerful shoulders. Let's go see what kind of field boss awaits us. They took flight once more, soaring through the labyrinth's passages with deadly purpose. The air rushing past them carried the sense of moss, stone, and the lingering ozone smell of Jack's lightning magic. As they flew, Jack couldn't help but feel a growing sense of anticipation. Whatever's waiting for us in that chamber, it's going to be strong, he thought, unconsciously checking his weapon and armor. The passages gradually widened as they approached their destination, the architecture becoming more grand and ominous. Ancient carvings covered the walls. And then Jack began to hear it. The sounds echoed through the stone corridors like the heartbeat of some massive beast. Each impact sent vibrations through the dungeon that Jack could feel in his bones, even while riding on Corvin's back. The roar that followed was unlike anything Jack had ever heard. It wasn't the melodic fury of a dragon or the wild howl of a wolf. It reverberated through the dungeon with such force that loose rocks began falling from the ceiling. Clatter, crash, ping. As they drew closer to the chamber, the sounds intensified. Each impact seemed to shake the very foundations of the dungeon. Dust rained down from above. Jack could swear he felt the stone walls flexing slightly with each thunderous blow. Awoke. The roars were getting louder, more frequent, filled with a rage that made Jack's blood run cold. Whatever was in that chamber was massive, powerful, and absolutely furious about something. Another impact, this one so powerful that a crack appeared in the wall beside them. Small stones tumbled to the chamber floor below with sharp pings and clatters. Awoke. The roar was deafening now, so close that Jack could feel it in his chest. His eardrums ached from the sheer volume, and Corvin's feathers ruffled in distress.